And she has ushered in the Senior Minister and Presidential Advisor, Honorable Yao Osafo Mafo. Please, a resounding round of applause for our special guests of honor. And now a salute to our special guest of honor. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, to set the tone, a video that establishes why we are here. Please take a look.
The digital world touches every aspect of our lives. It enables us to connect, work, learn and travel, and plays an important role in safeguarding life essentials such as food, water and healthcare. Cyberspace offers huge opportunities, but also comes with digital risks that we all need to be aware of. To ensure a free, open and secure digital world, every country should have the resources, knowledge and skills they need to invest in their digital future. To this end, nations should work together and support each other with these capabilities so that every country can keep up with the digital transformation. After all, a chain is only as strong as the weakest link. Today we have gathered in Accra at the first Global Conference on Cyber Capacity Building. The conference is co-organized by the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, the World Bank, the Cyber Peace Institute, and the World Economic Forum, and is hosted by the Government of Ghana. Among us are decision makers from all over the world, high-level government leaders and practitioners, the development community, experts on cybersecurity and capacity building, the private sector, international organizations, academia, from all regions and across all sectors. We are here to acknowledge that it is paramount for all nations to have expertise, knowledge and skills to strengthen their cyber resilience. We must all act now and work together on cyber capacity building because it is a key enabler for sustainable development, economic growth and social progress. Welcome to the GC3B 2023.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Accra, Ghana. It will be remiss of me if I allowed us to start this program without paying homage to this ground, Ghana, our motherland. So please allow me to ask you to stand up for the national anthem of the Republic of Ghana. Please be seated. Here duly representing His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, Honorable Senior Minister and Special Advisor to the President, Honorable Yao Osafo-Maafo. We are grateful for having you. A round of applause for the Honorable Senior Minister. Now, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Anita Erskine, and I will host this plenary. I am not jumping. I want to first of all establish the story and then bring it to this very moment where we have warmly welcomed you all from different parts of the world to this wonderful center of the earth, the original black star we call Ghana. I have had the privilege of working with the Honorable Minister of Communications, taking the concept of cybersecurity to the constituents we hardly ever think about, the girls, the women, tomorrow's leaders. So I beg of you to grant me only 3 minutes to say a special thank you to the groups and organizations here in Ghana who are pushing and aiding the Cybersecurity Authority with its mandate. I only need 3 minutes of your time. Ladies and gentlemen, and please, when I mention your name, kindly stand up briefly so we can acknowledge those of you who are doing the work on the ground. Please let's acknowledge the Joint Cybersecurity Committee. Please, members, if you're here, stand up and let us honor you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please, let's also honor the Joint Intelligence Committee. If you're here, please stand up and let us honor you. Thank you. On the ground, we have ministry and agents heads. If you're also here, agency heads, if you're here, please let us acknowledge you. They are out in the field getting the work done. We cannot be here without, of course, the support of the board of the Cybersecurity Authority. Please, board, if you're here, let us see you. Our partners have made it possible. Can I please have the GFCE Foundation? Where are you? Let us clap for you. World Bank Group is here as well. Please let us applaud them, World Bank Group. World Economic Forum is also here. Thank you very much. I have hundreds of names, but throughout the program, I'll be sure to mention the ones we are acknowledging today and the ones we want to say a big thank you to. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I wish I had the power to officially welcome you, but I will stand on the shoulders of the Director General, who together with his team have done an exceptional job of bringing this wonderful program here to Accra. Please allow me to say a big thank you to the Director General of the Cybersecurity Authority, Dr. Inchi Boisiako. Please stand up so we can acknowledge you as well. The CSA team, well done, well done, well done. And now, the leadership can only be the one that allows us to live our dreams and our ambition. Cybersecurity is broad, it's huge, but it only takes one step to ensure that countries, towns, cities, continents are all aligned and in line. And I do have to say, when you talk about that leadership, it comes out of the Ministry of Communications or Ministry for Communications and Digitalization. And so, please allow me with a resounding, resounding, resounding applause to bring to the stage to officially welcome you to Accra, to officially welcome you to this auspicious event. Please welcome none other than Honorable Ursula Owusu Ekufo.
The representative of the President of the Republic of Ghana, Honorable Yao Osafo-Maafo, Senior Presidential Advisor, President of the GFC Foundation, Mr. Christopher Painter, the GC3B Special Envoy, Mr. Mokhtar Ahmed Yadali, Executive Secretary of the African Capacity Building Foundation, Mr. Mamadou Bitier, colleague ministers of ICT, cyber ambassadors, representatives from the World Bank, World Economic Forum, and the Cyber Peace Institute, Director General of the Cybersecurity Authority, Dr. Albert Ntwibwe-Siako, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Ministers of State, Members of Parliament, representatives of agencies within the Ministry of Communications, development agencies, and the private sector, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to welcome you all to this inaugural Global Conference on Cyber Capacity Building, co-organized by the Global Forum of Cyber Expertise, the World Bank Group, the Cyber Peace Institute, the World Economic Forum, and Ghana's Cybersecurity Authority, under the leadership of the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, attaches great importance to digitalization and is keenly aware of the need to build our capacity to manage and protect our digital infrastructure. He would have loved to welcome you all personally to Accra for this conference, as he prioritizes cybersecurity as a key component of our development. Unfortunately, he is out of town, attending to long-scheduled engagements, and sends his apologies, and a very able representative, his senior advisor, Honorable Yao Osafo-Maafo, a revered, distinguished, accomplished personality and statesman in his own right. You're very warmly welcome, sir. I also extend a warm welcome to Mr. Christopher Painter, the president of the GFCE Foundation, who's no stranger to Ghana, having been here several times, leading conversations around cybersecurity, cyber diplomacy, and cybercrime since his days at the Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the National Security Council, and the State Department as the world's top cyber diplomat, and now as president of the GFCE Foundation. Distinguished guests, I also welcome Mr. Mamadou BTA, Executive Secretary of African Capacity Building Foundation, Mr. Mokhtar Ahmed Yadali, the GC3B Special Envoy, Mr. Pierre Laporte, World Bank Country Director, representatives from the World Bank Group, World Economic Forum, Cyber Peace Institute, cyber diplomats present, and all of you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen who've gathered here to participate in this two-day conference. It's a great pleasure to have you here. And to all my colleague ministers from the continent who were able to make it to Accra, I wish you a very warm welcome. Dr. Ntwibwe-Siako, Director General of Ghana Cybersecurity Authority, the Joint Cybersecurity Committee, and all participants to this pivotal conference are welcome. The theme for this conference is cyber resilience for development. And Ghana is proud to be associated with and to host this event, as it illustrates our acknowledgement that cybersecurity, capacity building, and awareness creation are key to the development of our digital infrastructure, which underpins our emerging digital economy. The government has consistently demonstrated strong political commitment to digitization and cybersecurity. Our major goal is to bridge the digital divide, facilitate our digital transformation to energize Ghana's economic growth. This is designed to establish Ghana as the continent's digital gateway, and it is no accident that we host the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and are poised to use digital tools to accelerate the integration of the continent through trade. We've launched strategic interventions to bridge the digital divide and encourage citizens to adopt ICT. We're implementing a rural telephony project that will connect over 4 million unserved and underserved citizens to voice and data services on a shared national platform and network. This government has taken deliberate steps to formalize our economy through digital initiatives such as the mobile money interoperability, which has provided financial inclusion for over 15 million previously unbanked people, the National ID card, which serves as a single-purpose eID for all digital transactions to combat identity theft and crime, fraud, and corruption. A network of digital transformation centers which has benefited over 20,000 women entrepreneurs, master trainers, youth, and children in coding clubs. Targeted interventions to close the gender digital divide and provide possibilities for our youth through the Girls in ICT program and the development of new enterprises at digital incubation centers, among many others, are being pursued. Distinguished guests, the systematic pursuit of these initiatives demonstrates our unflinching commitment to eradicating poverty in all its forms, ending discrimination and exclusion, and reducing the inequalities and vulnerabilities that leave people behind, especially in ICT development, and undermine the potential of individuals in rural and peri-urban areas of our country. Cybersecurity is the other side of the coin of digitalization, and you cannot have one without the other. Ghana is actively pursuing cybersecurity initiatives, not just for our benefit, but also for the benefit of the sub-region, using ITU recommendations and other international best practices to ensure a safe and resilient cyberspace for sustainable digital transformation. I'm happy to report that Ghana raised its score on the 2021 ITU Global Cybersecurity Index to 86.69%, up from 32.6% in 2017. To accomplish even better for our entire sub-region, we seek partnerships and global cooperation. We're faced with clear and present existential threats, ladies and gentlemen. In the first half of 2022 and 2023, Positive Technologies, a cybersecurity research organization, reported that global financial sector was the most hit with cyber attacks, recording 18%, followed by the telecommunications sector with 13%, government agencies with 12%, trade organizations with 12%, and the industrial sector with 10%. The situation on our continent mirrors these global statistics. In the second quarter of this year, the continent experienced the highest average number of weekly cyber attacks per organization, with an average of 2,164 attacks, reflecting a year-on-year increase of 23% compared to the same period last year. It can only get worse if we don't act decisively and collectively to contain this trend. We must prioritize our cybersecurity efforts, both at a national and international level. The government is implementing measures to build a robust and resilient cybersecurity architecture with domestic and international cooperation as a hallmark of our efforts. Our law has established a Joint Cybersecurity Committee to foster cooperation among agencies whose mandate borders on cybersecurity. The Cybersecurity Authority also collaborates with a wide range of institutions such as the World Bank, the World Economic Forum, the African Union, ECOWAS, the ITU, the GFCE, and GIFCT, amongst many others. And our decision to host this event is an example of our prioritization of international cooperation. The borderless nature of cyberspace and the increased interdependence on information communications technologies means there's a need for all of us to prioritize cooperation both among the private and public institutions and between countries. Beyond the call for cooperation is a strong need to build the capacity of national and private stakeholders to improve their collective cyber resilience and develop strong technical and operational capabilities. It is important for governments across the world to develop a vibrant cybersecurity ecosystem and to grow a steady and robust supply of human resources and skilled expertise in cybersecurity. And that is why conferences like these are important and give us an opportunity to network, learn best practices from one another, and develop solutions fit for our diverse national context. I hope this inaugural one will not be the last. Over the next 2 days, we'll engage in insightful discussions, learn from each other, and hold meaningful conversations that will contribute significantly to cyber capacity building efforts across the globe. I hope this will act as a catalyst for global action to make cyber resilience and cyber capacity building a priority in the national and international development agenda. I'm looking forward to a fruitful conference and to the tangible outcome of the Accra call that will mark a turning point in global cyber capacity building. I wish you all a pleasant and fruitful stay in Ghana. Please make time to get a lovely local outfit. Don't just admire mine, get your own. Try our delicious cuisine and also visit some of our historic sites. Welcome to Accra, our vibrant city, Akwaba.
Mrs. Ursula Owusu-Ekufo was really speaking to me. I'm always asking for her outfits when she's done with them. Well noted, madam. Ladies and gentlemen, also to know that she is our host and program chairperson. I didn't add that. I would also like to use this opportunity to acknowledge another one of our partners, Cyber Peace Institute, CPI. If you're here, please let us acknowledge you. Thank you very much. Allow me to also use this opportunity to establish and acknowledge our online audience around the world. And if you are telling everyone how wonderful Accra is, for those of you who are here, please don't forget to add the hashtag GC3B23, GC3B23, and just tell them how wonderful Accra is at a wink. Ladies and gentlemen, and now we move into the statement by our co-organizers. Without much ado, please allow me to bring to the podium the president of the GFCE Foundation Board, Mr. Chris Painter.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, let me welcome you to this global conference on cyber capacity building, the GC3B, a term that should be flowing trippingly off your tongue by the end of these 2 days. And I'm really happy to see you all here. We're delighted to have received such a warm welcome from the government of Ghana, the Ministry of Communications and Digitization, and the Cybersecurity Authority, of course, that have really worked tirelessly to host us in Ghana. So can we have maybe a round of applause for all of them? Their dedicated efforts have brought us together in this beautiful city, reflecting their commitment to advancing global cybersecurity. And as was mentioned by the minister, this is not my first time here, and it's really great to be back. Great to see such a great crowd here, but this has been a priority in Ghana for some time, and that's really good to see that it's continued to grow. Over the next few days, we look forward to fruitful discussions and collaborations that will contribute to building a more secure digital future. When we commenced our consultations and preparation for this back in 2021, it's just amazing we are now here. It's just great to be here now. We could not really have imagined how rapid the technological developments would have been within this short period. I've been doing cyber now for about over 30 years, and it's been amazing to me how that's changed over this time, but even in this very short period of a couple of years, it's really accelerated amazingly. In the past year alone, we've witnessed the exponential progress in which in the field of artificial intelligence, which has now fully entered the public discourse with applications many of us use. The development further underlines the fundamental role digital technologies will continue to have in shaping the ways we learn, work, and live across the world. The rollout of digitization has concretely demonstrated how technology can help us achieve a better future. The use of digital technologies has been instrumental in growing the economy, increasing productivity, and advancing human and social development. As such, it also has been recognized as a key driver in the attainment of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. But at the same time, digitization has also brought about new demands in developing the necessary expertise and skills to address the strategic, institutional, regulatory, and security requirements for an effective and sustainable digital future. This is challenging for every nation and organization, but it does place disproportionate burden on low and middle income countries. It's a challenge even where I live in the US, but it's a challenge for everyone around the world. On the one hand, we see that persisting digital inequities create barriers to developing countries and reaping the digital dividends we're trying to all achieve. On the other hand, the unprecedented increase in connectivity has also given ground to the emergence of new digital risks and vulnerabilities with fundamental impact beyond the online world. Cybersecurity vulnerabilities and risks have been fast evolving, with the potential to impede economic growth, undermine societal trust in the digital environment, weaken the resilience of critical infrastructure, and ultimately put in danger the lives and the well-being of our people. As we are immersed in this digital everything, as we call it, the quote, digital of everything era, the capacity to anticipate, manage, and respond to digital risks must be cyber resilient. It's a key term, and it's a key term for the theme of this conference. Is central for the delivery of key development outcomes and supporting the Sustainable Development Goals. The stakes are very high to ensure that no country or individual is left behind or below the, quote, cyber poverty line. It is important to remember, and really a moment to consider, I think, at this conference, the words of Kofi Annan from almost 20 years ago, and what they mean today against this backdrop of our digital interdependence. And his words were, "There is no development without security, and no security without development." And that's certainly true in the digital world as well. Digital development requires a human-centric, sustainable, inclusive, and resilient approach where cyber resilience is understood as the silver thread for our connectivity that supports the attainment of relevant digital and development objectives. The examples are numerous and touch upon every one of the SDGs. For instance, digital technologies play a key role in modern economic development and therefore poverty eradication. Cybersecurity vulnerabilities in technological products provide an opportunity for cyber criminals to exploit the digitization of the market and undermine its economic benefits. Therefore, cyber resilience is necessary for sustaining growth and the economic growth and social growth and maintaining the digital economy behind it. Digital technologies increase efficiencies in public service delivery, from water management, electricity distribution, and climate change early warning systems to public education and health services, just to name a few. They also play a significant role in upgrading the scope, access, and quality of infrastructure networks. These technology-enabled services and infrastructures are inherently threatened without measures to ensure their cyber resilience. Now, we have not been blind to these issues. Indeed, the international community has long recognized the need to build trust and security in the use of digital technologies and to harness them for supporting sustainable development, inclusive economic growth, international security, and promoting the rule of law and human rights. Certain efforts have been underway more steadily in the past decade, with cyber capacity building having emerged as the main cooperation modality among governments, international and regional organizations in the private sector, the technical community, civil society, and academia, in fostering the development of cyber resilience capacities and promoting partnerships in cyber-related issues. In fact, the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise was created back in 2015 as a true multi-stakeholder platform encompassing all of those groups, motivated by the global need for more cooperation and coordination for cyber capacity building. Since then, the GFC has built a robust network and has advanced the efforts to coordinate globally and regionally. Nevertheless, in a global environment of multiple cascading crises and heightened economic challenges affecting particularly developing countries, cyber capacity building has suffered from insufficient awareness among decision makers, particularly senior decision makers. In turn, this has resulted in limited available financing, along with inconsistent commitment to coordination that has hampered the effectiveness and sustainability of relevant initiatives. It's not that we haven't done a lot, but we haven't done it in the way we need to do it in a very concerted fashion in prioritizing it. At the same time, we've seen cyber capacity building communities developed organically within the confines of specific thematic and policy perspectives, its own silo, if you will. For example, on cybercrime, cybersecurity, cyber diplomacy. And admittedly, parts of this community have been slow to embrace the lessons of the traditional development community, the international development community, and vice versa, and articulate its value add to the development objectives. I think these have been two different communities so often we see in all these areas who haven't really talked enough together. We have not been as effective in creating opportunities for strategic dialogue between these different communities and for systematically combining our respective know-how and resources. Many critical factors converge at this moment in time to give us a real opportunity that we cannot afford to think of cybersecurity as just a niche or technical issue and just continue business as usual. First, we see investments in digital infrastructure, systems, and services are accelerating across the world. Second, development cooperation approaches are also increasingly relying on digital tools and solutions for service delivery. And third, with cybercrime and cybersecurity challenges becoming more complex and global, the demands and need for cyber capacity building will only continue to grow. In fact, I often see the demand well outstripping the supply, and the calls for help from really all over the world are huge in this area. So this really calls for a paradigm shift. We need to ensure the full incorporation of cyber resilience into the development cooperation and better integration of development objectives in cyber capacity building efforts. It's a two-way street. We need to make sure the development community embraces this, but at the same time, the cyber community embraces the development objectives. Especially among ongoing calls for reform of the international development financing ecosystem and for an urgent financing boost needed to meet the Sustainable Development Goals, I think this gives us a real opportunity and a responsibility to ensure that digital development leverages cybersecurity to safeguard the relevant financial investments and the viability of those developmental results. Without good cybersecurity as a platform, as the foundation, a lot of those development agendas are endangered, and we need to recognize that. Moved by this reinforced urgency, the GFC has been a driving force along with its partners, the World Bank, the World Economic Forum, the Cyber Peace Institute. Thank you all in the front row for all of your help and assistance in this long journey that we've been on, long but very fruitful journey we've been on. We are all gathered here with an overarching goal to catalyze global action to elevate cyber resilience across international and national development agendas as key enablers of sustainable development, inclusive economic growth, and social prosperity for all. So it's not just a cyber issue, a much broader societal issue, which is just why, as important as this conference is, it is a launch more than just a conference in itself. And we have the unique opportunity to build upon this momentum and advance this conversation with concrete follow-up actions beyond Accra. A key contribution of the GC3B is the multi-stakeholder Accra call for cyber resilient development. So this will be known in the future as tied here to Ghana, the Accra call, which is a really important document. It's an action framework. It's not just another document, it's not just another declaration, it is an action framework drawing from existing shared commitments and ongoing relevant efforts in international foreign processes. The Accra call is meant to be both a blueprint and a motivation for voluntary action by a whole host of stakeholders. And it's specifically to strengthen the role of cyber resilience as an enabler for sustainable development, to advance demand-driven, effective, and sustainable cyber capacity building, actually listening to what's needed rather than just thinking you know what's needed and layering it on, foster stronger partnerships and better coordination, and finally, to unlock financial resources and implementation modalities for cyber resilience, get that resource imbalance addressed. We invite all stakeholders to identify how they can contribute to the Accra Call's action framework and pursue the actions within their mandates and processes. This is an inclusive process. A key dimension of the AgriCall community will be learning from each other and using the next GC3B iterations to create positive feedback loops on our collective progress and maturity trajectory. The GFC will help shepherd this process based on the consolidated role as a trusted, neutral convener for the global cybersecurity capacity building community, which brings me to the role of the GFC and the lessons we have learned over the last few years. A lot has happened since, and we've really come a long way since we were established in 2015 at another important juncture, the Global Conference on Cyberspace that was hosted in The Hague, and actually a process that was been by the UK Foreign Minister Hague, so it was a Hague process. And so our organization was launched at that point. And the idea was to create a truly global and diverse network, which now has over 200 members and partners, that helps set the agenda that was unanimously endorsed in the Delhi communique on the global agenda for cyber capacity building in 2017. So 2015, 2017, the global agenda. And we've now created a meaningful platform for cooperation and coordination along with the key themes of cybersecurity capacity building. As we kept maturing, we strengthened the GFC ecosystem to support our capacity building efforts. Most notably, we established the GFC's working groups to foster collaboration, support, thought leadership, and peer-to-peer learning in a number of core areas. We set up a clearinghouse function to support the matching of cyber capacity building demand with supply and enable meaningful cooperation at the national level. We also created something we call the CIBL portal, CIBL Knowledge Portal, which includes not only existing global mapping of cybersecurity priorities, but over 800 products, best practices that is available to everyone, and that's ciblportal.org, and any of you can go and take a look at that. We launched this global cyber capacity building research agenda to build evidence base for cyber capacity building, and most notably, and most importantly, we help connect national cyber capacity building ecosystems with their regions, and the regions with the international level, through our network of regional teams and hubs in Africa, the Americas, the Pacific, and Southeast Asia. And that's important because although this is a global issue, it's also a local and regional issue. I'm therefore very confident that our experience in improving the global cyber capacity building ecosystem will allow the GC3B. Our commitment to being a neutral convener and serving the public good will ensure that collective progress achieved here in Accra is sustained, and this is not just a one-off conference, but a process and a road forward. So over this road in the years to come, the Accra Call for Cyber Resilient Development shall serve as our lighthouse as we redouble our efforts to mainstream cyber resilience across national and international development agendas, promote cyber capacity building that supports broader development goals, and strengthen our partnerships. So finally, in closing, I would like to express once more my gratitude to the government of Ghana for helping us put this together, the inaugural GC3B, and for hosting us here in Accra. It's a clear demonstration of Ghana's leadership and commitment to advancing cyber capacity building. And once ourselves for being here, being part of this process, and good luck over the next 2 days.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chris Painter, President of GFCE Foundation Board. And ladies and gentlemen, as you're giving a round of applause, please also welcome Mr. Pierre Laporte, World Bank Country Director for Ghana, Liberia, and Sierra Leone.
Honorable Senior Minister and Presidential Advisor, Honorable Minister for Communication and Digitalization, fellow representatives of international organizations, I will go by the protocols already observed by the Minister and others, and I welcome you to the conference today. And good morning to you. I'm very pleased to represent the World Bank here as one of the key supporters and co-organizers of this global conference for cybersecurity building, alongside other partners such as the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, World Economic Forum, and the Cyber Peace Institute, Ajay Banga. Ajay often points out that development delayed is development denied, and this is very much applies to cybersecurity capacity building. From Albania and Costa Rica to Kenya and Bangladesh, we have seen in the past year or two They can shut down entire governments for weeks or cut access to electricity for the most vulnerable groups. Globally, their costs to society amount to about 6% of GDP. So there is a sense of urgency here, and business as usual is not an option anymore. We, the development community, must find innovative ways to reach the speed and scale needed to deliver better results. For the World Bank, it has become clear that we cannot achieve our goals and realize our vision, a world free of poverty on a livable planet, without cyber resilience. That's why at the World Bank, this fund now manages about $20 million of grants, which provide expert technical assistance to developing countries, for instance, to assess cybersecurity maturity at the national level. We are also increasing the part of our lending dedicated to cybersecurity. Currently, we have around $250 million in active or pipeline lending earmarked for cybersecurity across 60 countries. Overall, our investments and partnerships with developing countries aim to build capacity to effectively manage cybersecurity risks. At this point, please allow me a few minutes to acknowledge Ghana's achievements in this area. As you can see, we are gathered here in Accra today to discuss how the development community can best enhance cyber resilience. We are often asked if there are cybersecurity good practices or success stories that could be replicated and scaled up. Ghana is probably one of the most striking cases. Just a week ago, the World Bank published a result story on how Ghana managed to become a regional leader for cybersecurity. According to data from the International Telecommunications Union, Ghana ranks first in West and Central Africa and third on the African continent. This year, the Cybersecurity Authority in Ghana reached a staff level of 100 and has managed to support the emergence of a vibrant cybersecurity ecosystem throughout the country. Since the very beginning of Ghana's journey towards cyber resilience, the World Bank has been working closely with the government to support these efforts. We have been supporting digital transformation in Ghana for more than 15 years now, starting in 2006 when we launched the e-Ghana project, by the e-Transform Ghana project in 2014, and in June this year, the Ghana Digital Acceleration Project became effective. And we aim to replicate and upscale this model across other countries. So in closing, the example of Ghana shows that with forward-looking policies and investments, developing countries can make impressive strides towards becoming more cyber resilient. I hope their success story can inspire other countries as well. And on this note, let me thank...
Ladies and gentlemen, as the head of industry and partnerships, Mr. Akshay Joshi.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank our host country, Ghana, the Cybersecurity Authority, our partners from the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, the Cyber Peace Institute, and the World Bank Group, together with the efforts of various steering group members for the Global Conference on Cyber Capacity Building, without whom we wouldn't be here today. We are in an age of multiple crises: geopolitical, economic, climate, energy, food, etc. The World Economic Forum every year publishes a report at Davos called the Global Risks Report. Against these multifaceted challenges, widespread cybercrime and cyber insecurity continue to feature among the top 10 risks. If we go further, within the top 5 risks identified by respondents of our survey, attacks on critical infrastructure, cyber attacks, continued to feature as well. If we look differently, cyber is also a massive threat multiplier. Take the example of an energy crisis. We all saw what happened when the Colonial Pipeline incident took place and disrupted the supply across the east coast of the United States. If we think about the food crisis, the attack on JBS demonstrated a similar story. Data from the FBI also reveals that whenever there is an economic crisis, it is accompanied by an uptick in cybercrime as a whole, if we go back to the crisis from 2008. The Honorable Minister highlighted a number of challenges that are being witnessed in Ghana and the broader continent. These are challenges we continue to see in different parts of the world, and cyber is truly interconnected with pretty much everything we do as of today. The Center for Cybersecurity at the Forum also publishes each year a Global Cybersecurity Outlook report. This year's edition was particularly interesting because 93% of cyber leaders and 86% of business leaders believe that geopolitical instability is likely to result in a catastrophic cyber attack over the next 2 years. As Chris pointed out, rapid advances in transformational technologies are making this landscape even more complex. Generative AI is widely believed to have shifted the balance in favor of attackers as opposed to defenders. Despite the growing complexity, there is a global shortage of roughly around 4 million cybersecurity professionals. In the Global Cybersecurity Outlook report that we publish, nearly 60% of leaders rank talent recruitment and retention as the key challenge for managing cyber resilience. No entity working alone can solve these multifaceted challenges, and the need for public-private cooperation has never been more pronounced. This was the reason the World Economic Forum set up the Center for Cybersecurity in 2018 to provide an independent and impartial platform to reinforce the importance of cybersecurity as a strategic imperative and to foster global public-private collaboration at scale to address some of these systemic cybersecurity challenges. With over 150 partners, we work on a number of initiatives that spread across building cyber resilience, strengthening global cooperation, and navigating digital frontiers. In this pursuit, the Global Conference on Cyber Capacity Building, under the theme of Cyber Resilience for Development, presents a unique opportunity to unlock global public-private cooperation and ensure the benefits of digitalization can be translated equitably to nations, industries, and individuals alike. We are delighted to support the Global Conference on Cyber Capacity Building, which is much more than just a conference, and are confident that the deliberations over the next couple of days will result in concrete action and impact. Thank you very much for your support.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to bring to the stage Madam Francesca Bosco, Cyber Peace Institute Chief Strategy and Partnerships.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, on behalf of the Cyber Peace Institute, I would like to thank you all for being with us today for actually what Chris was mentioning. It's a milestone. It's a milestone in our forward-looking journey towards building cyber resilience for development. I'm proud today and for all the journey that brought us here that we have partnered with esteemed organizations such as the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, the World Bank, the World Economic Forum, and the Government of Ghana to realize a first-of-its-kind flagship gathering underscoring the crucial role that cyber resilience and capacity building play in advancing the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and emphasizing effective, sustainable, and inclusive stewardship of international cooperation for cyber resilience development. Countries and organizations are implementing digital solutions at a rapid pace. We heard Akshay, we heard Chris specifically mentioning the potential of economic and societal growth is enormous, but at the same time, we're living in an age of polycrisis, as the World Economic Forum has defined it, and also we are seeing how emerging technologies like AI are fostering enormous growth, but they are also opening new vulnerabilities and risk that needs to be addressed. While the development community continues to invest to achieve the SDGs by digitizing societies and building smart infrastructures, there is often an underestimation of the cyber risk and threats that come with increased use of ICTs and digitalization, or these risks and threats are not fully understood and addressed as a systemic challenge. Cyber insecurity can challenge and even unwind the progress that we are making. This growth is often cut short by limited understanding of the real impact and harm that cyber attacks are causing on one hand, and on the other hand, the problem is that the resources are often inadequate, infrastructures are inadequate, and also the cyber-related skills that are necessary for a collaborative approach for long-lasting cyber resilience are not there yet. And civil society organizations that I'm representing here today play a fundamental role in contributing to ensure safe and secure sustainable development. They're often the one closest to people. They're often the one closest to us all, both, I would say, in peace and, as we are also seeing, in wartime. Civil society organizations are key because they can also define cyber capacity building needs and enable impactful solutions, from awareness raising, training and education activities, closing the cybersecurity warfare gap, and also operationalizing principles for capacity building in a diverse and inclusive manner. It's time, really, for co-designing together an international multi-stakeholder cyber capacity building agenda to create the cyber resilient societies, starting from the backbone. And we at the Cyber Peace Institute, we are an NGO that works with vulnerable communities to safeguard and strengthen the resilience both of critical infrastructure and civilian infrastructure, and of critical actors like other civil society organizations providing populations with vital services. We firmly believe that this conference is a unique opportunity to create a long-term action plan between cybersecurity and development communities, international and national levels, with a truly diverse and inclusive multi-stakeholder approach. Directly, as Cyber Peace Institute, we are contributing in closing the gaps by raising awareness on the societal impact of cyber attacks, thanks to our platform, on advocating for responsible cyberspace behavior, and IDing victims with innovative solutions that are built on collaboration and skills development together with the public and the private sector, like the Cyber Peace Builders program. As a proud member of the civil society organization community, we firmly believe in the importance of joint initiatives, and the Institute is committed co-organizer of this conference, but also a supporter of the Accra call, and you will learn more about it in the next 2 days. Today's gathering is a unique opportunity to raise awareness of how cybersecurity and cyber capacity building support digital, social, and economic development in line with the Sustainable Development Goals, to call for donors' commitment. We need commitment, and we need, let's say, a truly multi-stakeholder and impactful approach. And we also need to share knowledge, to share practices, and this is why we are all here today. It's a stepping stone towards a new agenda, a new, also, let's say, operational plan, I would say, even more than an agenda, on cyber capacity building, diverse, inclusive, where digital transformation, sustainable development, cybersecurity, and human rights are fully integrated, and there is a serious commitment to support this agenda. Again, thanks to the government of Ghana, my fellow co-organizers, and you all that made it to the beautiful Accra, and also that all the people that are following us online. We can make a real change in achieving cyber-resilient development only by acting together. Thank you.
Another round of applause for our first set of statements, finishing off with Madam Francesca Bosco, Cyber Peace Institute of Chief Strategy and Partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, as is custom in Ghana, we'd like to extend our gratitude to the people who take time off their busy schedules to come not only in support of us, but also their presence to us means that they are placing this conversation at the forefront of their work or their business or their communities. Please allow me to acknowledge the presence of the Osumanche in the person of His Royal Majesty Noche Professor Ninote Owo the Fourth, who's joining us. Also here present is the Deputy Minister of Communications and Digitalization, Honorable Amapoma Boateng. In our presence is the Director General Kofi Annan ICT Center of Excellence, Dr. Collins Yeboah Afari. Also here in our presence is Madam Patricia Edusei Poku, who's the Data Protection Commission Executive Director, which is a member of the Joint Cybersecurity Committee, otherwise known as JCC. Madam, you're very welcome. Her Excellency, the Ambassador of South Africa, Madam Grace Jeanette Mason, is also here joining us. Thank you very much, Madam. The German Ambassador, His Excellency Regine Greenberger, is also here. Where is our Regine? Yes, you're very welcome, Madam. Last, definitely not the least, on my current list, I want to acknowledge the presence of Member of Parliament, Honorable Sam George, also joining us here today. He's just about to take his seat. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings me to our second part of our statements, and these statements will be by our international partners and collaborators. Please allow me to bring to the stadium Miss Alison Treppel, who is part of the Organization of American States and the Executive Secretary at Inter-American Committee Against Terrorism. Madam.
Thank you so much, and good morning to all protocols being observed. My sincere thanks to all of the organizers of this event, the World Bank, the World Economic Forum, the Cyber Peace Institute, and of course the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, as well as the Government of Ghana for welcoming us all to this event. For me, personally, it is my first time stepping foot on the African continent, and I have been truly impressed by the beauty, the warmth, and now the fashion prowess of the Ghanaian people. In 2015, the Organization of American States became a founding member of the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, the GFCE. Because we recognized then the value in and the need for greater coordination of cybersecurity capacity building, both regionally and internationally. I personally have been participating in GFCE-sponsored events since the 2017 meeting that took place in Brussels, and I am thrilled to see how this forum, how this community of cyber experts has grown since then. Today, the GFCE has not just a fully functioning and operational secretariat, but as Chris mentioned earlier, there are today 4 regional hubs, 4 technical working groups, a foundation, and numerous services such as the clearinghouse mechanism and the civil platform that are at the disposal of all. This growth of the forum and this conference This conference and the forum is the result of global collective will and commitment to strengthening cybersecurity capacity building. Our region of the Americas excuse me, is certainly committed to this goal, and I am so pleased that at least through our region, 12 countries are actively participating in the work of this network and this conference, many of whom have been able to travel and join us here in Ghana. As the GFCE regional hub for the Americas, the Organization of American States continues to encourage other countries and organizations from throughout the Western Hemisphere to join this forum so that they too can benefit from the tools and opportunities that this community of public and private sector stakeholders, civil society, and academia offers. Because in a time, as we've heard from the distinguished speakers before me, in a time of geopolitical shifts, evolving technology, and complex cyber operations, cyber resiliency is absolutely critical for our collective security and development. And as we will hear over the next 2 days, one of the most impactful ways we can create increased cyber resiliency is through greater and more coordinated capacity building among the donor community, among the implementers, and among the beneficiary countries. And I think that is why we are all here today. Because everyone in this room, I hope, is committed to investing in the security of our digital economy, to together achieving our sustainable development goals, and to working together with diverse stakeholders across borders to meet these objectives. And I think that is the spirit of the Accra call that is on the table for consideration as the outcome document of this process. And this document, just like the conference itself, again, reflects our collective commitment as public and private sector institutions, as international organizations, academia, and civil society to a single common goal: to strengthen cybersecurity capacity and resiliency across the globe. The OAS certainly remains committed to supporting these objectives and to coordinating with all of you, both within and outside of the Americas region, to create a more resilient and therefore a safer and more secure cyberspace for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Alison Tropel. And now please welcome from UN OEWG First Secretary, OEWG Digital Corporation and Cybersecurity, Mr. Matthew Wong.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good morning. I'm honored to deliver opening remarks to you today on behalf of Ambassador Berhan Gafu in his capacity as Chair of the United Nations Open-Ended Working Group on Security of and in the Use of ICTs 2021 to 2025 and Ambassador of Singapore to the United Nations in New York. Ambassador Gafu extends his apologies that he is unable to join us in person today due to commitments that require him to remain in New York at this time. Ambassador Gafu's remarks are as follows. I want to begin by thanking the GC3B organizers for inviting me to deliver these remarks. I would also like to recognize the initiative of all the organizers in bringing the cyber capacity building community together today to have this crucial and timely conversation, and to extend my thanks to the government of Ghana for warmly welcoming us here in Accra. This year marks 25 years since states began deliberations on the issue of cybersecurity in the context of international security at the United Nations. Since the beginning of these discussions, capacity building has been a pivotal part of our work at the UN. In the words of the most recent annual progress report of the Open-Ended Working Group, the international community recognized that capacity building is an important confidence building measure. It's a topic that cuts across all the pillars of the OEWG's work, and that a holistic approach to capacity building is essential. Simply put, without sustainable, effective, and affordable capacity building solutions, we will not be able to achieve our collective goals for international security in this domain that is so critical to our modern economies and societies. Against this backdrop, I would like to offer some reflections from my perspective at the center of discussions at the United Nations for you to consider as you engage with the various panels and discussions over the next 2 days. First, as you engage in your discussions, I encourage you to consider how all members of the cyber capacity building community can build upon the work done at the UN on cyber capacity building in recent years. The consensus recommendations and conclusions agreed at the UN represent the unified collective voice of the international community, and in this regard can serve as useful guidance supporting your efforts to implement capacity building on the ground. For example, the consensus final report of the 2019 to 2021 OEWG contained a set of agreed principles of capacity building, which states concluded should guide capacity building efforts. Earlier this year, states again reaffirmed these agreed principles and encouraged further efforts to mainstream these principles within capacity building initiatives around the world. One productive step forward that the capacity building community could take at today's conference would be to consider how best to apply these agreed principles to your organization's capacity building programs and initiatives, and consider how these agreed principles would translate into specific action on the ground. Second, I invite you to consider how the capacity building community can work more closely together with the UN as a platform to amplify the reach and impact of your capacity building work, given the uniquely universal status of the UN. One way this could be done is by tailoring or aligning initiatives in response to specific needs collectively articulated by UN member states in the UN Open-Ended Working Group's conclusions and recommendations. For example, many of you might be aware that UN member states have agreed to set up a global cyber points of contact directory, which all states will be able to use to communicate with each other in the event of a cyber incident. The points of contact directory is expected to be fully functional in 2024, and in the lead up to its operationalization, the Open-Ended Working Group's second annual progress report recommended that states and/or groups of states in a position to do so could support capacity building with regard to the points of contact directory, including in collaboration with interested stakeholders. In this regard, the conversations you will be having today and tomorrow could be a good opportunity to consider how your organization could specifically support states' needs relating to the global POC directory, as well as other specific needs articulated in the OEWG's various consensus reports. Third, I hope that after the GC3B concludes, you will bring the conclusions of your conversations at this conference to the United Nations, where they can be taken up by all UN member states. On 10th of May 2024, Ambassador Gaffo will convene a global roundtable on ICT security capacity building at the UN, as directed by UN member states in the OEWG Second Annual Progress Report. The aim of the Global Roundtable is to bring together capacity building practitioners, interested stakeholders, and state representatives to have a dedicated discussion on cyber capacity building at the UN for the first time. The sharing of insights drawn from your discussions at GC3B would undoubtedly enrich our conversation at the UN and would be a way to spread the reach of today's discussions beyond this room to the wider international community, including those states that are not represented here today. I also invite you to consider how the ideas that are sparked at today's conference could be formulated as specific proposals and recommendations that could possibly garner consensus at the UN. This would ensure that today's conversations result in lasting impact and would be an important contribution to our collective efforts to enhance capacity building at the global level. With these reflections, I wish all of you many fruitful and productive conversations today and tomorrow. I also hope to see some of you at our upcoming United Nations Open-Ended Working Group meetings in New York, as well as at the Global Roundtable in May next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matthew Wong. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I present the coordinator for cyber issues at the European External Action Service, European Union, Ms. Manon Leblanc.
Dear Excellencies, dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen,
Let me start with thanking the government of Ghana, the co-organizers, and in particular the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise, for hosting us to the Global Conference on Cyber Capacity Building here in Accra. The development and use of technologies has increased globally and is supporting our economies and connecting our societies. But at the same time, the new reality is also an ever-evolving cyber threat landscape. Our critical infrastructure, our supply chains, our businesses and citizens are targeted every day. We see a rise in cybercrime, including ransomware attacks, as well as technologies being misused for adverse objectives, affecting the foundation of our societies. This landscape, however, should not prevent us from continuing to explore the opportunities that the new digital era brings. And we need to make sure that we can all reap the benefits of these technologies, being the current or the future ones. Against this background, we are meeting here today and tomorrow in Accra, bringing together thought leaders across communities and sectors to debate, to innovate, and to pioneer with new approaches aiming to uplift cyber capacity building in our policies, investments, and development plans. And by doing so, we strengthen our partnerships to increase global cyber resilience. We encourage to invest in people, processes, and technologies that are vital to harness the benefits of this new digital reality. The EU has a long track record in cyber capacity building, and the 2020 EU cybersecurity strategy put an emphasis on it. We have significantly stepped up our investments to this end, partnering with countries around the globe. And we have put a need to cooperate to advance a global, open, stable, and secure cyberspace in every regional strategy of the European Union. Today, we invest an estimate volume at 150 million euros, including working with Ghana, and we are committed to continue to invest through specific regional and bilateral initiatives to enhance cyber resilience, cyber diplomacy, and to tackle cybercrime. As part of a Team Europe approach, we are currently preparing a regional initiative for cybersecurity in sub-Saharan Africa. The objectives of this action is enhancing cyber resilience and promoting a free, open, safe, and secure cyberspace in Africa. We are as well designing a program to step up our support in the Indo-Pacific region and continue to invest in Latin America and the Caribbean through our LAC4 Center, our regional hub for cybersecurity training and education, run by EU CyberNet, which is also here today. In our immediate neighborhood, we continue to cooperate to build capacities to address imminent cyber threats, sharing our good practices and aligning cybersecurity legislation. Furthermore, taking into account the rapid digital development, the EU is supporting partners through the Global Gateway in their digital transition, and in this, promoting cybersecurity by mainstreaming these efforts from the start. In light of the rapid digital development, the demand for capacity building is strong and increasing, and rightfully so. And that makes our discussions here today even more important, ensuring that we cooperate and coordinate with many partners, including industry, civil society, and academia. Such cooperation and coordination is not only key to meaningful allocations of scarce resources, but also essential to delivering effective and sustainable capacity building activities. The coming days will enable us to listen to each other and to learn from each other, to create a solid basis to work together to implement our ambition and take forward the Accra Call, which the EU is endorsing. It will allow us to not only improve our cooperation, but also to further mainstream cyber into development programming and contribute to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. In addition, I look forward to see and understand how the work of our community will strengthen the multilateral discussions and cooperation on cyber capacity building, with cyber capacity building also being one of the main pillars of the UN Programme of Action as proposed. All in all, we have our work cut out for us. So, without further ado, I wish you all a most successful and impactful conference that will help increase global cyber resilience and us all to reap the benefits and the beauty of technologies. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Manon Leblanc. And now, please welcome the head of Cybersecurity Division from ITU, Mr. Osmani.
good morning, Your Excellencies, guests and delegates and partners. On behalf of the International Telecommunication Union, I would like to address to you, and after hearing some of the speakers before me, I think I have to get off the script because Chris painted very well the challenges we face as a community. So I think, I'll go off the script. I'll just would like to mention that ITU is not a stranger to you. So we have been in the forefront of driving digital development since 1988 in terms of cybersecurity. The X509 has been established, so your all communication via emails and so on has been based on that standard. So I think, we have long-term involvement in capacity building and strengthening the digital development. And I'm thankful to hear some of the delegates mentioning the Global Cybersecurity Index, which has been a driver for many nations to move forward on digital development in terms of cybersecurity. And then ITU is basically remaining a key partner in supporting countries in 4 different areas, which is incident response capabilities. I think our journey with Ghana started in 2013 and 2014 when we implemented the national CERT. And I think that collaboration goes on, and we work together with the minister and other entities in the country. Of course, besides working on the incident response capabilities, we help to build countries to help their cyber policy and cybersecurity strategies. We work also closely on cybersecurity inclusion, where we work on women issues, gender, closing the gap in cybersecurity, but also we work on child online protection. I think, many of the speakers mentioned that, so I would like to say, we forgot to mention the younger generations we are trying to address with this conference. So basic capacity building needs to start at early age, where ITU is being very much involved in that. We've been very active since 2007. So the child online protection guidelines have been there. In 2020, those guidelines have been updated with more than 100 partners supporting and contributing to that work. Also, what is important to mention, in 2021, we started to work on Women in Cyber mentorship program. I think, many delegates I've seen here have been part of that program, and also recently we worked with Germany on her cyber tracks, basically trying to build, to bridge the gap between the diplomats and the technical community in terms of understanding what's going on in terms of cybersecurity and UN norms and commitments. So I think, the gaps are there, so we need to work as a community together. Yes, our involvement in the GFC since its inception has been there, and that one shows our strong commitment into international collaboration. The GFC community has been a good place where we share the resources, share information, we work together, and we address sometimes issues together. Of course, ITU is going to be continuing to work with partners. We would like to thank some of the countries who have been supporting our work, the UK government, the German, UAE, I think, the list is long, but, I would like to recognize that many countries have been supporting our work, and also I would like to also mention our private sector members, because as you know, ITU is the only UN organization which has sector members from a private. So I would like to thank also the NRD, which I see them in the room, Microsoft, and other partners who have been really instrumental in supporting our work to deliver for the membership in collaboration and information sharing. Of course, I would like also to thank Singapore for driving the open-ended working group, and collaboration with the CSA has been very great in terms of working together. So I think we would like to continue the collaboration. But in principle, also we would like to thank UN organizations. We work very closely with UNIDIR, with ODA and others. So our collaboration is based on sharing of information and avoiding any duplication of efforts, because I think as a community we have been sometimes duplicating the efforts. I think we need to. I hope this conference, because Call of Accra, it's trying to tell us that we need to kind of move from words into action. I think we've been talking a lot about the capacity building, but I think we need to move into action. I hope this Call of Accra is going to be something which is going to create the roadmap for us to work together as a community. And I would like to thank you for listening to me. I wanted to keep it short. I went off the script because I think it was not important to mention what was repeated earlier. So I think thank you very much for being here, and we look forward to engaging with you and trying to see how we can work. You always have access to us on the Global Cybersecurity Index if you need to do interventions in the countries and understand what needs to be done, where the commitments are. Please reach out to us, and we work very closely with the Oxford on the CMM assessment. So I think please, we are here to support you, and we look forward to collaborate with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oran Osmani. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellency Dr. Monique Nzanza Baganwa, who is joining us via video.
Greetings from the African Union Commission. I wish to take this opportunity to thank and congratulate His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, for his tireless efforts towards building a strong and resilient Africa. I would also wish to thank the people and government of the Republic of Ghana for the invitation extended to me to participate in this global gathering. It's a great honor for me to participate in this important conference, which deals with a current topic and which increasingly attracts our attention as actors and consumers of products and services in the cyberspace. I wish to extend my apologies to you for not being able to participate in person. Cyber security and cyberspace is that space of information generated by the global interconnection of information and communication systems, in which data is created, stored, and shared. It is the set of physical infrastructures installed in different countries and the intangible space in which this data, information, and ideas circulate, the space where interactions occur between individuals who are behind their screen everywhere in their world. This space presents opportunities and threats, including cyber threats, cyber sabotage, cyber espionage, cyber wars, and so on. The human, economic, political, and strategic consequences of these threats are
Round of applause for him. Ladies and gentlemen, they say when life throws you lemons, you do what? Absolutely. This is life. Things happen, but we keep moving on and right on time. Assuming we're able to listen to the rest of the speech by Her Excellency the Deputy Chairman of the African Union, can we do that? Yes. Kindly roll that video. Thank you.
Opportunities and threats, including cyber threats, cyber sabotage, cyber espionage, cyber wars, and so on. The human, economic, political, and strategic consequences of these threats are potentially very destabilizing for individuals, economies, and for states. The generalization of teleworking, the digitalization of our society, the time spent online, and the Internet of Things represent real opportunities for hackers, scammers, and online criminals. Unfortunately, there are no signs of improvement, and no one or no institution is safe. Your Excellencies, danger is everywhere and threatens individuals, businesses, international organizations, and governments. Some attacks even target social structures, such as hospitals and schools. This is why it is essential to collectively become aware of the multiplication of avenues of attacks and put in place common measures to limit the risks. The challenges of cybersecurity are numerous, with the human, technical, conceptual, and legislative dimensions. In addition to the legal arsenal and defense equipment, ENS are very effective methods to combat threats. The extraterritorial nature of most attacks calls on countries to greater cooperation in the prevention, tracking, identification, and incapacitation of cyber criminals. The first global conference on cyber security capacity building comes right on time. It is vital for all of us to collaborate and support each other with the resources, expertise, and skills. All nations and organizations can and must take their responsibility to protect our global cyberspace. Between innovation, capacity building, awareness, and mobilization of funds to arm themselves against cyber crime and to strengthen the protection of their data, African companies and institutions must rethink their global strategies, supported by public authorities, which structure regional initiatives on background of increasing pressure. The consequences of cybercrime are enormous on personal, economic, and institutional level. Lives are devastated, economies strained, regimes destabilized, communities piled against each other. Your Excellencies, the recent attacks against the African Union Commission have made us aware of our vulnerability and the need to strengthen our technical, institutional, and human capacities to increase our level of resilience. We continue to suffer the consequences of these hostile acts. Directed against our Pan-African institution. To protect ourselves against new attacks of all kinds, we have undertaken, among other things, the construction of a data center to house and secure all our data, the strengthening of the capacities of technicians and engineers, the acquisition of equipment for protection and prevention against certain attempts in the cyberspace. Raising staff awareness for responsible use of tools is also an important factor that has been considered. Certain emerging technologies can also be an opportunity, such as artificial intelligence, to address the cybersecurity in our organizations. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, such meetings are opportunities to call to collective mobilization. That is, governments, industrialists, research centers, civil society, all of us, we must come together in order to protect ourselves against this scourge, which unfortunately is constantly growing. We will continue to emphasize the strengthening of African capacities, increased cooperation between states, and the mobilization of African domestic resources to promote a digital and resilient Africa, capable of producing content and securing it, in line with the objectives of the Agenda 2063 of the Union, the Africa we want. The African Union Commission is open to any institutional arrangements to jointly address the challenges of today and tomorrow for the betterment of our people. I would like to finish by expressing our support of the outcomes of this conference, including the Accra Core that aim to promote free, open, and secure digital world. And I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Dr. Monique Nzanza Baganwa of the AU and the Deputy Chairperson of the AU Commission. And of course, in line with that also, I find it the right time to mention that we're joined by the Chair of the African Union Cybersecurity Expert Group in the person of Mr. Abdul Hakim Adijola, joining us here today. And I also want to say a very big welcome and thank you for being here, the Ghana Domain Name Registry's Mr. Nana Kofi Asafo Edu. Thank you so much, sir, for also joining us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, setting the tone for the words that will be shared on behalf of His Excellency the President, allow me to bring to you a short documentary.
Ghana's pre-independence history dates to the 9th century and is traced to one of the great kingdoms in the beloved Al Sudan region, with very peaceful and contented people who lived sustainably with nature under the leadership of chiefs and kings. When the Europeans first docked the shores of Ghana, they named it the Gold Coast. The country was abundantly rich in gold. The country's colonial narrative is traced to 1471, with trade and commerce as key features. On the 6th of March 1957, Ghana became the first West African country to gain independence under its first president, Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah.
At long last, the battle has ended. Ghana, your beloved country, is free forever.
On July 1st, 1960, Ghana became a republic and has since gone through different leadership and political administrations. The diversity in our enviable geography and climate presents diverse opportunities in various sectors. These have been the driving force in the country's economy since independence. In a rapidly evolving digitalized world, Ghana has ambitiously pursued this goal with a focus on modernizing and digitizing various sectors of the economy. In 2017, the government launched the Digital Ghana Agenda with the aim of leveraging technology to improve public service, promote e-commerce, and enhance digital inclusion. To safeguard the gains made, Ghana's 7th Parliament passed the country's landmark Cybersecurity Act 2020, Act 1038, to chart the course for the development of cybersecurity in Ghana.
Cybersecurity issues are therefore now firmly national security threats. Our country cannot fully reap the digital dividends associated with our adoption of ICT as a means of our socio-economic transformation if we fail to mitigate both existing and emerging cybersecurity threats.
The Ministry, in collaboration with UNICEF and other partners, will organize cybercrime and cybersecurity sensitization workshops across selected schools in all the 10 regions. A workshop on cybercrime, cybersecurity, and electronic evidence will also be organized in collaboration with the Council of Europe for selected members of Parliament and judges of the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal.
In October 2021, the Cybersecurity Authority, CSA, was established to regulate cybersecurity activities, to promote the development of cybersecurity in the country, and to provide for related matters.
The President directed the Ministry of Communications to oversee Ghana's cybersecurity development, and that was an important direction from the Presidency regarding Ghana's cybersecurity activities. Secondly, the President also signed the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, and this happened in Addis Ababa during the Heads of Government meeting in Ethiopia. Third, the Ministry of Communications established the National Cybersecurity Secretariat within the ministry based on the directive from the President.
The Cybersecurity Authority, as a regulator of Ghana's cyberspace, has since March 1st, 2023, commenced the process of licensing cybersecurity service providers, CSPs, and accrediting cybersecurity establishments, CEs, and cybersecurity professionals, CSPs. The rationale for the licensing and accreditation exercise is to ensure compliance with Act 1038, as well as provide a streamlined mechanism for ensuring that cybersecurity service providers, cybersecurity establishments, and cybersecurity professionals in the country executed their duties in accordance with approved international best practice.
CSA is currently implementing several regulatory activities, including the licensing of cybersecurity service providers, accreditation of cybersecurity establishments, and also cybersecurity professionals. For the first time in the history of this country, we have records of the number of cybersecurity service providers, number of cybersecurity facilities, and cybersecurity professionals who are operating in the country through the licensing and accreditation process, which commenced 6 months ago. As at the end of September 2023, a total of 134 institutions have registered to apply for license as cybersecurity service providers.
Ghana's focus on cybersecurity has evolved over the years. ITU Global Cybersecurity Index rating is as follows. In 2017, Ghana scored 32.6% and ranked 10th in Africa and 87th globally. In 2020, Ghana scored 86.69%, ranked 3rd in Africa and 43rd globally. Ghana's cybersecurity readiness is rated 43rd globally and 3rd in Africa. This is the dawn of a new day. You are welcome to Ghana, to a people with rich culture tapestry, enduring spirit, and unwavering commitment to progress. We stand as a testament to the vibrant and diverse heritage of this remarkable continent, and our stories continue to inspire and captivate the world.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, with that said, please allow me first of all to mention that immediately after the words or the speech coming from, well, on behalf of His Excellency the President, the Accra call will be signed here on the stage. Immediately after, I will ask some of our VIPs to join for a photo moment. May I kindly request that after the photo moment, we not leave this hall, this auditorium, because immediately after we move into the second plenary. So kindly just go over it again. The Honorable Senior Minister will speak on behalf of His Excellency the President, after which the Accra call will be signed. Once the Accra call is signed, I'll invite the VIPs onto the stage to take a few photos. Please remain seated. After that, His Excellency's representative will leave us, and then we move into the second plenary, kindly. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, here to represent His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, please welcome the Honorable Senior Minister and Presidential Advisor, Mr. Yao Osafo Mafo.
Good morning. I stand on the existing protocol established by the Minister for Communication and Digitalization to save time for all of us. His Excellency the President sent his apologies for his inability to be part of this important conference. He has to be away from the country for pre-arranged meetings. I would like to warmly welcome you all to Accra and wish you the best. The digitalization of economies, governments, and societies have been a transformative process that has led to numerous benefits which have in turn contributed significantly to our socio-economic development. Unfortunately, as technology advances, so do cyber threats, making it imperative for state and non-state actors to build the relevant skills, knowledge, and infrastructure needed to safeguard our digital assets, investments in information communication technologies, and other digitalization initiatives. This distinguished guest must be a collective concern of all. That is why I'm happy that the event has been organized to share ideas and build capacity towards a safe and resilient ecosystem globally. To this end, we must applaud the efforts of the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, GFCE, the Cyber Peace Initiative, the World Bank, the World Economic Forum, and Ghana's Cyber Security Authority for putting together such a timely conference and for selecting Ghana as a suitable host for the maiden edition of the Global Conference. This was through a competitive bidding process among a myriad of possible hosts, leading to Ghana's selection on April 18, 2023, through an official request sent to the Minister for Communication and Digitalization. At cabinet level, you would always see Mrs. Ursula Owusu fighting for extra resources for cyber and digitalization. Madam, thank you very much for making us realize that cyber is important and we need to digitalize. There is a joke that BBC stands for British Broadcasting Corporation, but a friend of mine, banker, he gave BBC another interpretation. BBC, in his view, stands for Born Before Computer. He says, those of us who are BBC are having difficulty coping with the rest of the world. Now, digitalization is coming in, but it comes in the wake of other threats. And I think that looking at the capacities we have in this room today, if we take steps to network, we have enough knowledge to share to make it easy for other countries to progress very fast. We need not invent a wheel. Some of you are very experienced, some of you are very well exposed in things related to cyber. There are other new countries like Ghana coming. We need not do all the research you have done to be able to make use of what you know. We should network to make these available. Distinguished guests, we must acknowledge the pivotal role that cyber resilience and capacity building can play in advancing the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The agenda underscores our collective commitment to harnessing the power of digital technology to drive progress and development. The World Bank, for example, has been contributing to cybersecurity capacity building through the Global Cybersecurity Capacity Program. Between 2016 and 2019, the World Economic Forum, through the Global Cybersecurity Outlook, has been contributing to cybersecurity conversation by providing extensive research on how the world is responding to cyber threats and what leaders can do to secure their organizations and assets in the years to come. The Cyber Peace Institute has also been doing commendable work in protecting the most vulnerable people in cyberspace. Finally, the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, GFCE, has been undertaking extensive work in cybersecurity capacity through initiatives like the Women in Cyber Fellowship. The African Cyber Experts Community, the GFCE Research Community, and work groups that focus on cybersecurity is also doing a lot of work to assist us overcome criminals associated with cyber attack. As a government, we are pleased with the noticeable success chalked by the Cybersecurity Authority, as well as other organizations and stakeholders in the cybersecurity ecosystem, which has led to this important gathering in our nation's capital, Accra. Due to increased internet penetration and access to ICT tools, cyber criminals are threatening our digital development with brazen boldness, and we cannot afford to be victims. And we can be victims if we do not work hard enough. They are there, they are criminals, and they will do whatever they can to cause us harm, and we should not allow it. Online attacks and cyber crimes intensely the tension between institutions and governments and weaken trust among individuals. The threat landscape has become increasingly volatile. Experienced cyber criminal groups continue to grow and create more sophisticated strategies with tools. The criminals want to be one step ahead, but we should not allow this. These challenges call for the need for governments, businesses, and stakeholders within the cyber ecosystem to collaborate and cooperate, integrating holistic strategies that will address these complex threats. And I said, we have the brain power, we have the expertise, we have the experience. What we need to do is to ensure effective networking so that people need not start all over to do what you have already passed. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding cyber capacity, the World Economic Forum's 2022 edition of the Global Risks Report indicates that there is an undersupply of cyber professionals, a gap of more than 3 million worldwide who can provide cyber leadership, test and secure systems, and offer training on digital hygiene. Building a robust cybersecurity infrastructure is heavily dependent on building a robust cyber architecture, and we can all agree that this consequentially leads to securing our development efforts. The World Economic Forum notes that these problems are compounded by scarcity of security experts, poor reporting habits, and lack of global agreements about how to regulate cyber threats. We must regulate this. How do we go about it? This is evident that we need to have a deeper understanding of how to implement the existing best cyber hygiene practices and cyber norms and engage in holistic conversation and debates on the issue. As a country, we are putting in place deliberate mechanisms to safeguard our digital infrastructure. This is evident by the passage of the Cybersecurity Act of 2020, Act 2010-38, with relevant provisions to regulate cybersecurity. As a groundbreaking regulatory activity, the Cybersecurity Authority has commenced the process of licensing, as it showed on the phone, the providers of the service and those who are in this area. We need to know who can assist, where are they located, and what is the nature of the practice they are putting up. We don't want a situation where they themselves turn out to be problematic. We must know who is doing what. I would like to take a minute to commend the visionary leadership of the Minister for Communication and Digitalization, Mrs. Ursula Owusu-Ekufo, as the first Director General of the Cybersecurity Authority, Dr. Albert Njubo-Siakon, for the exceptional work they've done in sanitizing our cybersecurity environment and for pushing Ghana into the technological space and making us use digitalization as a very important part of our economic development. In these times, we definitely have to digitalize to make services that we give to our citizenry quick and reliable. We recently decided to modernize the passport office. There's a long queue of people waiting for something which is a right. To have a passport as a Ghanaian is your right. And I noticed that it changed so many things. Before then, you get the form you must complete to get a passport. You go there and they will tell you the form is finished. Come next week, and you may go up and down for some time. Now it is done online. So it eliminated go and come. So the moment you digitalize, you use technology to even fight corruption. Because all the corruption associated with getting a passport is now gone because of digitalization. We've done the same thing for the driving license. To get a driving license in Ghana was a Herculean task. It is no more because of digitalization. Because now you are doing all the applications online. And I think we should move in that direction. The outcome of documents will call for the elevation of cyber resilience in international and national development agenda. I am reliably informed that this document will outline concrete actions that will strengthen the role of cyber resilience in enabling and accelerating sustainable development. These actions are expected to promote cyber capacity building that effectively serves the needs of developing countries as we embrace digital transformation as a cornerstone of economic development. There should be more talking between the developed countries and developing countries on cyber capacity building. We need it because we can then grow faster and develop faster than we are doing at the moment. As I said, we don't have to invent a wheel. We've already done it, and we need to get access to it. Ladies and gentlemen, the call will further place emphasis on the need for strong partnership demand-driven capacity building, and diversified financial resources to address the increasing threats posed by cybersecurity risks, with a goal to enhance coordination, promote collaboration, and mobilize resources to achieve comprehensive cyber capacity building, contributing to a safer and more resilient digital future for all. I hope that we all support the outcome document as a framework for addressing both national and international cyber capacity building challenges. I look forward to the outcome of the declaration that will emerge at the end of this two-day workshop, and I entreat you all to contribute positively to the document to ensure that it contributes positively to global cybersecurity efforts. I also hope that you will take the time to explore Ghana's tourist attractions and the hospitality and culture we offer you. Madam Chairperson, before I end my speech, I want to state emphatically that Ghana endorses the Accra Call for Cyber Resilience Development and Action Framework. Thank you for your attention.
The Honourable Minister will now sign the Accra Call. May I ask the Honourable Minister for Communications and Digitalization to join Mrs. Ursula Ewusu Ekuful, also the Director General of the Cybersecurity Authority. Kindly support our Senior Minister and Presidential Advisor in this momentous occasion. So I believe that the Accra Call is ready for signing. The Honourable Senior Minister may take his seat in the middle. And the DG is handing the marker over to him. The Honourable is showing him where it shall be signed. I hope you're enjoying my commentary. Ladies and gentlemen, in 3, 2, 1, the Accra Call has been signed. In this moment, can I sincerely request Honourable Ministers, if you could kindly take center stage, and I would like to invite our partners to join in this moment to take a picture. Kindly remain center stage. Can I ask Mr. Chris Painter, Mr. Pierre Laporte representing World Bank, Mr. Akshay Joshi representing World Economic Forum, Madame Francesca Bosco, Cyber Peace Institute, please join us. Please also join us, Madam Alison Trappel, Mr. Matthew Wong, Ms. Manon Leblanc, Mr. Osmani, please join us for this moment. With the Accra Call, I'm also going to respectfully request our Osumanche to also join in this moment. Osumanche, with respect, kindly please join us. I'll ask my brother here who is supporting with protocol, Blagoji, if you can assist us with this very important photo. Please, CSA board, please join us. CSA board, please join us. Mr. Saki and Madam Adelaide also come and join us. Can I also have representatives of JCC? Representatives of JCC, please join us. Representatives of JCC, please join us. I'm also going to ask respectfully our friends, our partners from the diplomatic community, South African High Commission, Canadian High Commission, Swiss High Commissioner, please join us. German High Commissioner, please join us for this momentous photo with the Accra Call. Our friends, our partners, our allies. Cyber ambassadors, please join us for this photo. Cyber ambassadors, please join us for this photo. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the rest, may I kindly ask that you remain seated as this photo around the Accra Hall is being taken. Our cyber ambassadors, please join us. Cyber ambassadors, please join us. This is a momentous moment in Ghana's history, Accra's history. Please take your positions. In a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen, as this photo is being acknowledged, may I also acknowledge the heads of institutions. Gambian Minister, our Gambian Minister, please join us, Gambian Minister, and VIPs in the front seat, Liberia, Honorable Amapoma, please join us. Macedonia, kindly please join us. Macedonia, please join us. Thank you very much. Macedonia, please join us. Ethiopia, we have our representatives from Ethiopia here joining us, please. My team here is helping me mention all the important names, so if I haven't mentioned your name with respect, I ask you for forgiveness. VIPs, please join us. VIPs, MP Sam George, may I ask you to go in there? He is camera shy. Macedonia, Ethiopia, Gambia, Liberia, please VIPs, I may have overlooked you, forgive me, but please join in this photo, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to acknowledge that today we have been joined by the Minister for Communications and Digital Economy, Gambia, Mr. Osman Ba, Minister of Technology and Science, Zambia, the Felix Chipota Mutati, Minister for Communications, Liberia, Honorable Warlier Sawe Duna, Ambassador Embassy of Hungary in Accra, Honored Excellency Tamas Andre Feher, Federal Department of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador of Switzerland to Ghana, of course you know Mrs. Simone Giger, Ambassador of Turkey to Ghana, in the person of Mr. Hussein Gangor. Please, at this moment, a few photos are being taken. The Honorable Minister, Senior Minister representing the President of the Republic will now take leave of us. Please remain seated, please remain seated. The Honorable Minister will take leave of us, but please remain seated, please remain seated. Our Minister from Zambia, I would like to acknowledge you. Minister from Zambia, Minister of Technology and Science, Honorable Mutati, I would like to acknowledge you. Thank you very much for your presence here today. In a few minutes, we move into the second plenary. Please remain seated. We want to say a big thank you to our JCC, Joint Cybersecurity Committee. Thank you so much for joining us today. Mr. Peter Opata, Joint Intelligence Committee, you were here as well, thank you. The Ministry and Agency Heads, Mr. Alex Yao Affel, Chief Director, Minister of Communications and Digitalization, also joined us today. Thank you so much. In a few seconds, the Honorable Senior Minister will take leave of us. Kindly note that during our coffee break coming up shortly, we kindly ask you to take a look at our exhibition booth, and we also humbly ask you to do so during the lunch break. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can take our seats to proceed with the second part of our plenary, may I kindly request us to take our seats as we haven't yet concluded our ceremony this morning. May I kindly request for you to take your seats as we proceed with the program this morning. Thank you very much. May I kindly request that we take our seats for the second plenary. Second plenary is about to begin. A moment in time, pleasantries being exchanged as the exciting Accra call has just been signed. Here in Accra, Ghana, and if you're capturing this moment, capture it on social media with the hashtag GC3B23. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now moving into our second plenary. Please take your seats. Second plenary, kindly, with respect, I ask you to please take your seats. Our second plenary is about to begin. Please kindly take your seats. Please allow me also to acknowledge the board chairman, Zambia Information and Communications Technology Authority. Mundia Muya is also here with us. I know that we can hear this loud and clear on our national television. We acknowledge the presence of Mundia Muya, board chairman, Zambia Information and Communications Technology Authority. Also, Director General of ZICTA, Chulwi A. Nalu Bamba, joining us here today in Accra as we beam live on GTV and Joy FM, as well as live on all social media platforms. May I kindly ask our VIPs to take their seats? Thank you. May I kindly request our VIPs to take their seats? Understandably, an exciting moment in Accra, an exciting moment in Ghana. We do have our second plenary. Our second plenary is starting now. May I kindly ask the Honorable Minister, Honorable Ministers, our wonderful VIPs to please take your seats for our second plenary. Kindly take your seats for our second plenary, starting now. Ladies and gentlemen, to bring the room to attention, may I have a resounding round of applause for the Accra call. A little louder than that would be nice. All right. Please take your seats. Without wasting more time, please allow me to bring to the podium for the series of statements by high levels and officials. Please allow me to say that each statement will be 3 minutes long. I say this respectfully. Please welcome from North Macedonia, Her Excellency Miss Slavica Grakowska, who is the Deputy Prime Minister on Good Governance.
Esteemed colleagues from the government of Ghana, dear host of this event, GFC partners, dear experts and participants, it is a great pleasure to be here today at the plenary session of the Global Conference on Cybersecurity Capacity Building. As the Deputy President of the government of North Macedonia, a country that became the 103rd member of the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise last year, I am honored to participate and represent my state in such a critical dialogue, because these events are contributing to the shaping the future of cyber capacities and cybersecurity, which are decisive for the future of the world in general. The gaps and unequal development, both within a specific society and between different countries in the world, are a bitter reality, which we are trying to overcome through the realization of the global development goals and respective national development policies. And in all individual and collective efforts to reduce disparities in socio-economic development, it is extremely important to incorporate the cyber policies, because on one hand, digitization helps to accelerate development and make more significant steps towards improving services and standards for citizens in less developed countries. But on the other hand, the regression or stagnation in this field becomes an additional complicating and undermining factor for all other development policies. Our world is becoming increasingly digital, and new types of challenges are added to the existing ones. Many of these challenges, especially in terms of cybersecurity, are shared and require a shared response. No country can tackle these challenges alone. The global nature of cyberspace demands that we work together, exchange knowledge and best practices, develop a shared understanding on cybersecurity, and support each other along the way. Because no matter how developed each country is, we are all facing the same challenges and the same risks regarding cyberspace, and we should have the same way resolving them. That is why a coordinated approach is needed. That's why I'm pleased to see that this conference brings together a diverse group of participants from around the world to explore the cyber capacity building opportunities. This is an excellent occasion for us to share our experiences and identify ways to cooperate towards fulfilling our common goals. Having all this in mind, I expect that the messages that will emerge from this global conference will have a global impact in a way that will encourage broad action by all stakeholders in the direction of the effective inclusion of cyber capacity building in the development goals and agendas at the national and international level. What is particularly important to bear in mind is that this linking of policies must be appropriate to the needs of the citizens in developing countries as a precondition to achieve the desired effect on the development and growth. From the point of view of a government representative, I will emphasize that the key is building a broad, not only political, but social consensus at the national level for the need of a great investments in appropriate technical capacities and infrastructure for training human resources with the necessary knowledge and qualifications, for improving the overall level of digital skills, and for increasing the awareness on cybersecurity issues. Because we ourselves know best our own priorities and weaknesses. In North Macedonia, we did this through the preparation of a concept of digital transformation of society, from which all concrete policies now derive and for which I insisted to be linked to the embedding of good governance policy in the system. And this is essential so that we can have a comprehensive approach that contributes to the development of the country. And, but not less important, if needs and prioritized or are well conceptualized, it will lead to appropriate coordination of donor aid and its use in the most efficient possible way. And only in this way we can contribute to the global cyber-resilient development. I believe that our international partnership must not be reduced only by financial support provided by developed to less developed countries. It is crucial that we all actively engage in these processes by lending our expertise and experiences to help others enhance the cyber security capacities, and at the same time to stand ready to learn from others and collaborate on joint projects and initiatives. And global GFC is actually a perfect opportunity for that. I would like to wish you all a successful and productive conference, which will provide a global guidance to strengthening cybersecurity and building resilience in confronting the numerous cyber challenges ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Minister of Telecommunications and ICT from Cook Islands, His Excellency Mr. Tinjika Elikana, who is also Associate Minister responsible for Justice, Finance, Economic Management, Foreign Affairs and Immigration. Please welcome His Excellency Mr. Tinjika Elikana.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony, for the opportunity, the warm welcome to address this very important forum. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and VIPs attending this conference, all protocols observed. Kia orana and warm greetings from the Cook Islands. It is indeed a pleasure and an honor to be part of the inaugural Global Conference on Cyber Capacity Building here in beautiful Ghana. I am encouraged that the chosen theme for the conference is Cyber Resilience for Development, because it is fitting to our situation and reflects our understanding and collective views towards aligning our national and regional cyber strategic priorities with international development agendas, continuous collaboration and coordination with multi-stakeholders, and dedication to building capacity across all sectors in our joint effort to strengthen stability and security that will promote trust and sustain social development and economic growth. Earlier this month, the Pacific Islands Forum leaders held its annual meeting in my country, the Cook Islands, where heads of state, government and territories from the Pacific discuss issues of importance to the Pacific region. In supporting the Prime Minister of the Cook Islands, who was the chair of the Pacific Islands Forum leaders meeting, I recognize and appreciate that dialogues in the pavilion event, Pacific Partners for Prosperity, discussed extensively and promoted the thematic topics of cybersecurity, technology, and connectivity for the Pacific region. The events and discussions in these areas align well with the Pacific region's 2050 Blue Strategy Implementation Plan from 2023 to 2030, a document that was tabled at the Forum Leaders meeting, and it articulates, among other cross-cutting regions, the region's collective objectives towards cybersecurity. The outcome of the Pacific Leaders meeting was a comprehensive Pacific Island Forum Leaders Communique 2023. In essence, the communique referenced the Langatui Declaration, an outcome document from the Pacific ICT Ministerial meeting held in Papua New Guinea in August of this year, where ICT ministers discussed significant regional ICT matters and underscored the need to be united in our shared aspiration for a well-connected, prosperous, and secure region. Distinguished colleagues, this higher-level discussion and specific focus on cybersecurity confirms our commitment at the national and regional level to improving and strengthening our cyber resilience. However, I acknowledge that we need to establish or reinforce shared commitments, coordinations, and collaborations through international partnership, enduring partners to further strengthen our resilience at the global level. I am confident that we can achieve a lot from 2 days of dialogue and networking during this GC3B conference here in Accra. Finally, I would like to thank the Global Coordination for Cyber Capacity Building for organizing this event to allow all stakeholders, decision makers, digital industry, civil society, and all sectors to be in the same place to discuss how we can better address cybersecurity through the Accra Call as an action framework to guide our efforts. To conclude, please allow me to register on behalf of the Cook Islands our full support and endorsement of the Accra Call, and I look forward to a productive 2 days of deliberations with you all. Atawai Wolo, thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. And now, the Ambassador at Large of Cyberspace and Digital Policy, United States of America, Mr. Nathaniel Fig.
Good afternoon. I think it is afternoon by just a couple of minutes. I bring greetings from President Biden and Secretary Blinken and gratitude to our Ghanaian hosts and the organizers of the conference. The U.S. vision for technology is affirmative. We view tech, including emerging tools like AI, as absolutely essential to meeting the Sustainable Development Goals and also to economic prosperity and human flourishing in the 21st century. Cyber threats, including disruptive attacks carried out by both criminals and nation states, undermine that vision. They impose costs directly on our citizens and also harder to measure costs that we all bear when governments, critical infrastructure entities, and citizens lose trust in groundbreaking technologies and, maybe more importantly, in each other. simply because a few bad actors choose to misuse these tools. Cyber capacity building is an essential response to this threat. And that's why the State Department has spent more than $300 million on cyber capacity building over the past decade, more than half of it in only the last 2 years. But we as a community have to do more. And that's the first reason why the U.S. is supportive of the GC3B and why I'm glad to be here. One of the stated aims of this conference is to unlock more resources for cyber capacity building. And the way to do that is to mainstream cyber capacity building within international development. If there's one takeaway line from my brief time at the podium, that's it. We need to mainstream cyber capacity building within international development. And that's why the U.S. supports the Accra Call's practical recommendations for making progress on this issue. I'm also excited about our efforts here because this is a tremendous opportunity for us to coordinate. The cyber capacity building space is becoming increasingly crowded. And that's great news because it means our work is now more inclusive than it's ever been. But it also emphasizes the need for a well-coordinated donor and implementation community. And that highlights the value of gatherings like this one and of organizations like the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise. Lastly, our delegation's excited to be here just to listen. So many of you gathered here from across Africa and around the world have perspectives to offer on how to improve our collective cyber capacity building effort. Hard-earned perspectives, born of personal experience. And the U.S. wants to know what your communities care about and how we might partner further together to advance our shared goals. So thank you for your commitment to the essential work. I look forward to the next 2 days.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nathaniel Fick. And now, ladies and gentlemen, joining us is the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Canada, His Excellency Mr. Rob Oliphant, joining us by video.
Hello to all who have gathered in Accra for the Global Conference on Cyber Capacity Building. I want to thank the organizers, the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, the Cyber Peace Institute, the World Bank and the World Economic Forum, and especially the Government of Ghana for hosting this conference, as well as all of you who are participating in this important event. Canada is a strong supporter of this conference. Building our collective cyber capacity is key to ensuring a free, open, and secure digital world where everyone benefits. The link between cyber resilience and sustainable economic development is increasingly clear. Greater cyber capacity can help us achieve the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. It can help us increase security and prosperity and consolidate development gains. Canada also believes states must behave responsibly in cyberspace. International law gives us a roadmap, but to achieve responsible behavior, states must work together to build the capacity to uphold those rules and to implement norms. To that end, Canada has committed more than $30 million to cyber capacity building projects since 2015 and to ensure an open and secure internet. Canada also supports the creation of a program of action to advance responsible state behavior in the use of ICTs in the context of international security. This international platform will be key to implementing a framework for responsible behavior in cyberspace. It will allow us to focus our efforts and tackle urgent concerns. Let me also express Canada's strong support for gender equality in this field. We proudly support the Women in Cyber Fellowship Program, and we're looking forward to building upon it in the upcoming UN cyber process. En conclusion, le Canada est heureux d'approuver la déclaration d'Accra sur le développement cyber-résilient. Nous sommes déterminés à collaborer pour atteindre cet objectif. Je vous souhaite à toutes et à tous une conférence productive. Merci de votre attention.
Merci beaucoup. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the head of Resilience at FCDO, Miss Amy Clark from the United Kingdom.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here in Ghana with you all, and congratulations to GFCE for putting on this successful event. I have a few minutes now to share with you a sense of the UK view of cyber capacity building, and also to deliver some exciting news about our future activities here in Africa. The UK has been involved in cyber capacity building for around 10 years now. We provide funding to academic, private sector and non-profit organisations to deliver effective cyber capacity building. It's very important to us that we work together to co-design our activities and put an emphasis on public-private partnerships. It is only by working together that we can prioritise our activities. We want to drive up standards and use data and evidence to guide our work so that we are continuously learning and ensuring that every intervention we make has as much impact as possible. We have listened to our partners and have heard the requests to build real expertise at the heart of our nation's cyber capacity building. We have heard that it is through CSIRTs that we can influence the daily practice of cybersecurity, and that it is also through CSIRTs that experts can share best practice throughout their governments and organisations. That is why I am delighted to announce we have co-designed with the non-profit organisation FIRST to deliver a dedicated CSIRT liaison officer in Africa. They will help support CSIRTs drive up standards and deliver mutual support. And I'm pleased to say that Chris from FIRST is here with us today and will be speaking tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just the start of this partnership. We're here to listen, and we're here to build bridges between cybersecurity and economic development. Also, next year we will be investing in a new long-term Africa programme. That will also focus on building capability of CSIRTs, protecting critical national infrastructure, and combating cybercrime. Our programmes will complement work of the GFCE and Commonwealth and key non-profit organisations to continue to build effective cyber capacity building. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clark. Now please make welcome Mr. Ernst Newman, who is the Dutch Ambassador of Cyber Affairs. Mr. Ernst Norman.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, it's really great to be back in Ghana. It has been almost 10 years that I was in this beautiful country, and it won't last another 10 years before I'll be back again. I stand here on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands, Her Excellency Hanke Bruins-Slot, who really regrets not being able to partake in this conference. We are here today and tomorrow to learn and exchange and see how we, as an international community, can improve our collaboration in building cyber capacity together with our regional partners. The Netherlands is a strong supporter of the theme of this conference, cyber resilience in development. We have supported, both as a major donor and as a closely involved member, the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise at the outset. In fact, we are one of the founding members. They have played an indispensable role in making this conference possible. Together with the World Bank, the Cyber Institute, the World Economic Forum, and our Ghanaian hosts, we are putting cyber capacity building high on the international agenda. The Netherlands endorses the Accra call, and my Minister of Foreign Affairs, Hanke Bruins-Slot, has personally signed the call to action. This is important because we have a shared responsibility to ensure that the digital transition taking place in the world benefits every individual, regardless of gender, age, level of education, or whether you live in the city or in a rural area. To support this effort, we witness an increase in digital for development projects around the world to close the digital divides. This conference, however, is not about connecting the 2.6 billion people that remain offline today. It's both about the people who are connected and who will be connected in the years to come. We all see huge benefits of digital technologies in support of development. It enables deployment of digital services such as online banking, allows people to enjoy education from anywhere in the world about any topic, and it provides opportunities for youth employment in digital sectors. If we want to ensure that no one is left behind in reaping the benefits of a digitized society, we need to invest in cybersecurity at the same time. Failing to do so could increase the vulnerabilities for states, the private sector, civil society organizations, and individuals, in particular, those who are already in vulnerable situations, like women and girls. Cyber capacity building has many aspects that are intrinsically linked to the digital development agenda. Moreover, it is a condition for a society that's digitizing to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. It's about ensuring access to an open, free, inclusive, and secure global internet for all. It's about embedding our shared human-centric values in the development and use of digital technologies. Fundamental rights need to be protected, and users should be able to trust digital services and devices. It's about promoting equal and affordable access to digital and cybersecurity skills for all, across sectors. And it's about being able to safeguard the international legal order and protect human rights, both offline as online. This requires a different approach. What we have learned in the Netherlands while developing and implementing our own national cybersecurity policy is that cyber is a team sport. In our interconnected world, governments need to work together and build trusted relationships with private companies and civil society for an effective response to cyber threats. We all have different information positions, and only together we can paint a full picture in order to prepare and respond. We have different tasks in contributing to the cybersecurity of a nation. We need to take up this shared responsibility in developing and implementing cybersecurity policies through a multi-stakeholder approach. We all have unique digital ecosystems and experiences in building cyber resilience, but we're all connected together. I look forward to the many things we can learn from each other at this conference. I'm confident that this conference will further a more coordinated and collaborative approach to ensure we address the new digital threats together, to ensure we leave no one behind in a digitized society. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Mr. Ernst Norman. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Director of Programs and Impact, ACBF, Mr. Mbake Nyang. Please welcome him.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to address you today at this global conference on cyber capacity building, focus on the theme Cyber Resilience for Development, on behalf of the Secretary General of the African Capacity Building Foundation, Mamadou Bité, who sent his apologies due to conflicting assignment. The potential in the digital space is vast, and with the right knowledge, skills, and infrastructure, we can harness it for the benefit of our society, economies, and well-being of our people. At ACBF, we recognize the paramount importance of cyber resilience in the context of development. Our strategic plan prioritizes digitization as a cross-cutting theme, given its ability to disrupt and transform economies and society. It drives entrepreneurial innovation, productivity, and economic growth. It also has implications for the labor market and political participation. The continent's digital transformation is accelerating, bolstered by the increasing access to broadband connectivity. Governments, public institutions, private sector, and development organizations are increasingly using digital tools and platforms to improve lives and fuel economic growth across the continent. In an increasingly interconnected and digitized world, the potential for cyber threat and vulnerability has grown exponentially. These threats pose significant risk to the economy, institutions, and society at large. It is therefore imperative that we enhance our cyber capacity building efforts to navigate the intricate challenges posed by the digital realm and ensure sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, as we convene in this gathering, we have great expectations from the conference. First and foremost, we anticipate a rich exchange of knowledge, experience, and best practices. This platform offers an invaluable opportunity to learn from each other, to understand the challenges faced by different regions, and identify together innovative solutions that can be adapted and implemented across borders. Furthermore, we look forward to the conference yielding tangible outcomes. We must harness the collective wisdom and expertise assembled here to develop practical strategies and action for strengthening cyber resilience. These outcomes should encompass comprehensive approaches that address technical, legal, policy, and capacity building dimension. In our pursuit of cyber resilience for development, we must strive for inclusive and sustainable solutions. The digital divide, particularly in Africa, has widened the gap in cyber capacity between developed and developing countries. Bridging this divide is not only a matter of equitable access, but also a prerequisite for effective cyber resilience on overall development. We call upon global community to prioritize capacity building initiatives that empower all countries, regardless of their level of development, to build robust cyber ecosystems. Ladies and gentlemen, looking ahead, the ACBF believes that gathered communities should strive for several future endeavors. Firstly, we must emphasize the importance of continuous learning and adaptation in the face of evolving cyber threats. The landscape of cyber risk is ever-changing, and our response must be agile and proactive. Building a culture of awareness, promoting research and development, and investing in cutting-edge technology should be at the forefront of our effort. Secondly, we should foster strong partnerships and collaboration among governments, institutional organizations, international organizations, civil society, academia, private sector. No single entity can address the complexity of the challenge on cyber resilience alone. By leveraging our collective expertise and resources of all stakeholders, we can forge comprehensive and effective solutions. Finally, ACBF is happy to partner with all stakeholders through its services offering, namely the institutional accelerator model, our institutional strengthening capacity building academy for human capital development and knowledge, and also our knowledge hub service offering. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the Global Conference on Cyber Capacity Building presents a unique opportunity to advance our understanding, collaboration, and action point in pursuit of cyber resilience for development. In an era defined by rapid evolution of technology, the importance of enhancing cyber capacity cannot be overstated. Africa stands at the crossroad of digital revolution, and the decision we make today will shape the digital landscape for generations to come. Let us leverage this platform to generate innovative ideas, forge partnership, and commit to concrete action that will safeguard our digital ecosystem and enable sustainable development for all. I thank you very much, and I wish you fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbake Nyang. And just before I introduce our next speaker, who is joining us via video, allow me to acknowledge the presence of the Chief Director of Ministry of Communications and Digitalization, Mr. Alexander Yao Afo. Please acknowledge him. Thank you so much. Very soon, we'll be also calling on our GC3B Steering Committee members to be acknowledged, so please get ready. But for now, please look at the screens for our message from the State Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs, Slovenia, Mr. Marko.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to address you at the first global conference on cyber capacity building in Ghana. In our interconnected world, the growth of digital technologies brings both unprecedented opportunities and daunting challenges. Cyber capacity building, together with cyber resilience, are the cornerstone of our defense against the surge in cyber threats. These transcend borders, and the regional approach to cyber capacity building is not merely advantageous but essential. By fostering collaboration and sharing best practices at the regional level, we enhance our collective ability to respond effectively to cyber challenges. Slovenia joined forces together with France and Montenegro to establish Regional Western Balkans Cyber Capacity Center in Podgorica, Montenegro. This center is a powerful tool for improving the cyber resilience of the Western Balkans region through training and creation of a regional platform for sharing information and best practices to improve cybersecurity. Once transformed into an international organization, this center will play an important role as a regional hub for cybersecurity, and you will hear more about its practices during one of the panels at the conference. We therefore strongly support the Accra call because it points out a gap between the strong demands for cyber capacity building and the current supply, and identifies persisting digital divides, skill inequalities, and limited access to cybersecurity resources, particularly in developing countries. We endorse the call for greater integration of cyber capacity building with traditional development programs, as it emphasizes the need to incorporate cyber resilience into national and international development investments to ensure the sustainability of development results in the face of growing cyber threats. Dear colleagues, together, let's forge a future where global cooperation safeguards our digital landscape. I wish you all a very successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you too. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a word from Her Excellency Ambassador Simone Giger from Switzerland. Please welcome her.
Honorable Minister, Excellencies, distinguished experts. Switzerland congratulates the government of Ghana for hosting the inaugural Global Conference on Cyber Capacity Building GC3B. The topic of the conference, Cyber Resilience for Development, is an important and very timely one. Switzerland is convinced that strengthening cyber resilience is a key factor in reaping the full potential of digital technologies for sustainable development, which requires more political and financial attention. We would like to congratulate the organizing team of this conference for their great efforts in bringing the vision of the GC3B to life. We thank the government of Ghana for presenting the Accra call for cyber resilient development. Switzerland fully endorses this call. We believe that it is an excellent roadmap to inspire and support concrete efforts to promote cyber resilience across development agendas. It will be an essential tool to maintain the momentum built by this first GC3B. Switzerland is proud to be a supporter of the GC3B as a member of its steering committee. This conference is the starting point of an important process guided by the Accra call. Switzerland stands ready to contribute to its realization and to support this process. And in this context, it's actually my great pleasure to announce that Switzerland will welcome the second iteration of the GC3B in Geneva in May 2025. We are very pleased to pick up the baton from Ghana after successful closure of this inaugural conference and are looking forward to a close collaboration with all the partners gathered here today. So with that, I wish us all a successful GC3B, and we are looking forward to seeing all of you in Geneva in May 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Giger. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us officially to the end of our first and second plenaries. I am informed that the other sessions have indeed begun. But before we move into our various rooms, and if you're staying here with us, you are part of the first panel on investing in cyber resilience to achieve sustainable development. Please, before you move, I have to do this. I have to ask, and I know they don't want to do it, but I have to ask them to do it. Can I please have the GC3B steering committee members please stand up? Please stand up because we have to acknowledge you. GC3B steering committee members, please stand up. Let us acknowledge you. Let us acknowledge you. Let us acknowledge you. It's a lot of work. We understand it. And also, we have had a lot of help from our heads of agencies, our Ministry of Communications heads of agencies. Where are you? I know most of them don't like the limelight. They just want to do the work quietly. Heads of agencies, Ministry for Communications, where are you? Please, we thank you, we thank you, we thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, some of you have already gone for coffee, but because of time, I'm going to respectfully request that if you're staying in this room for our first session, that you remain here, investing in cyber resilience. I'm also informed, as I said before, that our other sessions have begun. So please take a look at your brochure. Please look at the session that you want to be part of, and you may go into that session now. If you are staying here with us, then you are taking part in the Investing in Cyber Resilience session. So can I have the stage kindly set up for that? Let's have the stage set up. But of course, as I mentioned before, I don't want to let you go, but this is officially the end of our opening ceremony. Please, a resounding round of applause for the Honorable Minister of Communications and Digitalization. A round of applause for her. who will also be the chair, or also the chair and our official host. I have to say a big thank you to the Director General of the Cybersecurity Authority, who I'm told hasn't slept in weeks. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Entry Boisiako and his wonderful, extraordinary team, and by extension to all the wonderful helpers, our partners. We say a big thank you to you. So kindly, if you are going to other sessions, this is the time for you to do it. If you check your brochures and you're trying to move to other sessions, this is the time for you to do it. But if you are joining us here in this room, then you're joining us for the Investing in Cyber Resilience. And our speakers are from USAID, Mr. Chris Burns, Agency Chief Digital Development Officer and Director, Technology Division. We have from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Digital Public Infrastructure, Dr. Singh. From the United Kingdom, we have Chief Operating Officer of NATHOP, Miss Diana Langley. Another speaker is from the United States, Mr. Brett DeWitt, Vice President, Global Cyber and Technology Policy, MasterCard. We also have Founder and Director, Digital Empowerment Foundation, Mr. Osama Manzar from India. We have the Honorable Minister of Communications and Digitalization of Ghana, Mrs. Ursula Owusu-Ekufo, on this panel. Last but not the least, I would like to yield the microphone to our moderator, who is the Global Program Manager, Digital Development, World Bank, Mr. Cassie Torgerson. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm told that this is actually the plenary session. There are no other sessions, so please remain seated. Correction, there is one session ongoing at the moment. This is the plenary session. Please do not go into any other workshop sessions. This is the only one that is happening right now. I've been duly corrected. So I'm handing over to Mr. Cassie Torgerson, but just before he comes onto the stage, another announcement. Kindly remain in this room. There are no other sessions going on. This is the main plenary session that is happening in this room right now. Thank you.
Standing between you and lunch, so I'm a bit in the hot seat here. It's a pleasure to be with you here in Accra. My name is Casey Torgeson. I'm the Global Program Manager for Digital Development at the World Bank, and I'll be your moderator for this session. Before turning to the panelists, I'd like to provide just a few introductory remarks. As you may know, the World Bank has a new president as of June of this year, Ajay Banga, and he's quite a wordsmith. And there's a saying he likes, that development delayed is development denied. And Pierre actually mentioned this earlier. It's become sort of a mantra for us at the World Bank. And we really think that this very much applies to cybersecurity. We know it applies in healthcare, education services, overall economic development, but these things are inextricably linked today with cybersecurity. We've seen that from Albania to Costa Rica, from Kenya to Ghana. In the past year or two, the kind of impact that cyber incidents can have in developing countries. They can shut down entire governments for weeks, cut access to electricity for the most vulnerable groups, and globally our research shows that the costs to GDP are as much as 6% of annual GDP. So there's a sense of urgency here. Business as usual is not really an option anymore, and I know that's not a secret to anyone in this room. Cybersecurity is an area that for too long has been an afterthought in the race to support digital transformation. The development community must find innovative ways to reach the speed and the scale that we need to deliver better results. And that's why at the World Bank, we've significantly increased our commitment to cybersecurity, and we welcome the Accra call to action for cyber resilient development. In line with this, our Cyber Multi-Donor Trust Fund, administered by the bank, but with contributions from many partners who are here with us today, manages about $20 million in technical assistance programs on cybersecurity, including access to cybersecurity maturity assessments at the national level and development of action plans to boost cyber capacity and resilience. We're also expanding our global knowledge products. To give just a few examples, we have recently published a new methodology to assess cybersecurity maturity at the sector level, the SCMM. And we've also just published a practitioner note on how to hack the cybersecurity skills gap in developing countries, looking at best practices from around the world, from Singapore and the UK to India and Togo. And finally, we're increasing our financial assistance dedicated to cybersecurity capacity building. Currently, we have a portfolio of around $250 million in active or pipeline concessional financing, working with countries, over 60 countries, including many of which are represented here in the room today. And most of these commitments have actually been made in the last 2 years, so this continues to accelerate. But we know that's only a drop in the bucket. We live in a very resource-constrained world. And while cyber resilience is a key enabler of development, in a way it also competes with other global priorities, from health and climate change to building roads and schools that are much needed in developing countries. What's even more challenging with cybersecurity is that the results are hard to spot. They're not tangible. They're hard for a politician to actually champion or take a good photo op with. This is comparison to, say, a mobile network or construction of a new bridge. In most cases, the results of this type of work are expressed negatively. The lower impact of cyber incidents or the absence of major consequences in case of cyber attacks. So the question before us is, how can we best make the case for investing in cybersecurity among these competing priorities? And among that, what areas should be prioritized and how do we actually execute? So you're not here to listen to me talk about this. We're lucky to have a very distinguished and diverse panel today, from high-level government officials to representatives of civil society and the private sector. So a question to this group will be, how can we also facilitate multi-stakeholder collaboration to reach the scale and the speed that we need? So to kick things off, I'd like to introduce the Honorable Ursula Owusu-Ukufal, Minister of Communications and Digitalization of Ghana. Honorable Minister, as we've already heard today, Ghana is in many ways considered a success story and a leading regional leader on cybersecurity. According to the ITU's Global Cybersecurity Index, your country ranks first for cybersecurity in West and Central Africa, and third on the continent. Agreed. It deserves a round of applause. This success has led the World Bank to publish a case study on cybersecurity in Ghana last week, and we have copies of this around the room. I forgot my copy here that I was supposed to show to you, but find one of my team and they can give you a copy. Otherwise, you can find it available on our website, worldbank.org/digital development. So without further ado, Honorable Minister, if you would like to take the podium, if you could tell us a bit more about the key steps your country has taken over the past few years to build your cybersecurity capacity and some of the lessons learned that others can adopt to build their own cyber capacity, perhaps to create a bit of friendly competition and try to beat you in some of these rankings. With that, over to you, Honorable Minister. Either or you're happy to go first.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an interesting few years since the Ministry of Communications was tasked with developing our cybersecurity and cyber resilience infrastructure in this country. A few things had been done before we took office in 2017, but not much. So we set up the Cybersecurity Secretariat within the ministry because we didn't have any governance structure. And I was fortunate to have met Dr. Albert Ntwibwesiako a few years previously. He was actually my lecturer and introduced me to cybersecurity when I was doing a course in conflict, peace, and security at the Kofi Annan Peacekeeping Training Center. So I prevailed upon him to walk the talk and move from the classroom to actually put into effect some of the principles that he had been teaching or imparting to us students. And he agreed to work with us to build our cybersecurity infrastructure. And so that's how it started. And I think he started with 2 or 3 members of staff. There was actually no budget at all. So we had to figure out how to sustain that secretariat. But we worked assiduously, ratified the international conventions, the Malabo Convention and the Budapest Convention, being one of the first few on the continent to do so. And the EU, the European Commission had been working on, the Council of Europe had been working on the GLACY project with us on cyber capacity building and cyber crime. And so we built on that and built a cohort of trainers in country to assist us to train the judiciary, public servants, the police officers, law enforcement agencies on cyber crime. But cybersecurity is a whole lot more than cyber crime. And so building upon that, we recruited a few more personnel and upgraded the secretariat into a center, worked on passing the Cybersecurity Act in record time, I must say. Everybody was surprised, but it was so inclusive. We sought the input from all shades of opinion, nationally and internationally, and so every aspect of society owned the final outcome because they were part of producing it. And we involved the Parliamentary Select Committee in the actual drafting process. And so when it actually got to Parliament, it's one of the bills that received unanimous approval in record time. And as I speak, we're working on completing the legislative instrument to give effect to that law, and that's also being done in record time. I mean, I cite as an example that the Electronic Transactions Act was passed in 2008. We still don't have a legislative instrument to give effect to it. But this law was passed in 2020. And hopefully, by the time we rise from this sitting in Parliament, it should be late. And so by the next meeting in Parliament, we should have the LI also being passed into law. It's been an inclusive process. We've worked with all agencies involved or who have any kind of input in cybersecurity. So we started with a technical working group under the Cybersecurity Center, which has been institutionalized as the Joint Cybersecurity Committee in our law, encompassing both the public and the private sector, the security apparatus, all agencies, the Financial Intelligence Center, the Bank of Ghana, Data Protection Commission, the National Communications Authority. So it's been an inclusive project, and people have known that we'll think or swim together. And this deliberate effort on our part has been fueled by the political will that has been demonstrated by His Excellency the President and the Vice President as well. So despite the funding challenges and the budgetary constraints that we have, as the senior advisor and representative of the President spoke, told us earlier, in Cabinet, it's always a battle of finding resources and prioritizing scarce resources, but we always manage to get some funding for our activities. And the National Communications Authority has been very instrumental in supporting the activities of the Cybersecurity Authority. And the World Bank has also provided us with critical personnel, funding for critical experts and consultants that we need to facilitate this work. So one takeaway from our experience is that it has to be a collaborative effort from get-go. The ownership of the process has to be there from both the public and the private sector, knowing that whatever infrastructure you put in place is protecting all of us. Cyber attacks don't know the bounds of either it being a private business or a public business. The cyber criminals will go where they will if there is a loophole. And so we need to provide the defenses that will secure our digital infrastructure. And working together, even in the midst of our challenges, I'm glad that we've been able to achieve what we have done, which has received international acclaim and recognition as well. But that doesn't mean that we have arrived. We still have a very, very long way to go. We need to invest more in building the capacity of the Cybersecurity Authority. We need to invest more in developing our own ability to manage our digital infrastructure and wean ourselves from reliance on expensive consultants. And that is why this conference is so critical for us in the networking and learning from experiences of others and building alliances and reaching out to those who can assist us to develop the capacity of our young people to acquire the necessary skills in this very critical emerging area, which I believe, if we do, would enable us to not only secure our own digital infrastructure for us in Ghana, but the continent and globally as well. It's a fluid environment, and the skills can travel across borders, just as the cyber criminals travel across borders. And so we're actively seeking partnerships, collaboration, cooperation, both nationally and internationally, to grow the space, knowing that we're all in it together. And as we all know, a chain is as strong as its weakest link. We don't want Africa to be the weak link in the global cybersecurity chain. We want to be the glue that binds us all together, counting on our youthful demographic dividend, giving them the critical skills that they need to enable them to get the jobs that they require, which are scalable and which will enable them to work flexibly from here and to anywhere else in the world. So in a nutshell, that's how we got here. We still have a long way to go, and we're working on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. I really liked that message that we all sink or swim together, whether it's at the local, the regional, or the global level. That's very true across the cybersecurity space. And your story is quite inspirational, and I think it's much appreciated that you've been willing and you and your team have been sharing your story and your time and your knowledge with other countries that are similarly embarking on this journey. You can accomplish a lot in a short amount of time. I think the bar has been raised, so the challenge is now to all of you to work on the same. So I'd like next to turn to Chris Burns, Chris is the Chief Digital Development Officer with USAID. So Chris, my question to you is, many governments in developing countries are now prioritizing cybersecurity capacity building. How are development agencies like USAID adjusting to this evolving demand? And can you tell us specifically how USAID is integrating cybersecurity in the broader context of development aid? And what's your strategy for the future?
Great. Thank you, Casey, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the organizers for including USAID in this inaugural event. We're thrilled to lend our voice and our insights into such a timely and critical conversation. And I'll begin just by noting that certainly we all are well attuned to the shift in development in this era of digital transformation. Not only have we arrived at a moment where development is digital, but we've also acknowledged that we cannot be successful in meeting our development and humanitarian assistance objectives without embracing the responsible, holistic application of digital technologies in everything we do, which I think in and of itself has been a grand shift over the past decade. And when I think about that lens in mind, and a lot of that is laid out in our USAID digital strategy, where we are making sure that we are maximizing the opportunities and minimizing the very real risks, many of which we're discussing here at this forum, and also making sure that we're fostering open, inclusive, and secure digital ecosystems. It's that shift that I think of when I look at what the development community is now doing. And I look at it and I first ask a question of who and what are we securing? Is it government systems or the delivery of government services to citizens? Is it critical infrastructure in water and transportation and energy? Are we talking about financial institutions or fintech providers? Or are we talking about supply chain logistics and management? Maybe we're talking about securing frontline health workers and rural health centers and peri-urban hospitals and clinics that are routinely handling sensitive data. Maybe we're talking about securing vulnerable and underserved communities, such as smallholder farmers and women-led households. Or maybe we're actually talking about securing people who are coming online for the very first time and trying to navigate a complex and maybe an intimidating new world. And regardless of across that spectrum of where you look, and you might look at just one of those, or it might be all of them and probably then some, I suspect you're going to arrive at a very different answer of what it takes to secure each and all of those. That's what the development community is doing. It's trying to figure out across everything we do, across all the sectors and geographies where we work, how we tailor and custom that cybersecurity and cyber resilience for each of those entities, for each of those operations, in order to look at it in a collective. And I would say that up until now, it's been pretty organic. And I'd love to see it shift to something more strategic and intentional, and I think we're there. But it's as we've looked across digital development over the past 12 years, it has been that organic nature. As digital technologies, as the digital age evolves, we evolve with it. Hopefully we can actually catch up to that evolution a little bit, because I think when we're talking about cybersecurity, it's here in particular where we have that profound opportunity and I think a responsibility to do so. And it's how USAID has been looking at it in particular. Certainly we've been taking note of late of some of the very unfortunate cyber attacks in the industry over the last couple of years, such as with the International Red Cross and Save the Children and others, and really learning from them of how they are responding and actually making it now okay to talk about what happens in the face of a cyber attack or how to mitigate a future one. And so at USAID, as we think about development as digital and therefore development as cyber, there have been a number of things that we've been doing the last couple of years. We're playing catch up, just like I think many here in this room, as the Honorable Minister noticed as well. There's a long tail to this, but I want to acknowledge a few things we have done. 3 years ago, we did launch a dedicated cybersecurity team that sits within our digital development practice and is really leading the agency on figuring out how to integrate cybersecurity into development programming. We've also set forward a number of partnerships and programs. We helped Net Hope for one, established the International Security and Analytics Center, and I know Diana will talk about that. We've helped partners on the ground help build up the capacity of local communities. I know Osama will touch upon a US government-led digital connectivity and cybersecurity partnership that's doing that in India. But we've also looked at critical infrastructure itself, particularly in Eastern Europe, where we are building cybersecurity into the resilience of that industry. Certainly, as digital government becomes more popular and as countries embrace the true promise and potential of digital transformation, we are looking at how to embed cybersecurity into digital government. I think the best example out there is certainly the success that Ukraine has had over the last number of years, and something that USAID has been supporting for a long time. One of the primary reasons that Ukraine has been successful in rolling out digital government services through their DIA app and others is because they built cyber in from the beginning and as a constant all the way through. I'll note also that USAID is currently building a cyber academy in Moldova to build the capacity of government officials and private sector. I know yesterday's sessions talked a lot about cyber workforce development, and that's one example. And then I'll also note that we have a mechanism available, it's called Digital Apex, where we are responding to our implementing partners and host governments who want to understand the state of their cyber health, what to do in the face of an attack or a threat, how to mitigate that. So we've been doing that around the world as well. Like I said, we're catching up. It's a start. I think it's a lot to build off of. We're also making sure that our USAID colleagues around the world who might not be so intuitive into what is happening within cybersecurity is getting that capacity as well through a number of trainings. And then finally, Casey, you asked what we're doing ahead, what our strategy looks like. Certainly there are a number of other programs and partnerships that are currently in motion. We'd love to see, for example, taking that model of critical infrastructure cybersecurity in the region of Eastern Europe and see where we could do that elsewhere alongside like-minded partners. But perhaps most of which is coming down the line in 2024, we're going to shift what has been our 5-year digital strategy into a longer-term digital policy that is setting up USAID and by extent the larger development community to truly embrace this moment. And I fully anticipate that this concept and this action that we need to take forward on cybersecurity to be a bigger component in that policy.
Thanks so much, Chris. I think we all are very much running to catch up, so I think that resonates with everyone here. And I liked the idea of moving from a more opportunistic or organic engagement to a more structured and strategic approach. I think, again, that's something that we're all evolving and aspiring to, so hopefully we can get there. So now I'd like to jump to the end of the stage and turn to Osama Manzar, who's the founder and director of the Digital Empowerment Foundation. So Osama, our experience at the World Bank shows that civil society and nonprofits play a key role in cybersecurity capacity building. From India and Sri Lanka to Nigeria and Togo, we've seen firsthand the results they can deliver. Now the question is, how do we reach the speed and the scale we need, and how different stakeholders can best cooperate together? Can you share your insights on these questions?
Thanks. I hope I have more time than others because of the population of my country. I was just calculating, in India, the cyber crime happens, which is more than many populations of the countries. I was Googling, and it's one of the statements said that 100 crimes per hour. In April earlier this year, there was 700,000 call recorded for cybercrime. But let me take you to certain kind of ecosystem where the India is known about, multicultural, dimensional states, community on the ground. And one of the story is that there is this village which is totally unconnected and in the middle of the country called Chhattisgarh, and the name of the village is Tulsi, but they have forgotten what the name of the village was, because the new name of the village is YouTuber village. because they have 1,100 YouTubers in the village. And they keep taking their mics and camera and mobile to the hillocks and here and there to keep recording, just because one person became very, very famous YouTuber. And then people started following. I'll take to another example, and this project was what Chris was talking about. There is this lady I personally experienced in Jharkhand, one of the states, and this lady was trained by us and she had no smartphone. And after 6 months of having borrowed the smartphone from her husband, I asked her that, how are you feeling now? Do you give the smartphone back to your husband every day? She said that I can leave my husband but not smartphone. Because she got, and she was helpful for her work and she used to it and everything, right? Another village in northeastern India, the entire village is taking MFI loans to buy a smartphone just because they think it is extremely important. And all these examples I'm giving you are different language, different ecosystem, and so on and so forth. And then in the middle of this, there is a district in Jharkhand which is called Jamtara, which has got the world's highest cyber fraud and crimes living in villages. So much so, they have training institute for cybercrime. And there is a job availability and people get admission by paying donation, for that one. And now there are 23 such districts in India which has got an informal institutional mechanism to learn how to do cyber frauds. And incidentally, these are not techies. These are social behavioral experts. How do you call? How do you, basically coerce people and things like that? How do you convince people to give up their numbers and so on and so forth? Jamtara, by the way, is one of the most famous web series on Netflix, is also by the same name. It has become so popular. Going back to the cybercrime recording, 74% of all the cyber fraud and crimes in India has been recorded as finance-driven or financial-driven. Incidentally, 99% of all financial transaction in India happens with UPI. It's a new technology and platform that is being used, and also government is talking about exporting it. But 49% of all financial frauds happen on that platform, or because of that platform, because it's totally emoji based, which is QR code based and things like that, right? The person who is doing transaction doesn't know. What I am actually trying to say is that in an unconnected country like India, which is 50% people are not even internet users, 48% people who are using internet, only, 33% of the connected user use transactions, yet we have such a huge issue of cyber capacity building issues, right? Who do you really do? Because it looks like that those who are connected and those who are not connected, everyone needs capacity, everyone needs capacity. One is how to use when you are connected, one is how do you not use when you are not connected, because misinformation and fake news affecting those who are not connected, right? What kind of information you forward, what kind of information you receive, and so on and so forth, whether you click your first message or not. You have just connected and somebody is saying you don't have electricity at home. And the person never had electricity in any case, but clicks the button that I will lose the electricity. Just like notification issue, right? So, I would like to stop there by giving all these examples. Actually, when the more and more I see this whole issue of cyber capacity, I see less technological issue, more behavioral issue, more cultural issue, more social issue, more normative issue. So I was just thinking that we really need to have, social, mental, psychological, financial, behavioral capacity building, because that is where the effect is. That is the area that is being not considered as trainable or easily trainable. It's very easy to give you these 5 apps, use, do not use, But the point is that, you know, I will stop using those 5 apps, but another day some new apps will just steal my data. So what do we do, you know? So, and I see that there is very little that we use in cyber capacity building going hyper-local in terms of creating cadre. And that's what my call would be, is that can we create a system and mechanism, and I was reading Accra call very, very strongly, is that can we create a hyper-local cadre-based, community-based expertise to take care of it? Because at the end of it, technology will keep on changing, messages will keep on changing, platforms will keep on changing, their behavior will keep on changing, but somebody needs to know at the gatekeeper of information who can give us the real knowledge. I will stop there. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Osama. And a good reminder that people are at the center of cybersecurity. We often forget that. We talk about critical infrastructure and systems and technology, but ultimately, people need to be able to trust in their online transactions, interacting on the internet, and learning how to keep themselves safe. So that's a great reminder. So I'd like to turn now to Diana Langley, the Chief Operating Officer for NetHope. And Diana, I'm giving you the tough second act. I'm going to ask you the same question. How can we best support civil society and scale up initiatives in the area of cybersecurity capacity building?
Thank you. And hello, everyone, and thank you for spending your time with us. I'm going to build on Osama's part because we feel like as civil society, we're siblings. For NetHope, we represent 65 of the world's largest international nonprofits. And to give you an idea, that's people like Save the Children and ActionAid and Oxfam and World Vision and Doctors Without Borders, etc. And actually what we're finding in that space is a lot to do with, yes, they're having to respond to the issues right now. They're having to be the service of the last resort. They're the clinic in the last mile, but that clinic is attacked by even nation-state actors. And something that is not widely known by most people is that, for example, last year Microsoft reported that think tanks and NGOs are the second most targeted audience by nation-state threat actors. That's more than, for example, big IT would be attacked by other government actors. So in that context, what you're finding is that international nonprofits are both trying to build the capacity of other people whilst trying to protect themselves. And so when we talk about what things should we be thinking about in terms of resourcing, in terms of how we should be investing in that space, we as NetHope have often advocated for, yes, to include the private sector. And in fact, we were founded by the private sector and these nonprofits. But we're particularly talking about what are the mechanisms that makes this last into the future. Because you can support one organization, and that is very laudable and very good. But we also have to support the underlying fabric and infrastructure that we are using to share intelligence. And whether that intelligence is human-led intelligence about how we can support people, or it is very technical threat intelligence and mitigation, that's not really the problem. The problem is we don't have shared spaces where civil society can talk about how policies will affect things, how certain applications will exacerbate inequality. That needs to be part of the dialogue with all of us. And so I'm really grateful for this space here because this is one of them. Chris mentioned USAID has helped us stand up a global humanitarian ISAC. For those folks who don't know, an ISAC is just information sharing in the title. And what it is that you take, for example, a policy or a threat moment and you work out how it affects you in your context. And that matters for international actors because you can easily say multi-factor authentication is definitely the way to protect most people. Great. What if there's no connectivity because you're working in a war zone? What are you going to do if you can't get into a system for all the right reasons made in a decision far away and yet you can't help somebody right now? And sort of that contextualization needs to happen in shared spaces like this so that we find answers that will help us into the future and that we don't repeat patterns in development that we've seen before where we sidelined people. where we made some communities unable to access services. We don't have to do that again in a digital age. We can be better at it this time, but we have to include civil society. So that would be my plea to everybody, is to include civil society in terms of the investment as well as in the cyber capacity building.
Great, thanks so much, Diana. It's interesting to hear the impact on our frontline service providers, including NGOs and the organizations that you work with. We often don't think about that as one of the most immediate impacts. So I'd like now to turn to Kanwal, in the middle of the stage. Kanwal Singh is a senior program officer with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Kanwal, the Gates Foundation is a key partner of the World Bank across the digital development space, and I know that cybersecurity capacity building is a core priority for the foundation, in particular to the development of digital public infrastructure and digital public goods. Could you tell us a bit more about that?
Thank you, Casey. It's my pleasure to be in this beautiful city of Accra today, so thank you to the organizers for having us here. Now, if we take a bit of a history lesson, when computers started talking to each other, cyberspace was created. Cybersecurity was not the main consideration because the creators of the internet, they were so few, everybody knew everybody. So cybersecurity started emerging as digital technology started scaling big time. Now, one might wonder, why does the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation care about cybersecurity? Let's take a look at what grabs the headlines. So when money is lost, for example, the Bank of Bangladesh heist, or when data is lost, for example, Yahoo or Equifax or many of those breaches that we hear about, or when there are disruptions in services, like those caused by NotPetya, WannaCry, these sort of viruses, these things grab headlines. What is not highlighted is the fact that the cybersecurity context for the poor is equally, if not more, urgent. There are 1.4 billion people in the world who don't have a formal financial account. As they begin to transact through things like mobile money or UPI, like Osama mentioned, these are generally first-time digital users. They live in mostly rural settings, may have challenges of literacy and digital skills. And it's not only them. If I look at myself, when I log into my work laptop, first you enter a password, then a screen pops up saying open an app and put in this number, secret number. But before you can put in the secret number, you have to put in the phone password. And this whole thing with passwords is, make sure you can't remember it, but also don't write it. I mean, that's what's happening with the digitally skilled people. And so, if, like Osama mentioned, and Chris mentioned, I think, people are at the center of cybersecurity. So this, when people start transacting through these new channels, using telco infrastructure, using fintech-based providers, there are new business models at play. This creates a whole new threat model for low-income populations. And we have to be cognizant of that. Cybersecurity is not created equal for everyone. It is different. It must be customized to country context. So that's about threats. Now, if we look at challenges, let's take a system-level perspective on cybersecurity. And if we look at the users, clearly cyber hygiene is a problem. I mean, the burden today is mostly put on users. Remember your password. Make sure you use multi-factor authentication. Make sure you do this. Make sure you don't do that. Make sure you don't tell the OTP to anyone. I mean, the cognitive load on the user is quite high. If we look at providers, they are struggling with costs, capabilities, and capacities. And if we look at the regulation of cyber risk, regulators are struggling in doing risk mitigation of a very complex digital space in which interconnectedness of computers creates new risk flows that very few people even understand, and even fewer have the power to address it. Now, many people mentioned today generative AI and new technologies. It's a rapidly changing environment, and we must begin to rethink how we look at development assistance, technology assistance, capacity building in light of this new information. So there are 4 points I wanted to highlight. Casey briefly mentioned them. The first one is, when we look at digital capacity building, it must be needs driven. It must be customized to country context, and it must be globally coordinated. There is a reason why we call bad code a virus, because it spreads without regard for borders. It doesn't care about distances. It will penetrate the defenses of any vulnerable system it can find. And in the shadow of the COVID-19 pandemic, I cannot overstress the importance of a coordinated response to this sort of cyber risk. The second big thing is the need for digital public goods, or the need to focus on digital public goods. What do I mean by that? Open source code, open data, open models, open knowledge. And the reason these are needed is because as countries digitize, there is an exponentially growing demand for trustworthy digital infrastructure. But trust is a tricky currency. We don't know exactly how to measure it. So today's modern digital infrastructure must be adaptable to country context. It must be modular for flexibility. It must be transparent to safeguard privacy and human rights. So digital public goods have a very important role to play. The foundation funds a digital ID platform, an open source digital ID platform called MOSIP, a modular open source identity platform. It today has 11 adopting countries, 9 of which are in Africa. The foundation also funds an open source payments platform called Mojaloop, which is rapidly scaling across the African ecosystem, trying to create interoperability between the many spread mobile money providers and financial service providers. So this is about digital public goods. There is a new kid in town. This is the idea of digital public infrastructure, or DPI. Now, the idea of creating shared infrastructure, such as roads, bridges, railways, waterways, this is not new. We have known for a long time that shared infrastructure allows equitable access and allows economic growth. But in the digital domain, DPI is a new way of thinking about digital infrastructure. It is about creating interoperable digital infrastructure on which others can build and solve problems. It is more about rethinking how we do digital infrastructure, how do we become more efficient, and how do we ease the lives of people by new technologies like ID, payments, and data sharing. And the final point I wanted to bring was, all of this needs funding. We can't have capacity building without funding, but the biggest need of the hour is to think local when it comes to funding. We must be in a position to strengthen local institutions, to have local academia, to have public-private partnerships and international and regional cooperation mechanisms. Because, like the Honorable Minister mentioned, without cooperation, none of this is going to work. And I think the one word I would like to leave the audience with is the word integration. Cybersecurity may have started off as an afterthought in cyberspace, but today it must be integrated as the lifeblood of digital infrastructure. I'll stop there. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks so much, Kenwal. And I think the problem of how do we protect people who are coming online for the first time is a key question and something we need to think about. And the idea of having open public goods and integrated systems is also key, given the scale of the challenge and how we can meet the moment. So last but not least, I'd now like to turn to Brett DeWitt. He's the Vice President of Global Cyber and Tech Policy at MasterCard. So Brett, we've heard from government, we've heard from development agencies, nonprofits. Now it's your turn as the private sector representative on the panel. What role do you see for the private sector in cyber resilience and cyber capacity building, both at the government, the business, and individual levels? And can you share your unique insights and knowledge? What do you see as the private sector's role in this space?
Great. Thank you, Casey. Thank you for the question, and thank you for being here. I'll say, so MasterCard, as a global organization, understands the huge importance of working with governments and NGOs and others in the private sector to enhance the shared security of our global digital ecosystem. And we are committed to investing hugely in not just digital inclusion, but very importantly, secure inclusion to enable sustainable development that will protect people from fraud and global cybercrime, that leverages emerging technologies like artificial intelligence and quantum computing, and that ensures trust in the digital economy. And just a statistic kind of show you the amount of heavy investment that MasterCard is making into cybersecurity. We've invested $7 billion over the last 5 years in cybersecurity, and that investment continues to exponentially increase as we continue to double down on the security investments, leveraging new technologies, data analytics, and then extending that through financial and digital inclusion mechanisms. As we continue to close the digital divide, it's really essential that we make sure that cybersecurity is baked into the extension of digital transformation in all services as they are being deployed. And it's really important that we understand that consumers, especially more vulnerable populations, should not be burdened or be held liable when poor technology products and services don't have that robust degree of cybersecurity. It's really important that that technology meets the gold standard with high degree of privacy and security on standards before deploying. And it's important that those technologies also get to the hands as we extend for digital inclusion purposes. Because without this, the risks include increased fraud, more victims, ransomware attacks on small, medium-sized businesses which are already increasing exponentially, stifled innovation growth, costs to the economy, and really seriously just an erosion of trust in the overall digital economy, which helps nobody. So at MasterCard, we see 3 key global cyber challenges that we are trying to address and working through partners. Real quickly, first, growing complexity of cybercrime. We are seeing that the adversary, the criminals, are using innovative tactics, using like cybercrime for hire, using the dark web for sharing of information. And we're seeing that the global threat trends, that a crime originating in one part of the world within milliseconds is hitting and targeting a citizen in another part of the world. And so how do we rapidly, within milliseconds, detect that fraud and shut that down to protect the consumers? Second is security fragmentation. You see around the world various frameworks being developed, different cyber incident reporting rules with different timelines, different thresholds of what a cyber incident is. Is it a significant incident? Is it a qualifying incident? These things don't help our overall security posture, and it increases, its gaps. It leads to duplication and just lack of interoperability overall. And last is just the growing cyber talent gap that everyone faces. It's a shared resource that we all need, public and private sector, and we all must invest in our future and invest in the pipeline that will, not for young people, but also mid-level professionals to be upskilled and trained in the digital economy for the future. And solving the global challenges cannot be done alone. And this is why we need to invest in robust public-private partnerships to do so. And these partnerships include literally everybody. It's from working with policymakers, regulators, NGOs, academia, law enforcement, standard body organizations, think tanks, truly everybody, so we can solve these challenges. And as we think about this, we should have both global solutions, but really importantly, regionally driven solutions that will help with implementation and that can build trust at the local level. So we really need capacity building efforts to further mature governance frameworks for stronger, more robust public-private partnerships. Because when we do bring together our respective communities, everyone benefits from the sharing of knowledge and expertise, and we each have a critical role to play. And as we look at it, as we all see a piece of the pie, we all have a role in the broader economy, and together we are stronger. Together we can do more. We can divide and conquer, and we can combat the adversaries and the cyber criminals that we are facing. So how are we, MasterCard, taking action here? We mentioned the challenges. And so at MasterCard, we call them our 12 big ideas for public policy advocacy. And they're really focused and fall in 3 core buckets. The first is what can we do working with partners to enhance our collective defense. This includes working with critical infrastructure owners and operators, cross-sector, the comms sector, financial services, energy, and exercising. Because when that cyber incident happens, we must be ready, we must be trained, we must know who to call when that happens. And so we're investing in the training for that, for when those incidents were to happen. We're also working with NGOs like the Shadow Server Foundation, That's an agnostic cross-sector sharing of threat information that can be shared and disseminated to protect the broader ecosystem. And we're also looking at programs like that focus on gig worker that allows skills to be transferred from one company to another into the government, working with other organizations. Second bucket around actions that need to be taken is promoting globally aligned cyber practices. So at MasterCard, we're partnering with NGOs like the Global Cybersecurity Alliance that is helping small, medium-sized businesses with free tools that they can use so they can secure themselves. And the more we can get those tools out, the more secure we will be. And especially with recent ransomware attacks that are on the rise, we need to get these free tools to the hands. And working with partners like GCA, we're able to do that. Also at MasterCard, we have our STRIVE program where we've committed $25 million to help 5 million small, medium businesses access secure digital tools. And so it just shows you the breadth and scope of how we work with partners to extend the cybersecurity and the security of the digital economy. Other efforts we do in this space is, for example, within financial services. Obviously, we're very heavily regulated as a sector, and so we've been working with our regulators around the world to align to the ISO standards. It's called the Profile, the Financial Services Profile, that's really led by the Cyber Risk Institute that's trying to bring together essentially a blob of standards that meet the high bar for security privacy, that addresses regulatory concerns, but also helps to keep the financial sector ecosystem safe. And last, and I'll say, efforts that we are doing, working multilateral through like the G7, where we are coming together, and for this year, we just formally formed, with the terms of reference, a formal public-private partnership where the private sector will continuously support the public sector and finance ministers, central bank governors in addressing the cybersecurity challenges that they are addressing. And issues that we are planning to take off in the new year includes how do we address cloud security issues within financial services, supply chain, third-party risk management, instant reporting, and many others. But this just shows you, I think, the maturity and scale of partnerships and how together we can do more. And last, I'd say building the cyber workforce. Just giving you an example, just recently, we just announced this last week our updated partnership with the Nanyang Technology University in Singapore. This is where we're collaborating with the academic institution on skills, research and development, master's programs. We have our Girls for Tech program. It's our signature STEM education that helps train girls from ages 8 to 14. All the curriculum we have online, so it's accessible for the world to have. But that is our way of trying to push that out there so others can leverage. But so what this comes to is MasterCard is committed to building strong public-private partnerships and networks of communities of stakeholders who can act together, make a difference, and drive sustainable, lasting impact. And the last thing I'll say is, we MasterCard, we know we have a role to play in the world's secure inclusion efforts, and we look forward to working with our public-private partners, with this community in this room today, so we can together ensure a secure, inclusive, and innovative digital economy for everyone. So thank you.
Thanks so much, Brett. And I really like the idea of this collective defense and collective resilience, especially given that private sector entities like MasterCard have operated in the billions in terms of the investments in cyber, whereas development institutions, governments are working with millions. So we have a lot to learn from you and a lot to gain from different partnerships. So now before I turn to a second round, a very quick round, as I see a lot of hungry faces in the audience, I'd like you all to think about some questions. We'd like to reserve a bit of time at the end for Q&A. But with that, I will now turn back to the panel for a couple of quick questions. I will direct some of these to some of you specifically, but others feel free to jump in if you'd like to comment as well. And just a note for the Honorable Minister, regretfully she did have to leave for an important parliamentary vote. So we're not only keeping you from lunch, but also from important parliamentary matters. So we'll try to keep this on track here. So my question to the panel is, I mentioned at the beginning the fact that we live in a resource-constrained world, and cyber is oftentimes competing with other priorities, especially in developing countries in the development context. What are the best practices or examples or insights you have in terms of how we can advocate for additional cybersecurity resources within this context? And I'd like to start with Chris, but then others kindly jump in as you would like as well.
Thanks, Casey. Can there be aspirational best practices? I'll offer 3. First, I would change the narrative. I would emphasize that cybersecurity need not compete with other priorities and for what is certainly finite resources. Certainly, when we look at it, cybersecurity is not an add-on. It's not something that we do in addition to development. And for those of you in the audience, like myself, who worked on gender equality and women's empowerment for years, there was so long where you would write something and then tack on "and women" at the end of that. Fortunately, blessedly, that is no longer true, right? Everyone fundamentally understands that development must include these tenets of gender equality and women's empowerment. The same has been true more recently on concepts of digital development. You do a development project and then you think about digital at the end. That also is not as true as it was. I think the same approach should be taken here for cybersecurity. When we think about more traditional development sectors, agricultural productivity, economic growth, democracy governance, health safety, whatever it may be, we need to help our colleagues who are well steeped, sometimes with decades of experience in that sectoral work, to help them understand that cybersecurity needs to have a development lens, that we need to find a role for cybersecurity to fit into each of those sectors, not to be seen as something that's added on to it. Our team recently released a sectoral brief series that captures 11 main sectors that USAID invests in, and helping our colleagues understand where those touch points are. On the Honorable Minister's behalf, since she's not here, I'll also note that this is something that Ghana has been looking at for years. If you look at their cyber policy, they acknowledge agriculture is core to the country's economic growth and livelihoods. Therefore, we have to make sure that it is cyber secure, just like we would any other industry. In development lexicon, we talk so much about resilience, but it's almost always in the context of mitigating climate change. How do you be resilient to mitigate climate change? Or how do you be resilient in the face of food insecurity? We need to build cyber resilience into that same conversation to make sure that we're rounding it out. The second point is just to note that we need to make sure that we are setting up the communities for whom we serve to succeed. Osama talked a lot about digital skills, and we've talked, I think, yesterday and today about that as well. Anyone who is involved in a program that has a digital component, USAID would argue, there needs to be a digital literacy piece built into that to build the digital skills of anyone. And we take a very expansive view of what digital literacy is. It does include, beyond how you might define it, this importance of recognizing cybersecurity and everything people do online. But even beyond those digital skills, we also have a very strong localization agenda where we want to make sure we are empowering local actors to meet their own development objectives. For small organizations, NGOs, small businesses, and communities, they might not have the budget to think about cybersecurity. And so I would say an aspirational best practice is to make sure that we are building incentives into our own procurements to allow for those smaller organizations to put a line item in to keep their cyber systems safe and secure, and then allow them to build that into budgets as well. Fortunately, there are some procurement efforts in progress that are allowing for that, and I'd like to think that we're going to continue to move that forward. And then lastly, I'll just note that it doesn't matter if you're a development organization or a private sector entity or a government official or line ministry. At some point when we look across the core of what we do in our business, we are all in the business of collecting data, of analyzing it, of making sense of it, of returning it in some capacity, be it through a value add or a service to people on the ground, the communities with whom we serve. Within that, I would say that we all have a moral duty, a moral responsibility to take note of the data that we are collecting, whether it be PII or any type of safe or secure, sensitive data, and acknowledge that it's not just about putting a single level of protection on it. We actually have to actively and intently think about what are the possible implications of cyber breach, of cyber threat, of cyber attack, cyber harm, whatever it is, and set those data systems up to ensure that they will not be fraught with those attacks. That is an intentionality that I think we can collectively embrace and something that I think we need to put forward. Ultimately, there's always going to be deficiencies. Yes, there's always going to be a bit of give and go and where resources go. But if we aren't, I would say that just because there is a deficiency, just because something is challenging, is not a reason to walk away from it. It's actually a reason to lean into it. And that's where I would think that we as a global community, both here in this room and around the world, can empower ourselves, our organizations, our communities, our partners to do that together.
Thanks so much, Chris. Unfortunately, the timekeepers and the powers that be tell me we need to wrap up. So sorry to cut the discussion short, but I would like to leave time for one question from the audience. The first person to raise their hand or to catch my attention, I guess we can go with that. And if everyone's feeling too shy, perhaps I'll turn back to Diana. But
Diana's very keen, so fight me for it.
Good. Gentleman with his hand up.
Thank you, thank you. My name is Dr. John Kani. I'm on a ticket of International Chamber of Commerce, Ghana. All right, so my question has to do with training, especially directed to Brett. Now, we've realized that most of the people who are into cyber attacks are the youngsters or the youth, and we find them in universities or colleges. So is there any implementation that is going to create awareness in these colleges or where we have to get the youth concentrated? Because that's where their interest is generated. I'm an educationist, and I realize that students just want to enter into cybersecurity for fun. And when they are there, they are curious, they want to try all sorts of attacks. So is there a plan or a program that will educate these students who are much more interested in cybersecurity or interested in ethical hacking or unethical hacking? Thank you.
Brett, I think it was to you.
You hear me? There we are. So I think I understand the question. I think the question is, I was just going to repeat back, is to what degree are the trainings and curriculum that universities have mapping into the skills needed in the workplace? I just want to make sure I had that question correct. Yes, great. So it's a great important question, because if you come out of university, you have a 2-year or 4-year degree program, you want to make sure that there is a job waiting for you and how to do it. And so what we at MasterCard have been doing is we've been mapping our job descriptions and what we do to a common profile. It's the NICE framework that it's a framework that's been adopted. I know MasterCard, we committed, this summer of migrating all of our job descriptions to meet this more integrated framework that's more globally recognized as specific job descriptions, so then universities can map to that. So that's something that MasterCard has committed itself doing, because obviously we want to be very clear in the talent that we're recruiting, but it's important for the broader ecosystem too, that private, public entities have that mapping. So you can, if you have these skills, you are qualified for the job.
Thanks, Brett. Diana, last word to you. I think we're out of time, so I'll give you the last word.
Exciting. I just wanted to add to the part about investment and how we think about it is what is a problem in this space is how short the investment times are and how short the donors are, or how short we think of a thing. And actually, to your point, we have to create digital public infrastructure that takes years to develop and needs to last for a long time. And we have to really work on that idea as well, that even though the cybersecurity goes quickly, development needs that longer-term sustainable underfooting, that we can do training so that when you train people in primary school now, when they get to university, they have those integrated skills already before they try and become cybersecurity professionals, for example. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Diana. And I know there are quite a few additional questions in the crowd, so feel free to grab any of us after the discussion. But I'd like to thank you all for joining us today and thank our panelists. It was a really rich discussion. And I wish you a very productive afternoon and hopefully a very good lunch too to fill you up and keep you energized for this afternoon session. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Panelists, you may take your seats, or better still, ladies and gentlemen, I am informed that there is 32 minutes left for lunch, 32 minutes. So upon exiting the hall, kindly go straight up to the garden. Also that you know that all our workshops are in Aldon 1, 2, 3, and Shea George. Please take a look at the items, the products, and the services at the tent. They are up on display. Please do that during any one of the
coming out around data governance, cross-border data flows, again, situating all of that in terms of the region's economic aspirations. Thank you.
Can I tell you, nothing is left for anyone else. I mean, you cover it all, basically, meaning that it was, actually, it was a great articulation. And what I really like is also the fact that, I mean, what you mentioned at the very beginning, let's say, think outside the box. So think about sectors that have not been traditionally maybe included, I would say, or let's say well scoped in terms of like which are the cybersecurity needs, how we can leverage the combination of those sectors, like for example trade and cross-border data flows, to be able to explain how to use cybersecurity as a leverage, basically as an enabler for further development. And also thanks for articulating very well, concretely, how you can create, again, a more regional approach, a hub that can represent expertise. Continuing with the idea of like how we can be innovative and collaborative at the same time, I really appreciated also that you mentioned who is best placed to do what, because one of the challenges, I think, in collaboration and partnership to making it concrete and real is identifying who is best at doing what and measuring the concrete deliverables that are coming after. I turn it to Ms. Awelua. New Zealand is known, I would say, for its innovative and collaborative approach to policy making. Maybe can you share some insight on your unique approach to cyber capacity, which encourages collaboration between public and private sectors to specifically to enhance the cyber resilience?
Great. My name is Mine Awelua, and I'm the Program Director for our New Zealand Pacific Partnerships. So my mandate stretches right across the whole of the Pacific, and we support 16 Pacific economies to build their cyber capacity building programs. In terms of the uniqueness from a New Zealand point of view, is that what is at the forefront is the needs of our partners. The way that we shape our work program is led by them. So what we want to ensure is that our needs don't supersede the needs of our partners, especially in the Pacific region. We're dealing with climate security, economic security, food security, and this all intersects with cybersecurity. So it's about making sure that while we are thinking of global norms, we're actually acting local in terms of our approaches. So what we use is a values-based model. It talks about the strength between our countries, our cultural links, and it's about ensuring that cultural intelligence is weaved within our projects and every interaction that we have with our Pacific partners. So for us, it's important that our program is not a one-size-fits-all. So with all of the countries since September 2022, when the borders reopened, we made it our mission to get out into the countries. We have visited 11 countries, delivered over 40 sessions of training, utilizing our government agencies that we have, and also the private sector. So we've teamed up with Shadow Service to deliver reports on malicious activity in the region and provided a full report to the Pacific recently at PAXON. So what we have done is tailored our programs individually to suit the needs of every single Pacific country that we have. We've got 8 more to visit in the hope that we will get to there in the next 3 months. But what I'm looking at as from a New Zealand perspective is that we will find ways to partner with our other partners in the region that's looking at like the likes of the US, the UK, our partners in Japan, and so forth and so forth. We've just spoken about it at the Partners of the Blue Pacific in Fiji, about how important it is to coordinate with our partners and ensuring that we are deconflicting and not adding to the issues. So if there's one takeaway from New Zealand's intervention, it's about getting to know your partner, making sure that you are there for the good and the bad, ensuring that it's a long-term commitment, not just ad hoc contributions to the region, because we want to make sure that this is a safe, secure Pacific region for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I think it's a very good integration to what we heard in terms of like, we need to identify who is best at doing what, but also how to make this sustainable and continuous over time. Because I think, I mean, having lived, let's say, in the cybersecurity field for all my career, one of the challenges that I see is that you have partnerships and collaboration, but they're often, allow me the term, opportunistic, meaning that you get together for solving a specific issue, a specific challenge, but then it's difficult to sustain them over time. And for ensuring long-term resilience, you need indeed to build, let's say, sustainable partnerships. So thank you so much for also highlighting that aspect. Ambassador, you have an ambitious mandate under the Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy. So with your extensive expertise in both the national security and technology, how would you envision basically the expanding role of digital resilience in shaping also international security strategies? So how we go from national experience into the international, I would say, ecosystem, and what you think about very concrete and proactive measures and policy adjustment that can countries undertake to ensure basically the adaptation also at the international security level?
Yeah, thanks, Francesca, and thank you all. I'm really pleased to be here. I think the overarching intent of this gathering really is to mainstream cyber capacity building in international development. And that's the through line here, I think, to my answer. All of us who are in the opening phases of the development of this world of digital diplomacy, and I see many sitting here who know more about this area than I do, we're all engaged in the act of mainstreaming. We're trying to mainstream digital issues in development. We're trying to mainstream digital issues inside our ministries. We're trying to mainstream technology topics inside our foreign policy. So in a way, this idea of having to think about security as we think about digital development is a transitional phase. When Boeing and Airbus were building commercial aircraft 30 years ago, or 40 years ago, they might trumpet energy efficiency as a unique differentiator, a selling point on a particular aircraft. But now that's just baked in. You would never think about building or buying a commercial airplane without efficiency being a top priority. So I think in a sort of analogous way, security is ultimately going to be completely baked in to how we think about digital development and digital policy broadly. And there are at least a few reasons for this in my mind. The first is that a country must have some baseline cybersecurity capacity in order to live up to its commitments under the framework for responsible state behavior in cyberspace. You can't live up to the framework, and we're all signatories to it. You can't live up to the framework without having a public-private ecosystem, without having a cyber workforce, without having some general level of public awareness. So that's a commitment that I think all of us have, and so we need a baseline level of security in order to live up to it. The second reason is that cyber threats today are threats to digital development, and the reverse is true. Cyber resilience is a boon to digital development. I'll give you two examples. So Albania went to great lengths to digitize its provision of services to citizens, and when e-Albania was brought to its knees by Iran, by an Iranian cyber attack, do you think that set back digital development in Albania? Of course it did, dramatically. On the flip side, Estonia is a good example of a country that, after suffering a crippling cyber attack starting in 2007 at the hands of the Russians, turned itself around by virtue of good leadership and investment and policy prioritization over about a 10-year period to go from being a net importer of security to being a net exporter of security in a way that was an enormous boon to digital development, to revenue generation in Estonia. And maybe the last thing I would say is, in any gathering of cybersecurity people, you can start a long debate by mentioning the word deterrence. But I think that it's almost inarguable that deterrence by denial is a thing. The idea that good defenses, security baked in, makes a country, a company, an entity of any kind a less appealing target. Attackers are less likely to attack when they think that they're going to bear the costs without accruing any of the benefits.
On this note, one of the things that I'm thinking is that I'm kind of like, I'm proud for the panelists that we have here, but also that, let's be honest, it's sort of like, I mean, we tried to break the usual suspect silos that we have both in the cybersecurity and in the development communities, but here we have examples, and here we have examples of enlightened, in a way, minds, because we are all interested, engaged, and committed towards development, cybersecurity, resilience. I would like to turn it to Mr. Elikana, because before you mentioned raising awareness among citizens, but what about your peers? How we can enhance the baseline of a country, not only, let's say, from a broader cybersecurity point of view, but educating policymakers. Because again, you are representing like the white flies, in a way, in the room, and especially outside. So how we can clone you, in a way, how we can have more people caring and engaging in those issues.
Thank you, moderator, for that very important question. I think the most important thing is the education of our stakeholders. And that's, for us in the Cook Islands, as I said, is educating our people. But those understanding the wider impact of cybersecurity that can be then replicated from a national perspective to a regional perspective, and even on a global stage where every stakeholder must be made aware of the dangers of cybersecurity. It's not only an individual country responsibility, but it's a regional, global, or collective of every stakeholders in here to make sure that people are made aware of the dangers of cybersecurity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it's interesting because thinking about stakeholders, again, they can be, in a way, the sort of like a weak point, because we need to, let's say, enhance, in a way, embrace the bar and enhance the cybersecurity culture, and, I mean, the mainstreaming aspect that the ambassador was pushing for before. But then, on the other hand, they're also a resource. And I think, Ms. Nyerenda, before you very well outlined a pretty articulate program that you put in place. Can you maybe elaborate how you ensure that basically the different actors are properly involved? Again, you mentioned, I mean, using, let's say, the different organizations, the different entities, the different expertise for what they are good at, but what it means in practice.
Okay, it's a very interesting question. So maybe a number of things. So when we talk about the ACE community, for instance, the Africa Cyber Experts community, what we did was when we wrote to the countries, we very specifically asked them to designate a government person, someone from the technical or private space, and someone from academia or civil society. So in each country we have at least a good mix, which is sort of the beginnings maybe of a multi-stakeholder approach. And our idea is that we want to sustain and encourage that kind of way of working. I think what I also see then is that when we start talking about multi-stakeholderism and making sure that we're being inclusive, you know, we go back, for instance, to internet governance and that whole discussion around, you know, the multi-stakeholder approach and so on and so forth. And I think one of the things that we learned when we started implementing multi-stakeholder approaches insofar as internet governance was concerned is that different things work for different people. So on a region-by-region basis, you found that the regions approached the idea of multi-stakeholderism differently, and with different results. In some instances, it was government driving a process and all the other actors following. In other instances, it was the technical community driving the process. In others, it was civil society. But it didn't matter as long as one was very clear about the purpose of that engagement and making sure that whatever was being discussed was able to actually influence and shape policy. So I think it's important to understand that we can't impose, as you rightly said, a one-size-fits-all model on everybody in terms of what multi-stakeholderism means. Now, what I also see is that perhaps we need to keep learning the lessons. So internet governance came, it hasn't gone, it's still there, but I think it's going, it's being overtaken by other things. So we now are talking about data governance, we're talking about cybersecurity, then we're talking about artificial intelligence. Who knows, in 3 years' time, it'll be something else. But the lessons, I think, are the same, that the approaches will still need to be the same. You will still need to have a multi-stakeholder approach. You still need to make sure that everybody understands what the issues are. Everybody is given the space in terms of engagement, in terms of contributing, in terms of understanding, and in terms of then also contributing to implementation. The other thing I think that maybe one also has to pay attention to when we are talking about all these different technologies is language and context. We had a discussion about that yesterday, about the fact that sometimes the terms that we use perhaps make it very difficult for people to engage. So as you said, we're sitting here in this room, all of us perhaps have a certain level of understanding of all these different terminologies, all these different technologies, but when we go out there and we're now trying to engage the grassroots people, what languages are we using? When we're talking to policymakers, what language are we using? How are we making sure that the ways in which we are communicating actually suit the various stakeholder entities that we're talking to, and making sure that they are actually able to understand these concepts as they relate to themselves. And I think that for me also is something that's very key.
Thank you so much for, especially for the last comment on the necessity to work also on language, or at least to think about it, because again, I think the let's say the power of this unique gathering is to start, let's say, using the same language, but also being able to bring this experience outside. And this is hence my question before about like how we can basically foster the education of our peers and then of the broader community. It's interesting because you specifically mention the need to have let's say, a regional approach, create a regional hub that can support the different, let's say, national contexts, but respecting the diversity of the different national contexts. And this makes me think, Ms. Awelua, that I would say that New Zealand represents a pretty unique, I would say, experience, because you're also, in a way, challenged by issues related to connectivity, for example, or geopolitical dynamics. So what are the, let's say, what you can consider some sort of like lessons learned, and I would say even failures, maybe, if you want to share, but which are the challenges and the lessons learned that you could see from a small island nation point of view?
Okay, thank you very much, Francesca. I'm just going to talk to around some of the initiatives that we've driven out into the region. So New Zealand, unfortunately, doesn't have a bucket load of money that is unlimited. So what we need to do is be very innovative in the way that we approach our cyber capacity building program. So recently this year, we supported 2 initiatives, one in Tonga and one in Samoa. Tonga hosted its first Cyber Smart Week, and what we worked towards was building a program that looked at educating the community, educating senior leaders, senior government leaders, and looking at it from a global perspective. So throughout that week, we trained, we provided awareness-raising training to youth leaders, church leaders. Because why? It's because they are the first respondents in all types of incidences. So if we have cyber advocates out there already, they are continuing that work while we're not present. So we provided that. We also included schools, and we included youth and university students. And then we went on to train cabinet ministers. And that was to elevate and ensure that the messages was getting to the highest point in government in some of these countries. I switched then to Samoa. We implemented the first Samoa Cyber Roadshow in one of Samoa's most remote areas. We have the CEO of the MCIT here who led the charge from SAMCERT. And what we had done was we didn't have much money to work with. But what we did, and in the true Pacific fashion, is we make do with what we have. So we took experts across our government agency and non-profit organizations. We took them to Samoa. We took along with our Samoan colleagues, we replicated that, and we called it Train the Trainer in Action. And so what we did is we visited 12 schools, 12 colleges in one of the remote parts of Samoa called Savaii, 12 parent-teacher and associations, and 12 churches. And we were able to reach over 5,000 people during that session. Those were people that didn't know what cybersecurity was before we came out. We were able to give visibility to their incident response tool so that people were able to report back. And just recently in October, we told that there was an 80% lift in terms of people reporting in incidences now. And that is great from that initiative. And that we literally didn't spend much money, but the impact was huge. From that initiative, we had an outcomes report, which we then took to members of parliament, and we shared those findings. It looked at what kind of legislation was needed to be implemented, what kind of future initiatives required in terms of community awareness training, and it looked at what areas in the technical space was required for Samoa to ensure that it made some progress. So those are just a few examples of how we were able to, take the minimal kind of resources that we had, provided the tools to these countries. We worked together to be able to deliver it, and now they'll be able to continue that work for the rest of their communities. At a regional level, New Zealand has been a strong supporter of the Boy Declaration, which has cybersecurity as one of its pillars. New Zealand has been a strong supporter of the Langatoi Declaration, which was recently signed in PNG. And we've also supported the Partners of the Blue Pacific Cyber Capacity Conference that was in Fiji. And so we will continue to work on that, and we will continue to hold our convenership in PACSON, which is another regional operational network, which brings all of the Pacific cyber security experts together each year. So what we will be looking to do is revamping our working groups to make sure that it's fit for purpose for what the Pacific needs, and ensure that the Pacific lead their own initiatives, and that they are able to come to their own conclusions in terms of the outcomes that they want. We are merely stewards. We are merely stewards in this space. But what we can do is bring the resources that we have together, have the tools that are in my basket, and combine it with the tools of my partners and our colleagues in the Pacific in their basket, and combine to make sure that our people continue to thrive in the cyber-secure space.
Thank you so much for sharing the initiatives, and I like that you also highlighted specifically the impact and basically the, let's say, the return on investment, even if you mentioned, let's say, smaller investment compared maybe to other countries, but what you can concretely get out of it, which is also a sort of like eco effect, meaning that you were also able to engage even with more partners and having even a wider outreach thanks to very, I would say, well thought and tailored initiatives. Ambassador, before you mention a couple of good examples, let's say, quoting, for example, Albania and Estonia, when it comes more to the initiatives that you are involved in as representatives of the US government, can you maybe share some lessons learned as well? And where do you think that, what is the secret of success, in a way, of the most impactful one that you've been working on, or that you think you should even, let's say, push for more with those specific elements?
Yeah, thanks. I think we've heard up here several times that unique circumstances always matter. But I think thematically, maybe one that I would really advocate for is a holistic approach to integrated technology topics when we're talking about cybersecurity. So the organization of the bureau that I lead reflects kind of our conviction on this, that increasingly there's convergence between what have traditionally been digital policy topics like fiber and undersea cables and data centers as things virtualize and communication satellites and wireless networks. Convergence between those kind of architectural issues and emerging technologies, particularly quantum science and artificial intelligence, and more traditional cybersecurity topics. So I think a hallmark of successful programs for us in the very recent past, but certainly in the present and the future, is going to be recognizing that and integrating all of them. Concretely, Ukraine for us has been a pretty good example. I hesitate to say it's a great example because it's still happening, but the Cybersecurity for Critical Infrastructure Initiative is a USAID program. I had the privilege of leading our US-Ukraine cyber dialogue most recently, which we held in Estonia. We made our latest $37 million commitment there, and a lot of that funding is going to CCI. But there you see the integration of these different elements. So just to give a handful of examples, the Ukrainian government migrated its government enterprise to the cloud immediately before, during, immediately after the further invasion a year and a half ago. That enabled the government to continue providing continuity of services to its citizens, even as their infrastructure was reduced to twisted metal. That was one important element. Another important element was the provision of wide-scale proliferated satellite communications, again, to enable resilient communication. The close collaboration among the US government, the Ukrainian government, and large technology companies to push patches and updates to hundreds of millions of systems across Ukraine in order to blunt Russian cyber attacks inside Ukraine. It always amuses me when I travel around the world and people say, so why weren't there more Russian cyber attacks in Ukraine? Well, the answer is there were plenty of Russian cyber attacks inside Ukraine. They just generally weren't that effective. But hand in hand with those digital policy and cybersecurity initiatives, there has been a concerted investment and support for the DIA digital governance effort on the part of the Ukrainian government, which you can imagine being a key element in Ukraine's reconstruction, in the reintegration of its cyber warriors and putting people to work in productive ways inside a growing economy, and becoming a real global leader in the provision of digital governance, kind of born of really difficult circumstances, so it's battle-tested. Estonia is a customer now of DIA, just as an example. A highly discerning, capable customer, evaluated the global options and chose the DIA application. So I think that kind of holistic way to think about it and design programs is probably, and granted, I mean, that's in a conflict situation, so initial point that everything is going to be unique, but that integrated holistic approach that includes cybersecurity, broader digital policy topics, infrastructure topics, I think that's, we're going to see a lot more of that in the future.
Thank you so much. And so I don't want to abuse of my role of moderator because I still have one question that I would like to ask. But before, I would like to turn to the audience. If there's any question. Yeah, sure. Can we kindly have a mic here in front? No worries. I can give you mine. I'm going.
Thank you very much. Yes, of course. Bertie Carr from BAE Systems. Thank you to all the panelists. Defences. You know, other forms of consensus building, other cyber diplomatic efforts. That have you seen any success in dealing with the threat itself, or do we, in this era, need to take that as read?
Yeah, I'm. At the United Nations, 20 years of ground game diplomacy, you know, just very incremental steps resulting in the framework for responsible state behavior in cyberspace, which a set of confidence building measures, agreement that the body of human rights law and practice that exists offline extends online, and then the framework itself. So the fact that that framework exists, the fact that it's been unanimously and repeatedly endorsed by every UN member state confers a huge amount of moral authority and legitimacy on all of us as responsible actors in cyberspace. I'm not naive. Our adversaries in many cases don't care so much about our norms. But the fact that it exists, that normative effort was made, and that the agreement was reached is hugely important. So that's one that I would offer.
And now that you're mentioning this, I think it might also be a sort of like answer to one of the aspects highlighted before in terms also of the language, the narrative, and the responsible state behavior represent, I think, also a milestone in that sense. Also in terms of like kind of like mainstreaming, going back to the mainstreaming. Because it's something that is understandable by private sector company, by states, by the different community, and that's why increasingly, hopefully, we'll see also much more involvement of the multi-stakeholder community, like civil society representatives and non-state actors, also thanks to that framework that you were able basically to achieve. So yeah, let's say it took quite some time, as you mentioned, and quite some frustration, but it's an achievement indeed. Any other question from the audience? Yes.
I might keep the microphone here because I see there are other questions. Thank you. Patrick Pawlak, I work for Carnegie Europe. Thank you for your presentations. I'd like to follow up, I think, immediately on your talk, Ambassador Fig, about the integrated holistic approach. We have heard in different sessions how thinking about cybersecurity needs to be introduced into development programs, that it cannot be add-on. That's something that the previous session was discussing. And I was wondering, especially in the context of the conversation about the framework of responsible state behavior that you've mentioned, where can we create that connection that you have in the title of the session in the institutional terms? Because the discussion about cyber capacity building that's taking place in the first committee of the United Nations does not really bring development agencies around the table. It brings ministries of foreign affairs, sometimes, you know, multi-stakeholder community, but development actors are nowhere there. So I was wondering, and that's a question for all of you on the panel, where do you think this conversation should be taking place? Where can we bring actors like ITU, that is quite active on cybersecurity capacity building, UNDP, that's also investing, the World Bank, that's not on the panel, but is one of the organizers, and they are not in the first committee. So where should we be talking to them about creating that connection that you have in the title of the session? Thank you.
I'll just in short, I think you've talked about what more how much more talking do we need to do? I think we need to be doing less talking and more working, because a lot of the times, we're going over to multiple conferences that talk about cybersecurity. Nearly every single, I think I've been to nearly over 10 conferences this year that have talked about the same issue. But what we haven't seen is actually actions by the countries that are actually delivering this. So it's about that collective responsibility. So there's, in the Pacific region, we're starting to see the pickup of cybersecurity and the importance of it. It's had to happen that way because we believe in collectivism. And we believe that no one should be left behind. So that's unique to the Pacific region. It's going to change for every other part of the world, but for us in this region, it's about ensuring that we can all progress together. But it's, the key thing is about reevaluating ourselves as donor countries as well, because it's not just about the recipients in this case. It's about how are we monitoring and evaluating how we act in cybersecurity and providing that assistance. So that's just my short spiel on that. I could talk about hours about this, but we'll leave it at that.
So it's also a very interesting question. I think one of the things that perhaps we see in our context is the fact that a lot of the development in the tech sector and the ICT sector has been relegated to the private sector. A lot of it. And I think governments have sort of gotten a bit too comfortable with the idea that perhaps private sector is the one that should take responsibility for a lot of these cyber developments. And then on the other side, when you now look at the development cooperation, I think that also presents a number of challenges for governments because they're dealing with a number of different partners, all of them coming with different ideas, I'll call them ideas, and maybe what sometimes perhaps is challenging is the fact that governments themselves maybe have not sat down to clearly say and define what their priorities are, even in terms of cyber, capacity building, cyberspace, and so on and so forth. At the same time, I think that there's always that tension between health, education, food security, and then cyber sort of maybe cyber issues maybe are not seen as urgent or as important as these other development imperatives. So I think there's a need perhaps to change the way in which development partners are working with governments in terms of articulating the priorities. I think there's a need to really bring home the point that issues around digitalization, digital transformation, cybersecurity, cyber capacity building are not they're not standalone issues. They are heavily embedded and integrated in all the different socioeconomic sectors that we're working in, and we need to see them in that way. So when we are developing all these different programs and projects, as you rightly said, issues of cyber should not be a by the way or an add-on or a nice to have. They need to be an integral part of everything that is being done as part of development cooperation.
Thank you for that very important question. I think just listening to everybody, to the exchanges by the panel and also in earlier talk that we've listened earlier on in the plenary, I think what's important is understanding the dynamics, particularly for us from small island development states in the Pacific. Understanding that sometimes because of capacity issues, it's very difficult for us to bring these issues to the fore. Whereas, as I said earlier on, this is not an issue that's only relevant to the Pacific or to small island state, but it's a global issue that needs to be addressed from a global perspective. So if you can assist in any way, I mean, for us in the Pacific Island Forum is one organization where you can raise your hand and have a chat with them and see how you can help us for Pacific Island countries. Thank you very much.
Just quickly, there are probably 100 valid answers to your question, I'll give you just a minute on the one piece of it that I'm able to influence or control, and that is making sure that those issues are linked in my own ministry. So I think all of us who are serving in governments need to work on mainstreaming these topics inside our organizations. And 3 concrete examples for us in the U.S. State Department. 1, we created this new organization to integrate our approach to tech diplomacy. 2, we have a class for our foreign service officers with the goal of putting a trained cyber and digital officer in every U.S. mission around the world by the end of next year. So we offer that class 4 times a year. We offer it all over the world. And we're on track to have a trained officer in every U.S. mission around the world by the end of next year. And third, U.S. ambassadors are selected in an annual process in accordance with a set of criteria. And for the first time, we've injected robust language about these topics into those selection criteria. So over time, our hope is that these efforts will bake this into the sinews of our foreign policy.
Thank you so much. There was another question. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm Ambrose Yena of IDEC Digital, Ghana. We're talking cyber resilience. And I had, I think, Nat mentioned artificial intelligence in aiding cyber resilience. Are there any models of artificial intelligence aided techniques that promote cyber resilience? And my second question is about international security. Yes, we can build very good systems to defense systems. But for partner countries who may not have the capacity to do that, is there any extension of hand to partner countries in terms of education and training capacity building, so that when everybody is safe, then we can be sure that all of us are safe? So those are my 2 questions. Thank you very much.
Who is bringing up? Who wants to take the hot potato, artificial intelligence?
Yeah. So very quickly, one of the most exciting applications or potential applications of artificial intelligence, in my view, is going to be the way it can contribute to secure by design. So secure by design is the idea of baking security in, better security in, to software products as they are developed, as they're built, or to systems as they're engineered. Some of the most exciting cutting edge work that I've witnessed is software engineers using AI to write better code, to reduce the number of bugs in code by 1 or 2 orders of magnitude in order to build software products that are by design more secure and therefore more resilient. So the AI story is not only a story of terror and risk. I think it's also a story of innovation and excitement and better security.
Second question about the international collaboration in terms of education and capacity building, so that we are all safe.
So I think there are a number of initiatives that are happening. I think obviously the GFCE is a very good example of that. I mean, the Global Forum of Cyber Expertise provides that space in terms of, number one, the peer exchanges and learning, but also specific programs that are tackling, cyber capacity building issues around the globe. But also, I think, in terms of identifying and matchmaking, so where where demand is and where supply exists, and sort of providing that facilitation. I think also, in the context of the continent, I think there's also, I think, a stronger move towards doing things in a more coordinated way, which is what we've been alluding to in terms of some of the initiatives around cyber capacity building, some of the ways in which we are approaching the digital transformation strategy. I think ultimately, at the end of the day, though, I think
efficacy of all these different things will really depend on what's happening at the national level as well. Because we can talk about all these different things at a regional and a global context, but if things are not trickling down to the national level, and if there isn't also that bottom-up push coming from the countries, then I think it sort of maybe impacts the effectiveness of some of these cyber capacity building measures, but also in terms of the collaboration as well.
Okay, to the provoking, thank you, to the provoking statement before saying too many conferences, let's say too many gatherings, but not enough action. Well, the Accra call is a call to action, basically. And to this extent, there is not only the possibility to endorse this, but also to make concrete pledges. And what I like about the Accra call is also that the idea is that the progress will be monitored every 2 years, and we heard Switzerland that will host in Geneva the next edition of the global conference. So we also want to see the progress of the concrete commitments. So moving really from words to action. I would leave the floor to the last question, and then we close, please.
Good. Yeah, my name is Kwekwe Champong. I work with the Financial Intelligence Center. So my question borders on a practical issue, which is international security. Now, Ghana finds itself in the West African sub-region with a very heightened level of insecurity around. Now, war is taking very unconventional turns in terms of cyber warfare. Cyber attacks of various, sophistications and degrees are being launched everywhere. So in a country like Ghana, and with allies such as the US, what are some of the initiatives and policies that an ally like the US has put in place to help Ghana within the sub-region, which is experiencing high level of terrorism and heightened insecurity? Thank you.
Thank you. I think that one of the reasons that the United States is here at this conference with a strong delegation is precisely to demonstrate a commitment to and an interest in secure digital development in Ghana. And there are many elements to that. I can maybe highlight one that applies to partners all over the world and certainly applies here in Ghana, and that is that information sharing and intelligence sharing are the foundation of international security partnerships, so that partners and allies can have a shared understanding of what's happening in their region or in the world. And it's essential for that information and intelligence sharing to take place on trusted networks. And so for that reason, the United States feels strongly that Ghana's networks ought to be built on a backbone of trusted infrastructure. Everything from undersea cable to fiber to wireless networks. That is not, I'll be very clear, that is not advancing the narrow commercial self-interest of the United States. When we're talking about trustworthy wireless networks, we're not talking about American companies. We're talking about a Finnish company or a Swedish company or a South Korean company. But we believe in the rights-respecting use of technology, architectural deployments that are not required to hand over user data to governments at will. And so I would highlight that as one example of what's required for a robust U.S.-Ghana relationship to continue in the technology sphere.
Thank you so much, and I see the next panel basically coming in. So I would like to and I had many considerations, many notes taken, and I will also thank our panelists, but I want to share a personal observation, which is, as I mentioned before I had all my career in cybersecurity, and I remember the very first days. I cannot see Chris anymore, but I remember the very first days. For many, many years, there was a sort of like dooming and glooming, in a way, conversation about, allow me the analogy, the sky is falling. So for many, many years, talking about the threats, the problems, the challenges, and here, I would really like to thank both the speakers, but also the challenging audience, because we managed to even despite the challenges that we're facing, and this is why we're all here together, in moving from aspirational thinking, we need more collaboration, we need more stakeholder integration, into actual examples of what is working, which are the conditions to make it work, and how we can learn from each other, from small island examples to, let's say, bigger, I would say, wider examples that can work at the national level, but also inform global frameworks. So I would really like to thank our distinguished panelists, Ambassador Nathaniel Fick, Your Excellency Mr. Tinjika Elikana, Ms. Nyarenda Jaretowela, and Ms. Meremine Awelua. Thank you for your time and your valuable insights. And thanks to our audience and all who work tirelessly to bridge the divide between security development and cyber resilience. I mean, the dedication that we're showing here with this conference, as mentioned before, all the people that travel to Ghana, but also the people that are following us online are really, let's say, encouraging to see a more prosperous digital futures for all. And allow me the last thanks to the people that work also behind the scenes on this panel. So thank you so much, Jari, from the Departments of State, and thank you so much to Patrick Paulak from the program team, because we could not make it without them. Thank you. Thanks.
response to ESA. Background engineering, past 18 years. I've taken the challenge of working in cybersecurity now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm actually going to go through your all's bios by myself just because we can do it a lot faster that way. So Lee Pei-Ling is the head of cyber strategy and capabilities development in the Cybercrime Directorate of the International Criminal Police Organization, Interpol. She's based in Singapore. Laura Temesi, on my right, is currently the head cyber partnerships and communications at Standard Chartered Bank. She's based in Kenya and has held various leadership roles within the banking industry. She's passionate about cyber risk management, innovation, and information risk data privacy. Akshay Joshi, thank you so much for hosting, is the head of industry and partnerships for the World Economic Forum Center for Cybersecurity, working in Switzerland, driving collaborative action to strengthen cyber resilience across industry ecosystems. And then there's me. My name is Komal Bazaz-Smith. I'm the Chief Business Officer at the Global Cyber Alliance, but I come with 20 years of international development experience. So I'm excited to see these two worlds collide. So let's move into the focus of the discussion as quickly as we can. At the end of the day, there's so much going on in the cybercrime policy and cybercrime activity space. And one of the things that we're really starting to see, again, going back to that theme of, is this something completely and utterly new? Is it putting attackers at the positive side and defenders at the bottom side? What is actually happening in this space? And I think that's something that we really want to kind of get into. So Stefan, I wondered if you could please answer a couple of quick questions on this front. And I apologize for my pages that are moving around. Okay. I understand you and your country have spent a significant amount of time and energy over the last couple of years to better protect Ghanaians. Obviously from your own work and also from Dr. Albert's work, it's been quite a big proactive step. Can you describe what you found to be some of the most effective critical elements of what you've been doing to help protect Ghanaians in this space?
Great. Thank you for your question. I think what I would want to highlight is around capacity building for the public. And the basis is the fact that back in 2018, there was a survey with the Oxford University together with the World Bank that tried to assess the ecosystem of Ghana in terms of cybersecurity maturity. So out of that, we came out with a strategy around awareness creation, targeting children, the public, government, and businesses. So one of the building blocks we've used is what we call a point of contact. So basically giving the public a way to report incidents to us, and by voice, SMS, WhatsApp, we gather a lot of data, and then we then craft that into public alerts that go out every month. Now, what would then happen also is once you release those alerts, you have the media engaging. So you are able to go to the radio stations, television stations, expand the information that you've let out there, do it in local language, do it in English, and then you're actually building capacity. The analytics from there also is what helps us to now shape policy, shape what we do as an authority. And in terms of statistics, since we've been running that POC for nearly 4 years and over 44,000 calls have come in. And we find that about 9% are actual incidents, but the remainder are actually people just asking you questions. Can I do this or not? Is this safe or not? So we find that as a key thing. What we've also complemented that with is working with the schools, the children. So we go to the high schools, we set out education programs, and we've touched well over 90,000 children over the period. Just this year, we are approaching 90,000 in terms of engagements. And we've enhanced that with what we call the National Cyber Challenge. So it's a quiz program for the high schoolers. After you've done the training, you organize a quiz to make it competitive. So now you are building interest in cybersecurity at the same time, educating them. So I'd say those are the interesting things we've homed in on.
That is fantastic. I love those kinds of ideas of programs. And I mean, I was expecting you to really talk much more on the cyber crime side and actually going back to the theme from earlier today, really thinking about the people. It's all about behavior change and capacity building. So thank you for that. Do you have a sense, what do you think are the biggest policy gaps in the area of cybercrime? Do you think there's any best ways or venues that we can address those pieces?
I think the key thing, or one of the things I can talk about, has to do with international cooperation. Now we all accept and understand that cybersecurity is borderless, essentially. Something hitting us in Ghana could be originating from somewhere in Asia or America, and your ability to counter it or to respond to it is based on whether you have relationships with similar authorities there. If CSA is seeing an incident here, can't talk to the person in that country, then it's going to be difficult to counter it. So I see that as an area we can improve. There are organizations like the FIRST, Forum for Incident Response and Security Teams, that offer the national sets of various countries a forum for engaging. And therefore, for countries that don't yet have sets, those are one of the things you can actually build on. Create a set, hook it into that system, and then you have a way to exchange information, exchange learnings. You have organizations like Council of Europe, GFC. Those are all avenues for information sharing and collaborating on the international stage. So I think for the continent, that's an area we can improve on.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Pei-Ling, I wonder if I could turn it to you. You know, the cyber landscape has obviously shifted dramatically over the last 10, 15 years. And I wondered if I could direct the question about what you think the most pressing near-term threats are from a cybercrime perspective.
All right. Maybe let me first start by talking about AI. I know this maybe might sound like, okay, tell me something that I don't know, because everyone is talking about AI, you know, with the rise of generative AI, large language models, ChatGPT. I think no one here doesn't know what ChatGPT is. But aside from looking at further advancements and developments of this technology, we need to look at their possible downsides. So first things first, I think several countries are reporting the use of AI in cybercrime as an emerging concern. Of note, some examples include using AI chatbots in the perpetration of online fraud. So cybercriminals may use such chatbots, you know, whose the way they converse with the victims are now, you know, closely resembling how, you know, normal humans will interact over a chatbot application. And this can be used by criminals to either gather personal information or even spread malware or ransomware. Other possible downsides of AI that would be of concern where cybercrime is related may be the fact that cyber criminals may automate cyber attacks with the use of artificial intelligence. Like, for example, we might see more and more cyber crimes being used, being conducted using AI. Like, for example, you know, in the near term, we might see DDoS attacks moving from botnets to the use of AI to generate larger scale and severity type of attacks. I think information leaks could be one concern by using AI, because ChatGPT has proved to be such a useful application whereby people can search for, you know, what your itinerary should be for a 3-day work trip to Ghana. Or, you know, we may see software developers, you know, trying to refine their codes by, you know, bouncing ideas with ChatGPT, which may be dangerous because they might inadvertently, you know, reveal company or organizational information into these large language models. So information leaks through such AI technologies might be a risk. Of course, I can go on and on about AI, but I think I'm going to just leave it as that. Other immediate challenges, again, I'm going to mention, you know, crypto. Okay, again, tell me something that I don't know. So the advancement of crypto has brought about new operating models for cyber criminals. So some that are of note are like mixers, you know, coin swapping services, decentralized exchanges, you know, peer-to-peer cryptocurrency exchanges. So all these makes it very hard for us to trace the source of all these illicit funds. And sometimes all these different methods are used on top of each other, so it makes it very, very challenging to deal with all these cyber threats. So I think in the shortage of time, I'm going to just leave it to these two main areas, but happy to address other specific issues that we might see.
Thank you. And I wonder, I mean, I think people do have a general sense that these are emerging threats, especially as cyber criminals are using them more and more. Do you have a sense, and have you seen any kind of experiences or examples of things that we can do to leverage AI from the defender's point of view? And what are the things that we can be using?
So AI definitely has good application. Earlier, I mentioned about the possible risk of software developers using AI and large language models to refine their coding. So if AI is leveraged properly, it will definitely help us, for example, in case management, because many countries, many organizations are facing larger scale type of attacks, larger numbers of attacks. So I think AI can also be used to better manage information within the organization to help us perform more efficient sense making. But of course, the deployment of the AI technologies within organizations, within national agencies, that's something that need to be managed and calibrated properly to prevent the risk of information leaks, like what I mentioned earlier. So I believe, and we, Interpol as an organization, believe that these emerging technologies are areas that may pose risk and impact to law enforcement because it makes it harder for us to obtain evidence. It makes it harder for us to trace the criminals and their illicit proceeds of crime. It makes it harder for investigation and prosecution, but it also provides us with opportunities to make use of these technologies to manage our work, to increase our capacity in dealing with the multiple cases that we may have to deal with. But it is really a matter of how we carefully calibrate how we use these technologies.
Appreciate that. I'm going to switch gears a little bit and talk a little bit more about the role of the private sector in cybercrime. So Laura, in your opinion, in your estimation, what can the ideal role of private sector be in combating cybercrime? What are the kinds of things that we should be looking at for private sector to be doing?
Yeah, thank you. That's an excellent question. And even before I get into it, the one thing that we need to appreciate, all of us in this room, is that cybersecurity management and cybercrime management is a team sport. So I cannot say that I want to do it alone without working with the government agencies, civil society, and the community at large. So now linked to that, then we must appreciate that the technical know-how will often sit within the private sector, meaning that a lot of the tools that are used to combat cybercrime, to detect, to trace, are developed by private firms. So how can they build it in a way that makes it possible to cooperate better with government, with law enforcement agencies, with civil society, with academia? Yeah? Then the other role I'd talk about is the role in making sure that whatever it is that's being built and innovated is being done in a safe manner. When you talk about Gen I, which you've talked about, and even quantum computing, I mean, there's no public entity that is developing Gen I technology. It's all being done by the private sector. When you look at social media, which is a place where some of these crimes are being committed, particularly online violence and bullying, Facebook, Instagram, none of this is owned by the public sector. It's a private sector. So they have a crucial role to play in terms of information sharing. But even at the point of development, they need to build in a way where they also appreciate that while I have the commercial intention that it's used for good, I need to think about the users of the system. How can a cyber criminal abuse it and use it for bad? A good example is AI and the deep fakes. I bet by the time it was being developed, nobody thought that somebody would be able to put your face and get you saying things that you shouldn't be saying and drive disinformation, which can have serious consequences, particularly if it has a political angle to it, for example. So just understanding that with that risk in place, as a private sector entity, how do I develop it in a way where I'm also thinking not just about mitigating against this risk, but carrying everyone along, carrying the public sector, carrying law enforcement, allowing them to understand that when I'm developing this, this is what you need to look out for to be able to carry out your mandate. Yeah? Then I think important to appreciate as a private sector, we'll always scratch our heads and talk about regulating, whether to regulate, is regulation holding back innovation? But it's important to understand that the team in whose hands this technology is in terms of development is actually the private sector. So they have a crucial role to play in terms of influencing regulation and policy and driving advocacy, rather than coming on later on and complaining that the regulation or the conversations around policy are stifling innovation. So why don't we stand up to be counted and play our role in society? Because the reason why we exist as a private sector is because we've been given the power by the consumers of our technology to continue to be profitable. So that's what I can say.
I love that.
Thank you.
I wonder if I could follow up with one question on that front, because, I mean, that is the ideal role of the private sector. Have you seen an interesting example of one organization or somebody that has done that in a really interesting way that can be used as an example? Because usually a lot of times you'll need a regulation or some kind of teeth to be able to incentivize the private sector to act a certain way. But if you've seen it where private sector has acted upon their own accord in this very ideal manner, I would love to hear it.
Okay, I think the one that we would probably all be aware of is, I think, X, Twitter, and also Facebook. We'll appreciate that online abuse of children and online sexual violence against children is globally recognized as a crime, and every country does all it can to protect children. So that's one area where I can say cooperation has worked very well. And that is why when you check on X and you report something that it's abusing children, it is likely that that post is going to be reviewed and brought down. So that's an area where there is cooperation. It's not foreign to all of us what's been happening with the war right now, Gaza. When you post images that are not appropriate, at some point those images are going to be brought down, because perhaps there's an intention behind it to protect the dignity of the children or those that are impacted, or even those that are experiencing difficulties in that situation. So that's an area where it's worked. I can say the ongoing discussion right now on AI, if you look at who are taking part in a lot of the policy discussions with governments, and the recent conference that took place, I think in the UK, you'll see there was a lot of private sector involved there. So there's something being done there. It doesn't mean that there's nothing being done or that we've done enough. More needs to be done. And it needs to be intentional and needs to transcend beyond the profitability agenda.
I hope so, for all of our sakes. Thank you. I'm going to, again, kind of switch gears, and it links to something that, Laura, you were talking about, but obviously the private sector has a role to play, but you also mentioned that it can't just be the private sector alone. It has to include, the public sector, civil society, et cetera. Akshay, you've done a lot of work in the public-private space. I wondered if, in your experience, if you could talk a little bit about, what does it really mean when we say meaningful multilateral collaboration? We use these words all the time, but what does it actually look like in an example of some sort?
Thank you for that, Kamal. So I'm going to flip it a little bit. Whenever we talk about partnerships, we're always talking about the good guys coming together and forging partnerships to go against the people who are supposedly after some of the data we hold, or holding us to ransom or the likes. But let's actually take a step back, right? The nature of cyberspace is such that it lends itself extremely favorable for cyber criminals. There are 3 key reasons for that. One, the entry barrier is particularly low. For as low as about $10, you can buy basic exploits. For a few hundreds, maybe more sophisticated ones. The second, and an area where we work very closely with our colleagues from Interpol as well, the risk of prosecution is low as well because of jurisdiction-related issues. And that's a problem that they are working very hard to solve. But the issue is that if you have a cyber criminal group, and Stefan was referring to that, I mean, if you have a crime that takes place in Ghana, but it originates from country X, the proceeds go to country Y, you're going to have to work through a number of issues before you can, even trace how things have transpired there. The third element is the rewards are very attractive. Either you talk about, targeted attacks on critical infrastructure where the ransom demands are very high, and those are the ones that we celebrate the most or talk a lot about. The other aspect that is often not spoken about is this vast underbelly of cybercrime that affects common individuals. So, growing up in India, when telcos were coming in, we often used to have a comparison of revenue models. So the gameplay in Europe was more about limited number of users, very high ARPU, average revenue per user, so it's a big ticket size. In some of the larger markets, you have a very small ticket size, but a huge population, which means that the size is huge. So if we are thinking about common individuals and putting that analogy to cybercrime as a whole, the proceeds that are going off common individuals are indeed very, very high and significant, and often not reported. The other interesting aspect over here is that cyber criminals, they operate as a business. They collaborate. But now if we flip it over to the good guys, after understanding how the odds are stacked against us, we see that there is a lot of room for us to do better. We need to try and build partnerships that can go beyond some of the traditional regulatory or legal boundaries that are imposed on us for the most part. Public-private collaboration, and I almost feel like I'm beating a dead horse, is essential if we are able to even move forward. Now, if I take the example of what's possible, right? So at the World Economic Forum, we've incubated an initiative called the Partnership Against Cybercrime. The intent was initially to define some of the parameters under which this collaboration is possible. And Laura was talking about the private sector having the prowess, but the mandate to prosecute lying with law enforcement. So it's naturally a marriage yet to be made. So this was our very nascent attempt at trying to make that at a certain level. It's gained a lot of traction since, and last year we were proud to launch an initiative called, on the back of it, called the Cybercrime Atlas, which was funded by 4 organizations, Microsoft, PayPal, Santander, and Fortinet. And essentially the idea is, how can you map or build better intelligence on the modus operandi of cybercriminal actors by using open source information, which, by the way, helps us move beyond some of the initial challenges that I shared as well, which are more regulatory and legal in nature. So, last point on the value of partnerships. We can have very sophisticated mechanisms for collaboration, but I think what I find is just by virtue of participating in these efforts, you tend to build a very strong network, and cybercrime is bound to affect pretty much each and every one in this room, and that's the bad news. The good news is that if you're collaborating with people, you have an available network to lean on, and that can be pretty pivotal in such times.
Exactly right, and I think we have to keep trying all those different innovative models, because obviously what we've been doing has been marginal at best, but if we can actually bring all the different people together and dive deep into particular topics, which it sounds like you guys are doing, I think that's a good start. I wondered if I could go back to Stefan. Do you have, I know that you were talking about how Ghana has been doing some of this work, and the CERT has been really working on this quite a bit, and you've worked with the public sector, and you've worked with the private sector, and you've worked with a number of different collaborators. Can you tell me a little bit about what that looked like, and what do you think were some of the critical components of that work?
Okay, so at the authority, the CSA, collaboration is more or less Of people we've worked with. We work with organizations like UNICEF, especially in the area of children. They've been instrumental in our child online protection initiatives in terms of how we've developed a framework for protecting children. And it's not something we could have done by ourselves, so that's the value we see in such partnerships. If you look at it locally as well, we have people like the Media Foundation for West Africa that looks into, we have interest in specific areas, how we deal with the media in terms of our work, child online protection. They also do stuff around that, and they've been keen to work with us. We've been keen to work with them, and so all that feeds into our success as an authority. So definitely we see value in working with anyone, private sector especially.
You were talking about kind of the high school challenge and the POC work that you had been doing before. I'd imagine that takes a huge amount of collaboration amongst the local population, the high schools, the colleges. I'm sure that has been a very interesting kind of model as well. Yes, indeed. So if you look at this, the cyber challenge, it's involved working with on the government side, of course, the education service, but then you definitely need to work with the schools themselves. You need to work with their administration, PTAs, to get that going. The sponsorships that you need to actually run that. That idea was run for the first time last year, and we did just about, if I'm correct, just about 3 schools. But then this year we shot it up to 50. Wow. And it went countrywide. So who is going to move the team from the north to the south? It's partnership with private companies. Who is going to give them prizes? It's private sector.
Private support. So it's worked very well. And the good thing is this year, the final is tomorrow. So I think at some stage, they'll actually be here for their award. So you can look out for them. It's great. POC work, because of the info we get, to actually investigate crime, sometimes you actually need info from out there, right? So I can think back to around July, where we managed to make inroads in a specific issue we're facing. So late last year into this year, we started seeing, there's a group, from what we found out, it actually started in Asia, but these guys would develop an app and say they're offering you small loans. Then what would then happen is once you subscribe, they take a lot of personal information, your photograph, your national ID, even in the fine print, they have you permit them to take your contacts on your phone. So you take this loan thinking, well, it's 200 cedis, I have 3 months to pay. But then 2 weeks later, they call you and tell you, hey, you owe us 50, 60, 70% markup on that loan you've taken. If you don't pay us, we'll broadcast your photo to your contacts and tell them you're a criminal, you're a thief. And we're actually doing this, and the complaints started climbing. We started investigations, but then what was the key was getting a call from someone in the public and said, hey, I've seen some guys sitting in this building. I'm not sure what they're doing. We went there, and it turned out to be that's where the syndicate was sitting. We arrested over 400 people that were actually running this scam. So that's a good example of how partnerships like this can help us as an authority.
Yeah, and that trust is so hard to build, but you did that, and look at what came out as a result. That's fantastic. What a great local example. I wanted to open up the stage for questions. If anybody has any questions from the audience, we'll have some time for that, and then we'll come back, and I'd love to have one last remark from everybody, and then I'll just close out the session. But if anybody has any questions, please feel free. Please go ahead. Yeah, do you want to? Oh, she's got it.
So, if yes, how can we create a retention or reinsertion model for cybersecurity criminals in order to use their skill set into an ethical way of doing cybersecurity? Okay, I'm asking, is it possible, do you think that it's possible to create a model, a reinsertion model for cybersecurity criminals in a way of using the skill set into an ethical way of doing cybersecurity. I'm taking an example of one young guy who is really skilled, but it turned into black hacking, right? And it maybe hack the agency bank in Ghana. Do you think it's possible to reinsert him into the society in order to use his skill set in the ethical way of doing the cybersecurity?
Look, I don't have a qualified answer on whether there are approaches at scale. There will always be that odd person who can flip over, but I don't know if at a systemic level we have mechanisms by means of which we can convert cyber criminals to the right side. Having said that, I think there is a massive opportunity here, and it's important to investigate what is the reason that the person flipped over to the dark side, if you were to call it, in the first instance. And to me, it comes down to a lack of awareness about how these skills can be channeled in the right way in the first instance, right? So if we're thinking about overall awareness of cybersecurity as a career profession, it is extremely low. And not just in entry-level folks, even in people with significant amount of experience. Anecdotally speaking, I went back to my business school the other day, and I asked a class of about 150-odd MBAs that, have you considered a career in cybersecurity? They were like, no. I was like, what are your reasons for not doing that? They're like, it's a technical profession or something, right? I think the issue is that people don't even understand what are the pathways. So now if I take it back to your point about that person who did not have the awareness of what those options could be, if we were to do it differently, build awareness right from the word go, and then people are able to opt for this as a lucrative career option, as opposed to be an avenue to sort of approach from the dark side and then eventually, you know, make money, which is more for the short term and not sustainable. So I don't know if I answer your question fully, but these are just some reflections.
Should I go first? Okay. Yeah, I think the other thing to consider is what is their motivation in wanting to flip to the good side? Because it could also be a long con. It's much easier to frame a person's perception of cyber right at the onset, in their infancy. That's why capacity building and awareness on cyber and career paths available is important at the start, rather than trying to flip them much later on. If I've been a criminal before, the chances that my network will reach out to me even 4 years later is very high. So it would be a big risk to take, and from where I'm standing from, that is a person that I'd want to monitor closely. I mean, regardless. So, but I'll let our specialist here speak. Pei Ling, I don't want to steal your thunder.
Oh, no, it's interesting to hear like various perspectives, but I think the information that I'm going to offer now I'm not sure whether it will also entirely address your question, but I would like to bring up that, you know, over in the global law enforcement community, cyber offender prevention is a topic that is currently gaining more and more prominence. In fact, there is a project that is being funded by the European Commission. It's called the Intercop Network, International Cyber Offender Prevention Network. The project lead is the Dutch police, and currently this project comprises about 26 countries, if I remember correctly. So what it aims to do is to, you know, bring together law enforcement agencies and even related partners like in the private sector or in academia or even non-profit organizations to devise and implement various cyber offender prevention strategies. So just to share a few things of initiatives that are currently being done, I'm aware that, you know, the Dutch police, they have launched various campaigns to inform the youths about how certain forms of behavior like DDoS attacks or using remote access Trojans might be illegal, because some of these youths, they are extremely talented, but they may not be aware that certain behaviors are considered unlawful or even cybercrime. So I know that the Dutch police have also brought in various law enforcement agencies to partner with Google to run a AdWords campaign, I think some time ago, in the sense that, you know, certain would-be criminals, if they were to conduct searches on search engines like Google, instead of getting the information that they want on, you know, how to write malicious codes or where can I buy malware that I can use, instead they get like a public service message to remind them, you know, certain of these behaviors are considered as crime and to get them to reconsider their actions. Other initiatives are like, you know, various educational games that enforce cyber norms and cyber safety. They also run things like, you know, boot camps that they develop in cooperation with public sector and private sector partners to, you know, hone their skills, but at the same time make use of the opportunity to highlight, you know, positive messages on how their skills and talents should be used in the right way instead of in the wrong way. So I'm not sure whether that actually answers your question, but I think over at law enforcement we are tackling, you know, turning people from the dark side to the right side by targeting it at the cyber offender prevention angle.
That's fantastic. I knew somebody on this panel would have a really good answer to that. I'm being told that there's only 5 minutes left. Okay, so I thought there were 15 minutes, so apologies, no more questions. But if you each want to give just one final takeaway, and then I'll give my takeaway and we can wrap up. Stefan, do you want to start us off?
Sure. I think from the Ghana experience, what would always emphasize around collaboration, the fact that cybersecurity is not something you can do alone and be effective at it. Even within your own borders, if one agency cannot do the entire work, you need to work with other agencies that also touch the space. So in our case, we use what we call the Joint Cybersecurity Committee, which is actually a group of about 18 organizations across the government, from military to banking sector, the central bank, telecoms. All these people are together in one place, and therefore developing policy for Ghana is done collaboratively, and that makes it easier to enforce. But then you need to, like we said earlier, you need to build that up to the international level, and therefore collaboration for us is fundamental for us to be effective at this game called cybersecurity.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I think there's no doubt that when we talk about, you know, how we deal with cyber threats, how we overcome cyber threats, partnership is very important. I think that's a very well recognized fact. So I think partnerships at the national level is important. I think earlier Stefan has pointed out the importance of, you know, maybe getting the CERT community and the law enforcement community to work together, at least at the operational level. So within country, partnership is important. Among countries, partnerships are also important because, you know, countries within the same region may face certain similar crime concerns. They may have information that they can share with each other. They may have expertise or capabilities that can contribute to the tackling of these threats for the benefit of the whole region. So even across sectors, such collaboration and partnerships will be important in the form of, you know, information sharing. I think the Cybercrime Atlas initiative is a very good one, a good example of how data generated by the private sector could possibly benefit the law enforcement community, the CERT community, where, you know, the actual action against these cyber threat actors can be taken. So partnership needs to be multi-sector, multinational.
Thank you. I was going to talk about partnerships, but since that's been spoken, I'll flip to something else. So, you know, there's a known saying which says, the more you sweat in peace, the less you bleed in war. Now, it's a bit of an extreme analogy, but at the same time, if we think about cyber attacks as more of an intent of, I mean, war on an organization as a whole by cyber criminals or otherwise, it's essentially preparation and the steps that we put towards preparing for it that can be the game changer between the organizations that are resilient and those that are not. Because eventually, you know, I mean, I think the conversation has squarely shifted towards resilience and acknowledgement of the fact that attacks are here to stay. And the more we prepare, the more we invest in partnerships, the more we set up the foundations within our respective organizations for measures that make our organizations resilient, the more we'll be able to succeed when incidents actually affect us.
And I'm the last one to speak. I don't need two microphones. Thank you. Everything I wanted to say has been said. But I'm going to comment on something interesting that Akshay shared. He's talked about the collaboration among criminals. And I can comment that I find it very admirable. They collaborate very well. They share information. When there's a new exploit, the pace at which that information is going to spread is just different. It's out of this world. If we picked up that habit of sharing information at a faster pace, including information on how we've been hit and attacked without fear of consequences or reputational risk, I think it would take us to a better place. And then over and above that, when we look at the topic of new tech, the pace at which technological innovations is happening is increasing exponentially. We must remain cognizant of the current cybersecurity skills gap that exists globally. That skills gap is also there when it comes to emerging tech, whether it's blockchain, crypto, or quantum computing. Now, when you amalgamate all that together in cybersecurity, it's a different animal altogether. So we must therefore be very intentional about ensuring that we continue to educate ourselves and those around us, just like the criminals are working hard at educating others to support them in their criminal networks. We cannot be left behind. And this is a kind of thing where right now, here are the criminals, here we are, but over time, the divide is going to become so much bigger, and we must be cognizant that the rewards, unfortunately, for cybercrime seem to come in at a very fast pace and in huge amounts. So what are we putting in place to encourage people to do the right thing right from a tender age? It's not a conversation to have at varsity level. It's a conversation to have right at birth. Thanks.
And with that, I think I'll close it out. I had a few closing remarks, but I think that they've all answered all of these pieces very, very well and put a nice conclusion to it. I really thank you all for coming to this panel. I think it's really a super interesting piece in this space. The cybercrime, but also the future tech, I think is a very, very interesting space. They've all taken very key aspects, collaboration, partnerships, innovative models, real basic capacity building, and workforce development, really thinking about getting folks at the very, very ground level. And I would just encourage folks to think about the fact that I don't know if future tech totally changes the market. Even though it's exciting, even though it's super scary, if we can really focus on just investing in the basic building blocks, the basic cyber management, basic cyber hygiene, I think a lot of these pieces will be addressed. So if we can keep the focus on that space, I think we would be doing very well. Thank you all for coming.
Our focus in the coming hour is the private sector. The factory floor, as I'd like to call it, from critical infrastructure operators to SMEs and MSPs. No one can dispute that any robust vision for national cyber resiliency must include a strong private sector posture, both in the sense strong in its ability to protect itself and strong in its ability to meet the demand in cyber services and products. The private sector is where cyber products and services are consumed and delivered. And it is our hopes that this panel helps embed the understanding of its importance in the development dialogue in cybersecurity. Let me set up the stage through a brief presentation of how we, the EBRD, deal with this issue. So first of all, the EBRD is an investment bank, an IFI, which is private sector oriented, which means we invest in private sector entities and public sector entities, but they are end users in the end of the day, to achieve transitional goals as we define it, inclusive, green, etc., corresponding with the SDGs. We work in over 30 countries in Eastern Europe, Central Asia, North Africa, Caucasus, and it is also important for us to be here because we will begin operations in West Africa in the coming 2 years. This will be our newest market, so it's our pleasure to be here and start engaging with the ecosystem. We invest in various sectors, key economic sectors, energy, transportation, ICT, and more, all very cybersecurity sensitive. To us, cybersecurity poses an opportunity and a risk. It's a risk to our project in the most basic of senses, to our projects. When we invest in a power plant, we need to make sure that its cybersecurity risk is taken care of, otherwise the project might undergo severe consequences. So it's a real operational risk for us. It's a strategic risk to our ability to deliver on our digital agenda that we formulated in 2020 and promote our markets. However, we don't like to see cybersecurity as a ESG or compliance-driven issue. We would like to see it as a value offering. We would like to help our clients, support them in their cybersecurity journeys in the context of our other transactions with them, to achieve cybersecurity through a viable business model as an incentive, as a value offering, and as an opportunity. To give just a few examples of what I mean by that and what do we do. We do preliminary assessments of our portfolio and our prospective portfolio companies. We assess them, we understand their gaps, we conduct dialogues with them to understand these gaps and to raise their awareness to their gaps. We do technical cooperation. We have initiatives to actually fund the closing of assessed gaps with companies who are of, in particular, risks. We recently launched an initiative in Ukraine and war-affected countries in this regard, and we are looking at expanding it. We are exploring investments in the cybersecurity sector itself, in vendors and service providers alike in our countries of operation as a way to stimulate it, again, using a business model as in most and everything of what we do. We try to push the digital efficiency and security agenda together. For example, helping and supporting clients to migrate to the cloud or to safer digital tools in general, in order to build a more sound, to achieve security while also achieving concrete business goals and increasing the uptake while doing it. Again, sound business model. We always aspire, when we do all of this, to use service providers from the region in our constant mission to work both on the demand and supply side of things. We want to use local service providers to strengthen local markets and achieve long-term better results. And looking forward, We have other plans to work with insurance companies, with banks, with MSSPs in a bundled approach to deliver resilience to SMEs also in an impactful and scalable way. The search and quest for market-driven incentives is central to what we do in the EBRD, and I hope it will be the theme of the panel we have here today. So, without further ado, we have 5 distinguished panelists representing both the supply side of cybersecurity and the demand side and the academic side. So, I'd like to start with Professor Noura Fatayes, who is Associate Professor at the Qatar University, founding Secretary General of the Arab Association of Cybersecurity. So, Professor Fatayes, if I may ask you, from your vantage point as an academic researcher and NGO leader, how do you see this issue of incentivizing private companies to increase cybersecurity uptake? What are your lessons learned? How do you see it from your experience?
Thank you, Roy. First of all, let me introduce the ARCS, the Arab Association for Cybersecurity. It's an initiative created by the Arab states, and it's hosted in Qatar. The aim for this association is to bring together the experts and the investors to build the capacity, the Arab capacity in cybersecurity. When we talk about the cybersecurity, we need to talk about the collaboration, international collaboration between the stakeholders within the same country. And when we talk about the private sector, we cannot really assume that the private sector can work in solo for the cybersecurity. They need the public, they need collaboration, international collaboration. They need everyone, the stakeholders, they need individuals. So when we talk about the cyber market, cybersecurity market, we know that revenues, it's all about the market. The more revenue we have, the more market it can be increased. So with the cybersecurity and the market, Roy, you asked about the incentives. So with the incentives, we are talking about the financial incentives. So for the organization to focus and to put the cybersecurity in their top priority, they need incentives, financial. They need even to promote the tax incentive. And this will really help the private sector to focus on the cybersecurity, because they have their own domain, but still they need to focus on the cybersecurity. And private sector is also responsible for helping the public, the government, in building the capacity and making sure that education awareness is available not only for the employee but also for the individuals, because they are part of that cycle. And as the director of the ITU, Mr. Orhan Osmani said, it's not about reading and listening. This is not the only thing it's need, but is to teach people how to teach, because by that you are benefiting of making sure that they understand it, they can do it, and they can transfer that knowledge to others. So I'm not sure, Rory, did I answer the question?
Yes, thank you very much. So, you know, what you said about the need to incentivize beyond a compliance-based approach and the working on awareness and collaboration, I think these are central pillars to what we are discussing here. Thank you. I would next like to turn to Mrs. Abir Assad, who is, Abir Assad is the Security, Governments and Digitalization Director in Orange, Jordan. Now, Abir, of course, you work in a major telecommunication operator in a very heavily regulated sector, high risk, heavily regulated correspondingly. Share with us, please, your experience about developing strategies that don't rely on government guidance and intervention, but on market forces to achieve cyber resilience in your sector.
Thank you, Roy. Hello, everyone. Coming from a private company, and as you just mentioned, a telecom company, you know that we have a huge demand on cybersecurity, especially that we provide diversity of solutions and services such as the data, the internet, the telecom, mobile and voice, as well as some ICT services. All those services requires the cybersecurity. Now, marketing cybersecurity within our services is like something that is needed by the market. We market it as we are protecting the service. For example, one of the services we provide for our B2B2 customers is the clean internet pipe, protecting this internet connection from attacks such as the DDoS is a highly demanded service from our B2B customers. The thing that requires from our side a huge investment and skills. However, it's one of the services we provide. Other services, a collaboration with the governmental sector in many terms. For example, we regularly secure or cooperate with securing the parliamentary elections. We provide some solutions and skills needed to ensure that we provide such service for the public and for the governmental sector. Other services such as we are part of CSR responsibilities and services. We provide the digital academy, and we're trying to incorporate the security awareness and security education within those digital academies. I cannot say that we reach a good level in that perspective, but at least we have a plan that we need to increase our awareness and education to our customers. Everything could start from the awareness, and giving the awareness from our customers as part of the trust company, and to protect their digital identity on the internet is started to be a must rather than a service that can be provided by the digital sector.
Thank you very much. I mean, the clean pipes concept, which is you know, a fascinating policy issue, always has been, about actually how we can leverage the services of the telecom operator to provide cleaner internet for all. I think it's a fascinating issue and a fascinating topic. I might not be able to resist and ask you a follow-up question later on that, but I understand this concept and the concepts you mentioned of collaborating with the rest of the ecosystem and this sort of engagement to increase overall resilience, in a way which is market-driven. Let me turn now to Mr. Mohammed Najim, who is the Chief Information Security Officer in Value, fintech company in Egypt in this case. Now, the fintech sector is a very sophisticated, technologically savvy sector. How difficult it is to drive cybersecurity uptake over there? What's your perspective on it and the ability to motivate management and stakeholders?
Thank you, Roy. Fintech business is new in the Egyptian market. It's a few years ago. It started to expand in a very big way. We have a lot of challenges because we are dealing with end consumers, and this put us in a lot of challenges. Always fintechs have a limited budgets, and they are not capable to do heavy investment, and most of them see, unfortunately, cybersecurity as a burden, and they don't see the value or why should we invest and put such an amount of money in cybersecurity. And unfortunately, that happens because always cybersecurity professionals speak in a different language than the business teams. So what we did, and it turned out to a success story, is that we're always looking forward to link business to security. So we're analyzing what are the business requirements and linking these business requirements to security controls. So we have upward traceability from business requirements to what are we investing and why we are doing it, what are the values and benefits that the business will achieve from such an investment, and backward traceability, if the business have a doubt why we did invest in such a project, we can trace it back to the business requirement that we acquired such a solution for. Also, another pitfall that security professionals fall in is that they take security in silo projects. I have a problem, I go get a solution to fix that problem, but I don't look to the overall picture of the environment. Does that solution fit in others? Will the investment I'm going to do here fit in the overall company requirements? Will that add a value? That's why many security projects unfortunately turn to a failure. So we have to always look to security from an enterprise perspective and from an enterprise architecture perspective. We are currently adapting SAPSA as a security architecture framework where we are looking to always the overall picture and the long-term strategy in addition to the tactical, where what are the mid-term projects that we need to fulfill and the operational part to implement and operate such solutions. That turned up that our business started to see the value of the investment in cybersecurity and the return of investment from it. One of the examples that we are followed, for example, when we requested for a distributed denial of services solution, the business didn't understand why we need to do such an investment in hardware and the subscriptions. So we have to link that to the potential business impact if we are subject to a DDoS attack and how much revenue will be lost from the organization. And accordingly, we were capable to justify such investment cost and get the approval and to proceed with the POCs and acquirement and procurement of the solution. So always we have to link business to security in order to have a harmony and get the required investment we need. Thank you.
Thank you for giving us a glimpse into the, let's call it the boardroom and senior management dynamics in harnessing them to invest more in cybersecurity. We know this very well from the EBRD. We have our own directors representing us in a lot of companies we invest in. This is only at the beginning of the way, the issue of boardrooms and senior executive engagements. And there's a lot to be done in this area, which is not compliance driven. Thank you. Let's go and hop over to the other side of the aisle, to the world of the cybersecurity service providers, with Ms. Shiome Imwegu, I hope I'm more or less, who is Managing Director at Cyberdome, a service provider, a cybersecurity service provider. Now, of course, please share with us from your experience in providing services to various stakeholders in this region, maybe and beyond. How do you think we can incentivize them to increase their uptake from your perspective as a service provider?
Thank you very much, Roy, and good evening, everyone. Greetings from Nigeria. So, from my perspective, incentivizing cyber resilience using market mechanism, it's far overreaching and it is pertinent. Adopting incentives to foster development and adoption of very innovative and advanced security program is really relevant. So basically, looking at ways to drive this approach is, first, you look at market mechanism as a tool to serve as a game changer. By that, some of the approach would include cybersecurity as a market commodity. Yes, Roy already spoke about cyber insurance as a dynamic driver. as well as, of course, the regulation regulatory framework, I beg your pardon, and also creating a platform where investors can meet or connect with innovative cybersecurity startup. The whole idea is, for this to work, there should be some sense of healthy competition among cybersecurity service providers. There should be a very friendly, not stiff regulatory framework that does not stifle innovation, at the same time also not giving room for vulnerabilities. We also have to pay more attention to industry standard, ensuring that developers and also everybody in the ecosystem adheres to that while ensuring that a certain cybersecurity baseline is adhered to. So looking at cybersecurity as a market commodity, it actually sits in my space as an MSSP, a managed security service provider. So what do? We provide service, expertise, and technology. The goal is to ensure that at every point in time, we're able to ensure that digital assets or systemically important critical infrastructure are adequately secure and safe. And how do we do this? We go about ensuring that we come in and provide the necessary risk assessment. We know that the cyberspace is being weaponized, and we've seen cyber attacks grow exponentially. And the need for us to ensure that we provide adequate resilience across the ecosystem cannot be overemphasized. We have moved from cyber protection, hardening the core, to providing a resilient ecosystem, because I think someone in the panel session from the Auto Hall spoke about solar wind and the colonial pipeline, and these are really, really new vectors, new approach by the cyber criminals, where you see them exploit supply chain vulnerabilities and all of that. So we know that the system is more connected more than ever before. So the whole idea is to ensure that we provide the adequate service by, I said, risk assessment, inventorizing, security audit, patch management, incident response, and a whole lot more. But more importantly, I'm going to touch briefly on the insurance. I know a lot of people are still yet to understand the role of cyber insurance in building resilience. But again, it's when you actually see the fact that the cyber insurance, which also is a market mechanism to drive cyber resilience development, gives organizations or provides them with the financial safety net, motivating them to invest more in cybersecurity, knowing full well that, yes, I am adequately secure, but I need to build on my resilience by investing more in a more holistic cybersecurity program, while also building resilience at the end of the day. Because at the end of the day, what we intend to achieve is to ensure that there is a seamless and very dynamic play between all the forces. And the metaphoric genie in the bottle, to me, is that significant challenges with remarkable opportunity that presents before us, the importance of deploying market mechanism if we surely must address the quest of cyber resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's hear from Wally now. Again, head of business for tech cyber, correct? Tech experts. And following up on what Shiome said, how do you find the challenges of your clients? What would you think are more things, more incentives that can help them better align with their needs and increase their uptake?
Okay. Thank you very much. I think from our side, we've looked at it in different ways, and much similar to what Chioma said, but we come from a background of providing tech services for over 12 years, tech experts. And we've been doing that for some of the biggest technology firms across the world, governments, and enterprises. Understanding their needs and ensuring that they can work 24/7 all the time. And most of what we've done is providing our services, building them organically from within the company, from within the group. So Tech Experts is from a group of companies called YMV Group. And within that, we have several categories of different companies. Some provide tech support, some provide tech skilling, and then SciTech is the cybersecurity company. And from that, we've gotten to understand that clients would need security services in 4 different ways from our own approach. Is either we approach them from advisory services, where we advise them on their security requirement. That's from the basics, where they don't probably know where to go at the very beginning. And sometimes when they do that, it becomes capacity building. How do we ensure that we train them and we ensure that they have the right cybersecurity, they understand what they need to protect themselves. Then the next one is implementation. Maybe they don't even understand how they should implement the security services. So with our skilling company called Elevate, we can train them, provide them with capacity building, and then we can implement through tech experts professional services. But beyond that, we also have come to realize that it's not all companies that want to implement or have the means to implement their own security services. For example, to build a security operating center, a SOC. So it goes back to why companies decided to go into cloud services. I mean, a few decades ago, I mean, for you, if a small business was to bring themselves online, they would need to spend a lot of money buying servers and all that until cloud services came and people could subscribe. So the fourth one is helping them with managed security services or managed SOC services, where we provide them with security services to run, to come on board, they can subscribe, and in very cost-effective ways to do that. So we approach it in different ways, depending on the kind of customer, depending on what they need.
Hearing what you and Chioma has said, I mean, obviously, I think what we understand is that cybersecurity is a very complex dialogue, okay, between, with the companies that need it. There are a lot of issues that needs to be tackled. It's all new. There are no silver bullets that management can adopt. There are entire processes that needs to be built. And to me, this emphasizes the importance of having service providers, of having companies that can intermediate between all the technologies and the knowledge and the products and the endless ocean of threat and solution, and can intermediate it to the key economic sector players. And this also highlights the importance of local service providers as part of the long-term guarantee for any ecosystem resilience. You have to have this component. You cannot only invest in compelling one side of the equation to need the resources. It needs someone who can support him and help him actually do it, which is a good starting point for our next round of questions. I'd like to return to Professor Fatayas. Now, let's talk about how we strengthen this cybersecurity sector, which is private sector, almost in every country I can think of. It will always be private sector, and is important and crucial to the cybersecurity journey of the nation. Now, again, from your perspective as an academic, what is the role of research, of academic research, in making sure the cybersecurity sector can grow? Its role regarding promotion of innovation, promotion of human capital in cybersecurity. How do you see it?
Of course, with the cybersecurity and research, we are talking about innovative tools We are talking about being adapted to emerging technologies and threats. And when we talk about research, we are talking about even building capacity in research. And I think this is the role that is played in countries, in private, public sectors, and even at the regional level and international level. And I think this is where ARCS, or the Arab Association, come to support the research initiatives in the Arab region. So when we talk about the innovative and innovation in cybersecurity, I would like to talk about getting the cyber range in Qatar University. So when we got the cyber range, it is tailored global capabilities to local requirements. So we needed to teach our researchers how to teach others for creating scenarios and working in the cyber range. It was the first, as far as I know, in the region, the cyber range. And we were creating that for both, for having local educational resources, which will create the local workforce, and also for creating our local expertise in building the educational infrastructure. And also, it's not only the cyber range, there's a lot of other initiatives. So we don't want to forget even supporting women in the cyber security. We need more women in research, more women in the private sector helping in the cyber security. So there we also created the Cyber Women Initiative, and we had international collaboration to support that initiative, because every country has their own local needs and local culture, and we needed really to have that at the country level, region level, and international level. Because without the international collaboration, we cannot really work in the cybersecurity. Without building capacity locally and at the region level, we cannot really work in solo. And this is why we have some initiatives like the Women in Cybersecurity and the UK GCC Women in Cybersecurity Fellowship Program to support and make the collaboration. And yeah, one more thing, Roy, I don't want to forget, the regulations and standards should be really flexible. Should be flexible to accommodate the emerging technologies, the emerging risks and threats as well. So this is one point which is important not only for the private sector, but also for the public sector as well. I think that.
Thank you very much. So what I get, the insights I take, one, the localization aspect, where you're saying, it is never enough, you know, a country cannot long-term borrow or import cybersecurity. There are levels which it will always need its own capacities in its private sector, in its research sector, in order to be able to advance, okay? You cannot rely on imports long-term. Second, the importance of research. I mean, there's a common misconception that you can teach cybersecurity based on, you know, generic framework. This is true. But again, long-term, if you want to have quality and top-notch, and you must have an elite cadre in every nation in order to really tackle the issues of cybersecurity, you must have academic research besides it to allow for it. Without quality research, you can never have that. Turning to Mrs. Abir Assad again. Tell us more, please, on how, you know, Orange is a very large corporation, and it is believed that these large corporations, with their expertise and experience and facilities, they can support the ecosystem around them while allowing access to these resources and expertise and collaborations. You touched upon it earlier. I wonder if you can expand on how you can help from your experience and expertise and resources and infrastructure to the cultivation of the cyber sector, and if you can please expand on the issue of clean pipes. And what challenges do you have in implementing, which is obviously a very complex issue, which I haven't heard of anyone who can say is solved completely. Please.
Yes. Well, speaking about our ecosystem, the ecosystem is well known as the combination of the technology, the people, and the processes. If you are going to talk about the technologies, in general, we have the security by design in our products, and we are trying to ensure that security is within every aspect of the project life cycle and every service provided from Orange to our customers. In terms of people, we are trying to acquire rare skills in the market related to cybersecurity, such as the DevSecOps, the DataSecOps, and we are trying even to find some qualified people in the security of the AI, and to be honest, that's not easy. And that's why what Orange did as a big company, they are providing some security education and master in cybersecurity, or even they're providing the full support to, if you want to get some education and get some certification in cybersecurity, to ensure that we can get those certificates and some rare skills and expertise. So we are talking about scaling up and scaling horizontally our skills and our expertise in our people. As well, for the people, we have a KPI this year that we need to achieve 80% of security awareness in our company, reflecting that we are a trust company and we are a responsible company. We are providing through our platforms various security awareness programs. It's available for all our employees. And when I talk about our employees, I'm talking about internal employees and external employees as well. And finally, regarding the processes, we're trying to adapt the automation in our processes and ensure that security is seamlessly is part of our processes internally, and of course, when it's externally to our customers. Well, coming back to your question regarding the clean pipe, to be honest, this is it's a topic that first started as a B2B service, as I said. However, as part of our collaboration with the government, and as I said, we are part of the ad hoc committee related to the cyber intervention, global cyber intervention. They brought up this topic about, since the internet providers are the providers of the internet, why don't they, or they should be responsible on cleaning the pipeline? To be honest, it's a controversial topic, because it's not that easy to clean the pipeline. It's an on or off. It comes with complex technologies and skills needed, and investment, a huge investment, actually, platforms in order to clean the pipeline. Simply, the technology incorporates that whenever you have a cyber attack, it goes to a special platform, where that platform, the link itself should be, investigates all the attacks and clean the attacks from that link, let's say, and then comes out as a clean pipeline and provided to the internet. You have to provide specific IP addresses in order to clean this IP address pipeline. So it's not easy just to put all the IP addresses. At the end of the day, you need to work specifically in which IPs you need to provide the clean internet service. I hope that once those technologies will be more feasible for our B2C, not only for B2B, and to be available as a common service. Maybe that can be done if we can have a more collaborative efforts with the governmental or with the public services. I hope that I answered you.
Thank you very much. As I said, fascinating topic. And we often find when we talk to telecommunication operators, what you state as, complexities of the challenge, in the end translates to insufficient incentives on both sides to actually want those clean pipes. And everything in the end has to have a business incentive. But it's a very interesting concept for us to explore and see, as a bank, I mean, if we can mitigate this risk and complete the model somehow. Thank you very much. Turning to Mr. Najim with a similar question. Being a fintech corporation, how do you bring your infrastructure, your demand side of things, your expertise to the benefit of the cybersecurity sector? Or if you'd like to reference to which challenges you see in the growth of a cybersecurity proficient sector where you operate in Egypt.
There are 4 main pillars in this area, Roy. First one is setting the foundation, where to have the awareness inside the organization and let them understand the needs of cybersecurity, what it will add value to the organization, and hence we have to conduct a proper risk assessment and risk management programs to identify where are the gaps of cybersecurity, gaps from technologies, from processes, from even resources, because it started recently that resource availability is a major challenge in cybersecurity, and to get the qualified people is very, very hard at these times. So setting the foundation part is very, very important to get everyone on board and start to see what is needed for cybersecurity. The second part is to have the capacity building. Capacity building includes building the proper processes to manage the cybersecurity inside the organization, have the right skills and fill the gaps in the skills. And to get the skills gaps, that requires collaboration internally inside the organization, from the government to have government programs to enable and empower cybersecurity inside the country, and to train and get qualified cybersecurity resources. And the third part is related to service providers, the collaboration between the company and the service providers to enable and empower internal resources and have the proper skills inside, and at the same time to utilize the capabilities and skills that the service provider have, especially from the exposure with different customers and the knowledge of how cyber attacks are going on, to fill the gaps that we have in cybersecurity. So capacity building is very, very important to have it in a proper way. The third part is market incentive for the organization to invest in cybersecurity. And the market incentive here comes from identifying to the management what are the value to the business while investing in cybersecurity, how cybersecurity will boost the business model and enable the fintech to reach more to the customers. Having end user trust on the organization, especially in fintechs that are working in financial resources, make the customer have the trust and expand the customer base, which will enable the company and the management to extend their revenue and profitability, where they will be willing to do more investment. On the other side, letting management understand what will happen and what will be the impact on the organization if there is a cybersecurity incident, what will it reflect on the organization, from brand, from revenue, from customer trust. If they understand the risks behind cyber attacks, the uninterest on investment in cybersecurity will change, and they will start to worry and be willing to understand why these risks exist and how to fix it and how to mitigate it. The fourth one, or fourth pillar, is related to accountability. We cannot proceed in cybersecurity with having the proper accountability, either from cybersecurity management, from business management, and from regulatory authorities. There should be some kind of regulations always to ensure that the fintechs or the organizations will abide to the country-wide regulations and the security standards that are in place, and they are doing the proper due diligence in security. And commitment from the executive management to always continue and invest in cybersecurity. Having these 4 pillars in place will boost the cybersecurity and will enable the cybersecurity teams to work in a proper way and protect their organization. I hope I added or answered your question correctly.
Yes, I mean, what I'm hearing from you, cybersecurity has to be profitable. Yes, it needs to have a business model. Regulation is, you know, it is never enough in such a field. We have to find ways for this to make business sense long term. Well, I think that's the challenge that underlines this entire discussion. Turning to Shiome, as a service provider, obviously you will benefit much from you know, more clients understanding the risk, increased demand, and which will, you know, lead for better business. But how do you see the challenges of the cybersecurity sector itself, of service providers such as yourselves? Again, in the region you operate in, the shortage of manpower, shortage of other financial incentives, risks, competition. How do you see your challenges?
Thank you very much, Roy. It's a very interesting question. So, from our perspective, it's quite a very complex and situation where, first of all, you need to create the awareness. I listened to all the speakers speak, and everybody was really trying to lay more emphasis on creating awareness and also the need for collaboration and all of that. So it's a bit of a challenge from where I come from. I think it's a global thing because we know that first you have to get people to understand that, like you rightly said, there is no silver bullet. Technology, again, is insufficient, and it's a matter of not if, but when it's going to happen. Because we know that nobody is immune from cyber attack, no matter how big or small you are. So basically, we first of all start by trying to sensitize our clients and prospects alike on the real key imperative of what should be expected. I like to start by asking, how would you like to pay for cybersecurity? As ransom, or business disruption, or downtime? So the choice is yours. We are moving from a time where you think there is no one-stop shop, considering the fact that we see with technological advancement how it outpaces security measures. A solution you buy today or you deploy today could be obsolete in another 6 months. So it goes to show that there is continuous improvement, optimization from time to time. Basically, what we do at Cyberdome Nigeria is, first of all, to provide end-to-end, multi-layered cyber operational services to our clients, both within the private and public sector space, regardless whether you're small, medium, or large-scale enterprise, and it's across various industry verticals. We've also known that because of the scarcity in manpower and cybersecurity professionals across the globe, not peculiar to Africa or Nigeria in particular, we have been able to devise a methodology that allows us to seamlessly integrate world-renowned expertise, innovative technology, and processes to ensure that we're able to equip and boost the security structure, posture of our clients' business IT infrastructure, giving them the visibility that they can see prevent and equally remediate the most sophisticated and complex cyber attacks. So we know that there is also the need for us to enhance skills gap, also create knowledge in the field of cybersecurity. And that we have done by, that we have done by conducting regular courses and also international certification, where we come into an organization, try to assess the knowledge requirement of certain professionals in certain departments and try to reassess and upskill them in their relevant fields. Additionally, we're also in partnership with university in Abu Dhabi, where we're providing a tailored threat intelligence landscape that we actually tailor to meet the Nigerian landscape, because we know that what we currently have today is a bit generic and is tailored to what we have globally. So finally, I'd like to say that it is not enough for us to try to see, to run cybersecurity as a business. It's also good for us to look at it as a business enabler, where we drive a collaboration between the government, industry leaders, the academia, and of course cybersecurity professionals to come up with strategies that we can adapt to address this ever-evolving threat landscapes. And in conclusion, I'd like to say that in respect to driving market mechanism with respect to cyber resilience development, we have to look at how regulation, innovation, collaboration, of course, standard industry requirements would be seamlessly allowed to work harmoniously so that we're able to provide ourselves with a very secure and immune digital future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we are running out of time, I quickly go to tech experts, global company, as I remember, understand, working in very different geographic markets all over the world. What are the challenges you are facing when trying to do business? Does it differ from the nature of the country you are working with? Whether it's a low income or higher income country, any other differences you can think of?
Thanks. Yes, each country comes with its own regulatory requirements, and some will require that you register to do certain things, some will not require, and the registration process could be different. And so it depends on the country you're working with, and that's what we've seen everywhere we've gone to and everywhere we've tried to work. But what we have done is look at those requirements and adapt to it, ensure that we have the right requirements to work. And that helps a lot in creating whatever service we want to create. And I mean, if we look at what we're doing with SciTech, for example, and why we started in the places that we started and why we have the kind of people that we have running the service or running the company as it is, it's based on those requirements. Number one, you need very, very strong security. So we looked across our different, because we run a global delivery system, and so we looked across our different hubs. And we worked with the different people, and then we looked at how they can go into different areas. And some of the implementations that we've done involve us in deploying for governments, institutions, and being able to do that, you will definitely need references. So we needed to work with professionals who had that, and we have them amongst us. And then there's also continuous skilling, ensuring that you have the right skills and everything. So that conglomerate, that 360-degree service that we have kind of like helps us to adapt to different environments, different areas that we go to work.
Thank you very much. As we are almost over, We have time to take 2 questions from the audience. If someone, yes, sir, please, yes.
Thank you. My name is Adel Abd Sadiq. I am Director of Arab Center for Cyber Research from Egypt. Many thanks for this great information. My question is, or my comment is, when we are thinking in the title of this session, the market, I think in the supply and demand and the competition and how to secure supply chains. As you see, after COVID-19, secure supply chain, it is a big problem, especially for developing countries. How your countries like Qatar, Egypt, Jordan, Nigeria, Ghana, how government encourage private sector or foreign investor to have its ability to development their cybersecurity industries, like data center industry, for example, like software or hardware, whatever. Because of there is a problem if we depend on the outside only. It is a problem. How to secure our national needs? How to development national strategy to development our ability to deal with the world, to deal with the market, global market. Thank you.
Okay, I'll start from my side. Supply chain risk, as you mentioned, is very risky for any organization. And in our field, we are dealing with many third parties in integrations, which poses a major risk to the organization. In order to have a proper supply chain risk management, we have to do the proper due diligence with any third party that engages with us. That requires, as a first stage, to have a proper risk assessment. What is the exact engagement with the third party, how it will be happening, why it is happening, who will be doing it, where, when. All the 6 questions related to due diligence have to be fulfilled. The 6 questions mainly are what, why, how, who, when, and where. If I'm fulfilling these, I will understand exactly how I'm going to engage with that service provider or third party and what will be the risk posed to me by him. This is the first stage. Second stage is to mitigate such risk by setting the proper security requirements to ensure that my environment is secure, will not be impacted by any breach or any impact from his side, and ensuring that he have implemented in place the proper security requirements in his organization. And not only validation by paperwork, we have to have some way of assurance that these mitigations are in place, either by on-site audits from our side or by a third party doing the assessment and getting the reports for that. That will assure that third parties are doing the necessary due diligence to have security. If most of the organizations in the market follow the approach, we'll find that security started to spread all over the market, and big players and mid players always mandating to small companies to have the proper security controls in place in order to be capable to engage in business with them. That will make us capable to have a national-wide security awareness and security implementation in place. Thank you.
Thank you. One more quick question.
Yes, the question will be quick. I'm not sure about the answer. Patrick Pavlak, I work for Carnegie Europe, and Mr. Negemi, you speak my language when you talk about due diligence and accountability, because that's something I have worked on. So I was wondering if you could tell us a bit about the accountability mechanisms that you think could work, and maybe other panelists can also jump into that question, especially in the relationships that are not equal. You have certain actors, of course, in cyber capacity building, where there's power imbalances are there from the very beginning, right? The bank, that's one of the organizations providing the funding. What is the sort of accountability mechanism that you, as a partner, can also deploy vis-a-vis organizations like EBRD, but World Bank and others that are operating in this space, and also vis-a-vis other private sector or government actors that you engage on, and maybe others also would like to jump in.
Accountability.
2 minutes, so.
Accountability, from my perspective, I see it in 3 layers. First layer is coming from the regulator or the party of upper interest, that you have to push accountability on the sub-organization or the organizations that is working under his control. That will ensure that the organization are abiding with the regulations and doing the proper due diligence in their part. The second accountability is related to the cybersecurity management in the organization. It is the role of the cybersecurity leader inside the organization to ensure that awareness of cybersecurity exists in the place, that upper management understand their duties, their responsibilities, and what they need to do, and what will be the consequences and the impact if they don't do their proper accountability. In many cases, there is a gap between cybersecurity leadership and upper management, because everyone is speaking different language. Cybersecurity are always speaking from technical perspective, and they are not considering the business language itself. So from cybersecurity leadership, we have to learn how to speak in business language and educate the executive management on what are the risks, what are the consequences if they don't do the proper due diligence and accountability from their side. The last accountability is related to the executive management. If they do their part, they will be abided to empower and provide the required investment to cybersecurity unit to ensure the security of the organization. And at the end, it is everyone's responsibility to ensure that security is in place. So the 3 layers of accountability have to work in collaboration in order to ensure that we are achieving the target of cybersecurity unit. I hope I clarified enough.
Thank you. And if not, there's always room for further conversation. Please join me for a round of applause to our distinguished panelists. I hope we open the door for further engagement on this very important topic. Are we now, yes, a token of appreciation will be handed out. As I said, thank you. Please enjoy the rest of the conference, and thank you very much for participating.
It's been a very, very busy day. I am also cognizant that I am the last thing between you and alcoholic beverages. So, we're going to have a little bit of fun with this discussion on the theme Stronger Together, Cross-Regional Approaches to Cooperation in Cyber Capacity Building. Very excited to be the moderator for this discussion. My name is Randy Pestana. I'm Director of Cyber Policy at Florida International University. To kick off the session, we wanted to provide you a brief video to kind of kick off the theme and the discussions related to what you're about to hear today. So if we can play that video. So I'm very excited to introduce our scene setter for some preliminary remarks related to the theme of this panel. Ms. Alison August-Trappel is the Executive Director of the Inter-American Committee Against Terrorism of the Organization of American States since August 2016. In this role, she promotes the OAS's counterterrorism agenda throughout the Latin America and the Caribbean region, and she leads the OAS's technical assistance efforts in areas such as cybersecurity. It is my honor to welcome Ms. Alison August-Trappel to the stage.
We've got an awkward setup here, don't we? I'm gonna just pivot a bit. I love my team right here. Yeah, I just want to make sure I can see the wider audience because you made an effort to join us here today. And I see a lot of familiar faces, so I feel badly that you're going to hear me talk yet again today. But we do have a couple of messages that we want to share with all of you. So thank you for being here in this session. Regional cooperation is a priority topic for the OAS. And I think if it's not a priority topic for all of you, I hope it will be by the end of this session. So to help convince you, I am going to discuss three things, or make 3 points over the next few minutes, and I promise I'll try to keep you awake. First, why are regional efforts important for capacity building? 2, why should we share with or learn from other regions? And 3, what are some examples of effective cyber capacity building cooperation? I'm going to show you that it really can work. But let me start at the beginning. Why are regional efforts important? This audience, this small but mighty audience here, of course, knows that cybersecurity or cyber resilience is absolutely critical for sustainable development, economic growth, and social prosperity. That's the theme of this entire conference, right? Cyber resilience for development. And I think we also all here know that one of the most straightforward ways we can develop that resilience and strengthen our national or collective cybersecurity posture against a constantly evolving threat landscape is through capacity building. Capacity building can take many different shapes and sizes. It can be through classroom-type lectures, it can be through practical tabletop exercises, or it can be through peer review type discussions. It can be virtual or in person. It can be for government actors or industry. But regardless of the format and regardless of the participants, there is a common and critically important denominator in all of these options: communication and dialogue. It sounds so simple and straightforward, doesn't it? But in reality, fostering communication and exchanging information, especially around cyber resiliency, is often much easier said than done. Regional multilateral organizations like the OAS can really play an important role in this regard. A regional organization like ours has extensive knowledge of the history, the culture, and the unique particularities of our region, as we are able to bring together to convene 33 member states of the Americas, as well as industry partners, civil society, and academia in a way that few others can. And I am confident that the same can be said for other regional organizations like the EU, the OSCE, the AU, and ASEAN. Of course, each region surely has a vision for what cyber resilience should look like. The OAS vision, for example, is for us all to arrive at a place where there are known rules for what is or not acceptable to do in cyberspace, where governments and stakeholders can effectively identify and respond to cyber threats and vulnerabilities, and where each region develops an educated workforce that can operate quickly and effectively in this fast-moving realm. We, the OAS, are therefore developing cybersecurity programming for our region that will help develop cyber diplomats who can facilitate strategic decision-making, build a cybersecurity workforce that's capable of addressing evolving threats, and promote gender parity in this area. And I can truthfully say that over the past 20 years, which is as long as we've been operating in this region, we've made some really good advances. But as we've all heard said a million times before, the cyber threats are increasing and they know no borders. Cybersecurity is a collective responsibility, and we all absolutely have to agree that we can be stronger and more resilient if we work together. This takes me to my second point. Why? Why should we work cross-regionally? It is no secret that diverse ransomware attacks have been incredibly costly for many governments and agencies across the globe. COVID-19 also complicated our work with the explosive growth of online users and the fact that governments quickly accelerated investments in digital infrastructure. These same digital investments require comprehensive security protections. So this reality, this constantly evolving reality, has challenged us all to identify new approaches to cybersecurity policies and guidelines, and to develop the infrastructure necessary to support them. Why should we do it alone? Many valuable lessons can be learned from the experiences of others, both the successful experiences and the not so successful experiences. No one has all the answers figured out, at least not yet. So the OAS strongly believes that fostering the exchange of cross-regional knowledge, experiences, and expertise can truly help advance effective and sustainable global cybersecurity solutions. Unfortunately, as I said earlier, this is typically much easier said than done. But there are some really simple, straightforward steps that regions and regional organizations can take to begin to implement this approach, mindful, of course, of language considerations and levels of cyber proficiency. But just to throw out a couple of ideas, we can organize joint training activities, particularly cybersecurity exercises around incident handling. We can facilitate the sharing of cyber policy or strategy documents. We can identify national points of contact to facilitate the adoption or application of confidence-building measures. And we can continue to facilitate dialogue among diverse stakeholders, including through events and fora such as this. Building capacity in this way can potentially help states not only advance their own national cyber resilience, but also allow them to participate more effectively in international cyber discussions, such as the UN Open-Ended Working Group. I think we might hear about this in a little bit. And in this way, together, we can help contribute to greater international peace and security. And can I also just add that effective capacity building cooperation can help maximize resources and avoid duplication of efforts. This is important to all of us. If successful training courses exist in one region, perhaps we could just translate them or adapt them to another region without having to start from scratch. This is a point that's going to resonate with everyone, whether you're a donor or an implementer or a recipient country. So this takes me to my third and final point, and I promise I'm wrapping up in just a minute. Does this work? Am I just blowing hot air, or does this cross-regional cooperation actually function? It does, and we've got some examples to share with you. This GFCE is a perfect example. Particularly with the creation of regional hubs. The GFCE Americas Hub, which I think some of you may have already heard me reference, is housed at the OAS and works to support with intra-regional and inter-regional exchanges, including with the GFCE South Asia Hub, who I think we may at least hear some reference to in just a bit. In fact, we just had a meeting yesterday of all the GFCE regional hubs, and we had an opportunity to discuss our 2024 work plan and ways in which we plan to strengthen our cooperation, including with the newly established Africa Hub. So we are putting words to paper and mapping out coordinated joint activities. For our part, and again, what I know best and most is the OAS and the work that we've been doing over the past years. So I can just say that for our part, we have had success in working with the European Union through its global cyber direct initiatives to support capacity building in the Americas, particularly through the EU-funded Latin America and Caribbean Cyber Competence Center, better known as LAC4. We've also worked with the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE. I saw Sylvia here earlier. We work to exchange views on confidence building measures in cyberspace and how can each region potentially learn new confidence building measures from the experience of others. And I think we will, again, hear more. I'm not as equipped to speak about what's happening on the other side of the globe, but we do understand that ASEAN Singapore and their Cybersecurity Center of Excellence works closely with Japan's center to develop effective cybersecurity skills among ASEAN officials. And I certainly hope that we will hear in the next minutes about other successful cross-regional experiences here on this panel. But certainly, and again, both in our regional hub capacity and just as a really sincere multilateralist, I think that global fora like the GFCE and the UN Open-Ended Working Group can play a really important, a really important role in compiling these efforts and coordinating a global capacity building agenda based on the good work already being carried out in these different regions. So regardless, whether it's through inter-regional exchanges or through a more international or global approach, regions absolutely need to seek ways to share their experiences and good practice with others. Our global cybersecurity and resilience absolutely depends on it. So you don't have to tell me now whether I convinced you or not. Let's wait to hear the rest of the panel about the importance of cross-regional cooperation and dialogue. We are fully committed. Thanks so much. Randy, I turn it back over to you. Is this mine or yours? That's yours.
Allison, thank you so much for those great words. And I think you're going to hear a lot of those similar themes as we get into our panel discussion. I heard Gordina talk about how half of her talking points are gone. So it's all right. We'll keep her on her toes a little bit. But again, I do want to reiterate my thanks to you all for sticking around for this last session, and a lot of our friends here in the group, in the crowd. Y gracias a todos que está aquí con nosotros hoy. I'm going to introduce our phenomenal speakers in the order that they'll speak. First, we're going to have Mr. Carlos Leonardo, who is the director of the Dominican Republic National CSIRT, and has been absolute expert advocate for cybersecurity capacity building and working cross regions to support not just Dominican Republic, but all the countries across the Americas and in Europe as well. So thank you for joining us. After that, we're going to hear from Ms. Gordina Hector Morel, who is the Director of Cybersecurity in the Ministry of Information, Communication Technologies, Utilities and Energy in Antigua and Barbuda. She is also the capital rep to the Open-Ended Working Group, as well as a Women in Cyber Fellow with the OAS, and a true expert and advocate for Antigua and Barbuda, as well as the rest of the Caribbean and Latin America as well. And then finally, and certainly not least, we're going to hear from Alan Cavanlong, who is the Regional Director for the Southeast Asia with the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. Not just thank you for your work with the GFCE and everything that you've done over these past 2 days, but also all your work that you did in the Philippines, including serving as Assistant Secretary for Cybersecurity and Enabling Technologies in the Department of Information and Communications Technologies. So, playing off of Allison's remarks, this concept of stronger together and working together, right? And we talk about this a lot, but we never really give those examples of what it takes to build those relationships and then utilize those relationships to work together towards this common cause. So, Carlos, if I could start with you, I want to hear some of the things that you've done in the Dominican Republic, but also working cross regions that have proven successful and maybe something that can be adopted by our friends in the room. So, Carlos?
Thank you. I'm sorry, but I have to repeat it. You have to drink a lot of beer.
Drink a lot of beer. For those
you have to drink a lot of beer. That's the first step. And then you have to build those, that trust relationship between the organization, the national organization, and the international ones. In our case, for example, OAS and Association America has been a very important support for us in the Dominican Republic since we were writing our national cybersecurity strategy. Since the beginning, they are supporting us in all the process, not only in the development of the national framework, the legal framework, the standards, and the governance framework, also in the development of the capacity building programs, helping us to connect with others international initiative like GFCE, like FIRST, and a lot of them. So I guess we can, in my opinion, when we talk about for example, Association Americans, I see them as our big brother. And the key to help to establish over the time that relationship is to present the results. When the international organizations see that the country that they are helping is presenting results, important results, not only in technical ways, also moving national indicators, international indicators, they say, hey, yes, we have to keep the support to that country. And also, not only maybe Latin America in this case is not almighty, but the important thing is not to know how to do it, The important thing is to have the contact or the number of the person to know how to do it. And that's what we got of the different international organizations. The support and the networking that we need to build capacity, cyber resilient capacity strategy in each country.
Thank you for that. Gordina, I want to hear from your experiences, because we talked earlier and we talked about these relationships and we talked about, you know, these different organizations, multilateral organizations or bilateral partnerships. Can you talk about some of your experiences at Antigua and Barbuda and what you've all done in the country to strengthen and bring those stronger relationships together?
Thank you, Randy. Good afternoon, everyone. So for us in Antigua and Barbuda, we have been able to benefit from our relationship with organizations such as CARICOM Impacts, which looks at the 15 islands of the CARICOM, and they provide cybersecurity and cybercrime capacity training for the members through cooperation with their partners, be they the EU, OAS, or private partners as well. Then we have OAS. It's a good one for me. So OAS has the CSERT Americas. And so for Antigua and Barbuda, we are in what I call the infancy stage of developing our CSERT. But we have been able to rely on some assistance from OAS, and that is through the networking. Carlos would drink beer, but I would drink sparkling water. Through that network, we're able to benefit from the capacity building. Now, OAS also has a working group on confidence building measures. And through that, they have a CBM portal, which has contact information, and it serves as a repository for the policies and legislations of the various members. And so we're able to utilize that as well. Then we come to the women in cyber, and OAS has been instrumental in coordinating on behalf of Canada the women in cyber from Latin America and the Caribbean, and I'm one of those proud beneficiaries. So we're able to benefit from cyber diplomacy and the whole UN process through that capacity building. I recall the first time, back I think in 2020, there was almost gender parity at the UN OEWG meeting. And so we continue to build on those.
There we go. Going across the world a little bit, moving away from the Western Hemisphere, I do want to talk, Alan, about some of the things you're doing, obviously, in the Asia region, but I do want to hear a little bit more about what GFCE is doing. And Gordina talked about what the OAS and that great team is doing in the Americas, really serving as kind of that convener, that bringing the people together. So as Carlos said, building those relationships and having those beers. So could you talk about, you know, the role that GFCE plays, particularly in the Asia region, but also your experience in the Philippines and what you saw in terms of cross-state or cross-regional collaboration?
Yeah, thank you, Randy. First, I'd like to discuss intra-region. So locally, when I was still the head of the cybersecurity for the Philippines, we collaborate mostly in our ASEAN member states neighbors. So we sign MOU with them, we sign agreement with them in terms of cooperation in capacity building. So we sign with Malaysia, we sign with Singapore. That is to establish rapport and support, no, for our efforts to achieve cyber resilience in the region. So now wearing the GFC hat is looking at the region itself. No? GFC is a multi-stakeholder approach, no? In implementing, in avoiding duplication, in implementing cyber resilience in the region. So we are working closely together with the Cybersecurity Agency of Singapore, where the GFCE is hosted in the ASCCE, or the ASEAN Singapore Center of Excellence, Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, within the premises of the CSA. So with that, I believe the ASCCE is hosting capacity building within the region. For example, the last UN Singapore Cyber Fellowship was hosted, and the GFC was invited to collaborate with other member countries in ASEAN to foster collaboration within the region and also outside of the region. So with that, I think with the GFCE's presence in Southeast Asia, it will build more collaboration, not just within the Southeast Asia, but also sharing of these best practices in Southeast Asia to the other region. So I think with our tools, the civil portal, the clearinghouse mechanism, it will provide more opportunities in the Southeast Asia region to cooperate, to collaborate, to share best practices, and also to build capacity. Because, you know, Southeast Asia is a region where we have different cultures, different economies, different status of technology. If you cannot compare Singapore to Cambodia, you cannot compare Philippines to other countries. So we have our own technological development. But with this is a challenge, but it also provides opportunity to improve, right? By working together.
I think that's great. And just thinking about who we have in the crowd, who here has met someone new over these past 2 days of this conference? Were they from your region? Were from a different region, right? We've all met new people. So I do want to go across the board, and I'll start, Alan, since you have the mic, I'll stay with you. The value of these kind of events, the value of these kind of engagements for starting that first step towards collaboration and sharing of those best practices that you were alluding to.
Yes, there are two types of collaboration. Informal one, which Carlos mentioned. When I was still with the police force, we just drink beer and collaborate, right? Right? Just drink whiskey and collaborate and share information. But formally, we have to build an information sharing platform within the region, right? Which is now the ASEAN countries are building. We have two actually. We have one in Singapore and one in Bangkok, in Thailand. The Bangkok is supported by ASEAN Japan Cyber Capacity Building Center. And in Singapore, we have the ASEAN Singapore Cyber Security Center of Excellence. So with this, I believe the formal platform for information sharing are now is now present in the region. And these two centers in ASEAN can provide more capacity building, not just training, not just development of cyber strategies, not just capture the flag for the certs, no? But also for cybercrime, because Interpol is in Singapore.
Exactly. Cordina, I'm interested because Alan brought up information sharing, and I know Antigua Barbuda is in the process of building and developing their cert. And we talked earlier about the important role that Trinidad has had in supporting. Can you talk a little bit about those relationships, how those relationships were formed, and the benefit that you're seeing in terms of these interregional engagements and these networks like CSIRT Americas?
Okay, thanks. So these networks were formed through training programs that we would have attended together. And so the networking, the informal networking started there. It has benefited us a lot in terms of if I have an issue, I normally sound off to my colleague Angus Smith in Trinidad, And now I have Simitri in Bahamas. I have Dale, who I've worked with. So we sound out one another. If there is an issue that I have that we can't solve, I can call upon them. And so I have found that networking, that collaboration to be quite beneficial in terms of how we are progressing in terms of organizing our cert. I did not want to reinvent the wheel, and so I drew on the experiences that they would have had and to set things in motion for our CSET.
That's great. Carlos, I do want to turn to you. I want to switch it up a little bit and talk about beyond just within the Americas or in the Caribbean or in the Southeast Asian region. I want to talk about sharing of best practices and partnering with other regions of the world. I recall in 2019, OAS, with the Canadian government support, went to Singapore for a series of ICT workshops that was led by Carrie Ann Barrett, who worked with Allison and team. And it was a phenomenal 2 days, and we were able to develop a lot of those relationships and kind of pick each other's brains. So can you talk about some of the work you've done going beyond the region and partners and experiences that you've had?
Yeah, definitely. If we talk about not in technical way or in the strategic, we have established collaboration with other countries as Estonia. For example, Estonia National Cert was our principal sponsor for the first application process, and the other one was United States. So, and today we are still sharing not only information, threat intelligence information, also we are sharing technology, we are sharing knowledge, we are sharing best practice. For example, Kim is here from Interpol, and we have 12 hours difference. Yeah, that's right, Kim. Sometimes I have to wake up him at 3 a.m., 3 p.m. for me, to ask him for a collaboration and to ask him, hey, we have that malware sample that we need the support from Interpol and Singapore, and we have that. In another case, we have collaborated, for example, with Spain and other countries here, also in the region. And as I say, it's not only in technicals, matters also in the how to build and replicate those capacity and that talent. You remember that 15 years ago, the same people who has spoken about cybercrime and just leading the cybercrime policy, they are the same people that are leading the cybersecurity policy and strategy now in our country. And we were only a few. And with the support of the international organizations, we was able to replicate those capacity in other person. Sometimes I have to send an email to myself because I have the role on the hat of the National Police, of the Cybercrime Unit. And sometimes I have to ask the collaboration to the police from the CERT. I have to send an email to myself. So today, in the case of our cyber ambassador, Claudio Pegueros, he's creating the Cyber Academy in the Foreign Affairs offices. And not only in that capacity building, also in an operational way. And that only can be done with the support of the international organization and the cross-border cooperation.
Thank you for that. Alan, I'm going to turn to you before going to Gordana with a different question, but kind of similar thoughts. You know, what are some of the experiences you've seen going across regions? And obviously GFC does a good job of cataloging a lot of what's going on, but maybe what are some of the things you've seen with, you know, across Asia, with maybe Latin America or Europe or other entities?
Yes, actually last month I was in Korea, South Korea. So we have an APC hub there in partnership with World Bank and KSPO of South Korea with the GFC. So we conducted a cybercrime investigation training for the prosecutors, for the judges, for the police officers, and the CERT, because we believe this interdisciplinary role, right, in fighting cybercrime, in protecting our cyberspace is important, right? And we have to build a capacity not just in one discipline, but across discipline. This APC hub, which GFC is one of the co-organizer, is meeting every year in South Korea, twice a year actually, to promote cross-regional. So not just Southeast Asia, but also the whole Asia and the Pacific. So Samoa, Mongolia, and Vietnam were the ones who were trained in South Korea last month. And with this, I believe with a cross-regional approach in identifying the needs, right? First, we identify the needs. What are the needs of these countries? If they have similar needs, then we group them together so that we avoid duplication of efforts. With that, we can provide just one activity. We hit 3 birds in one stone, right? So I think we can do that as one of the best practices that we can also apply in other regions, so that we can, of course, save USD, save euro, right? In producing these events, right? And also at the same time target the specific needs of our constituents, of our partners, members. Yeah. That's why GFC. I've been here for 4 months. The GFC is a very important forum for capacity building, I believe, in promoting and avoiding duplication of efforts.
Yeah, agreed. And I think back to Allison's remarks earlier about that stopping the redundancy of programs, you know, stop duplicating efforts, sharing best practices. It's not just good practice for anything in life, but it's a cost saver. And for a lot of our countries, you know, it matters that you can save a little bit. I am going to turn to the audience in a little bit for questions after this next line. So if you have a question, just point at me, throw me up a finger, a good finger, please, and then we'll go over to the questions in a little bit. But Gordana, I want to hear from you again, certainly on these cross-regional approaches and what your experiences have been cross-regionally. But I also want to talk about the receiver side, right? When you're getting this capacity building support from other regions or from other states within your region, you know, the need for political will and political leadership to be able to form those information sharing agreements and to frankly build those relationships that allow you to, you know, absorb said capacities.
Thanks, Randy. So yes, you're right. Political leadership is quite important, ensuring the advancements in capacity building. The policies, strategies, as well as the coordination of the recipient states are important, and the political leaders are best placed to know what the needs and priorities are of those states. And so I would want to say that it is important to have that political buy-in or that political will for the capacity building within the states, not just because it works someplace else means that it will work in Antigua and Barbuda. You have to take the culture into consideration, the needs of the state. So I would think that a needs assessment would be quite essential. And then you'd want to have consultation, the donor would want to have consultation with the recipient to ensure that the national agenda of priorities are taken into consideration. There must be a balance between the objectives of the donor as well as the priorities of the recipient. And of course, I would want to stress that we use cross-sectorial approach, and as usual, we want to say avoid duplication of efforts.
Yeah. And that's certainly a communication thing as well. Alan, I do want to go to you and talk about this culture, right? Because Asia is notorious for having so many different cultures across different states. How do you build that trust and relationships across the culture?
Well, if in order to build trust, you must show them that you trust them, right? It's QPQ, right? It's I tap your back, you tap mine. So it's not about one ASEAN member states not trusting the other, but it's about how you give trust as well. That's inherent to us, right? So that's why we have the ASEAN way, right? In my past life, I attended many bilateral meetings, and in ASEAN we can fix things in the sidelines, right? We just talk in the sidelines, but in the table we can disagree, but in the sidelines we agree. So with that, the ASEAN way is something, the culture, we are not really direct, unlike in the Western countries, right? So we, for example, are you doing good? Yes, we are doing it, but actually not, right? So that's why you have to understand culture when dealing with the ASEAN, okay? Yes, we know that there are some ASEAN executives that's learned from other schools in the West. So yes, they also adopt directness in terms of answering some questions from the other ASEAN. But anyways, my point here is the coordination, the collaboration among ASEAN member states, especially in cybersecurity. I remember in 2018 when we were discussing about the UN norms on cyberspace, the 11 norms on cyberspace. The ASEAN member states already agreed on that 11 norms on cyberspace. And these are the things that I believe the ASEAN is working together, stronger together. And I hope, since we are only 10, right? Unlike other regions, so many, right? So I think it's manageable, and I believe with that culture of being close, even if we are not speaking the same language, right? Well, we are. I believe we are stronger together.
Thank you for that. Gordina, you want to comment on that?
And in being stronger together, we know that it is said that a chain is as strong as its weakest link. Yep. And so would not want to leave anyone behind. And so we'd all want to work together. As Alison had said earlier, this conference in itself is a capacity building measure. And so I believe leaving this conference, we will be a little bit stronger than when we came. And I think that we will go forth stronger as we build and leverage on the networking that we would have done during this time.
Yeah, and I'm sure those links will be stronger with dinner. Carlos, final comment on the culture piece and the relationship piece.
I only want to add that I have 14 new WhatsApp numbers since yesterday, so.
There's 14. All right, we're going to go to the audience now. I know, Robert, we have a question. Are there any other questions in the audience? We could take multiple at a time. Oh, I thought you did want a question, right? I thought you waved it.
Yes, so I think the main thing I'm going to take away is the importance of beer. Cordina did say water will do, but it makes me think a virtual beer is not as good as a real beer. And during the pandemic, we all moved to virtual meetings. And companies said, don't worry, you can stay virtual. But now they're all moving back to the office. And it makes me think, for cyber capacity building, we've tried doing online events and trainings, and there's a swing back towards doing them in person. And I wondered what your experience is of those two, and how do we get the balance between virtual meetings, virtual trainings, virtual conferences, and doing this in person?
Thanks, Robert. Carlos, I want to go to you on that question. They talked about it earlier today, right? That we're a technical community inherently, but being virtual is not the same, as he alluded to. So how do you balance that virtual cross-regional, but also that true need for that in-person relationship building? And maybe talk about your experience over the past couple days.
Yes, definitely you can build that also with coffee, not necessarily with beer. And definitely this space are the space that help us to build those close relations. It's not the same when we are seeing the face between the screen or through the screen. For example, 1 month ago, I guess, or 2 months ago, so we start to collaborate, to receive the collaboration from Chao server in an incident that we have, investigation that we are conducting related with an incident, but we had only have internet by email. So now I have the opportunity to know the person behind that email. Yeah, 20 minutes ago. So the relationship is different, the approach is different. I'm sure that the results will be different.
No, absolutely, and you really realize how tall some people are. I met my friend over here from Canada, and he is absolutely massive. So it's incredible to see that. Cordina, what about your past experiences here?
For me, during the COVID, yes, we were on many virtual sessions, and it was good to finally reach out and touch somebody else. It's that human factor that we were missing. I met Audrey from Ghana, virtually during a session online. I think it might have been hosted by OAS. But today was the first time I met her physically, and we hugged. We just embraced one another. It was just so good to finally meet her in person. So, yes, virtual is good, but I think we need that physical contact.
No, certainly, and that virtual is necessary, right, to maintain, especially when you're growing across regions. Any other questions in the audience? Trust me, I got plenty. Okay, hearing none. Was that something, Alan? Oh, I saw Alan wave like that. I do want to ask where we are. Oh, Aaron, please.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here today. I'm Erin Taylor. I'm with USAID based in Jamaica, so I'm really glad to see some of our fellow Caribbean folks here. And so I'm hoping to hear a little bit about sort of what, in your perspective, are the top capacity building needs in the region in cyber, and sort of how can the region better work together to sort of address those needs. If you have any ideas for further cooperation and how other partners in the community, such as like the donor community, can help support that.
biggest needs in the region?
I think tabletop exercises.
Okay. What does that look like, though? When you say tabletop exercise, what do you mean?
Especially the ones where we draw the islands of the Caribbean together. So if there is a cyber incident, how we work together as a team throughout the Caribbean. Because something may happen in Antigua and it affects somebody affects Trinidad or Barbados, that sort of thing. So I like those type of tabletop exercises. I think they would be quite beneficial for us in the Caribbean.
Alan, what are you seeing in Southeast Asia?
Well, in Southeast Asia, I witnessed many capacity building activities, from strategy, development of strategy, development of cybercrime strategy, cybersecurity strategy, development of tabletop exercises in terms of CERT or response, and internally, it's within the country, it's still working together, because there are the Department of ICT, the Department of Justice, the police force. So in a tabletop exercise, you have to involve all of them, so that you can practice, you can simulate. I remember there were cyber door exercises for ASEAN, and we normally do that periodically in ASEAN. Singapore is participating, Thailand is participating, and that is one way of working together, right? Because the criminals are also working together. Then why cannot work together, right? So with these activities in the region, I think these countries, the region, would be able to strengthen the resiliency on cyberspace.
Carlos, are you seeing some of the same things in Dominican Republic, those needs? What are the biggest needs that you're seeing?
Yeah, I'm totally agree with Rodina. We need more action together. Not only exchange those lessons learned, we have to put in practice. It's like the CBMs, the confidence building measures. All of countries, we know them. Maybe we have implemented in our national security strategy where we don't have those CBMs in action yet, and only with the interaction, with the exercise, and with the practice in different scenarios, that the way that we can be sure we can handle any situation when it's present.
Fantastic. Well, we only have about 3 minutes left, so we're going to do one round across the board. I'll ask for brief remarks, and I'll start Alan and work down to Carlos. The final question is, for those in the audience, for those watching online, for those that want to be part of some of these regional organizations or get involved in building those stronger together type of arrangements, what would be your advice to these countries, individuals, organizations?
Well, let's work together, work with GFC. GFC, the region, not just the region, globally, is here to assist you in identifying the needs, right? And what to implement in the region or in your respective countries. So work with other stakeholders, work with other countries, because the threats are, the cyber threats, the cyber criminals are also working together, right? So let's work together, not just regionally, but cross-regional, so that we can be resilient in cyberspace.
Thank you, Al. Gordina, what are your thoughts? What are some of those first steps that folks in the room or those watching online can take?
I would want to urge our governments to give serious consideration when we're offered capacity building training to ensure that they're going to fit the needs of our country, and they will benefit us in terms of what we will be facing. Of course, I would want to urge us that we continue to work together, build on those informal networks, but at the same time, I'm also cognizant that there may be requirements for formal channels of communication. And let us work together to make cyberspace a little bit safer for all of us.
I sense there's going to be an alcohol remark here, but Carlos, final words.
Let me keep it simple. Let's meet at the bar and let's see what happens from there.
And on those great words, we are one step closer to the bar and dinner. In all truth, without jest here, phenomenal discussions and phenomenal experiences, and I think we've really pushed home that point about we're stronger together, and take the opportunity to meet someone you haven't met before, take the opportunity to engage and share a joke and a laugh. If you want to see pictures of my son, you're welcome to. I love him to death. But use this opportunity and these engagement opportunities, because as we talked about, there's not a lot of opportunities for us to do this in person throughout the year, especially if you're in different regions. So meet someone new, commit to action, not just exchange LinkedIn information, but commit to action, because truly we are stronger together. So thank you. One more round of applause for our great panelists here. We do have a very brief gift for our speakers here. So Mariana, if I can invite you onto the stage. Oh, I get one too. That's great. Thank you very much.